It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, June 7th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is a great day to be alive and a very kind of weird morning here in New York City. I usually like to say, it's a beautiful day in New York City, this, that, and the other. It's a strange time in New York City. There's all kinds of haze and smoke, air quality issues, apparently because of the good people in Canada. Forest fires, smoke coming down from... I was going like this, but I meant to go like that. I mean, yesterday was pretty crazy. It was orange skies. Felt like I was at a cookout or something like that. S'mores being... I don't know. My kids' soccer got canceled yesterday and today. You guys okay? Everyone okay back there?
We're just fine.
You don't notice it?
Well, we definitely noticed it.
Of course we noticed it. I was just looking out the window. I was like, man, everyone's just acting like everything's regular here.
Oh my gosh.
People having lunch. I looked down on the street. People are just walking around.
No,
it's scary.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's weird. It feels like Armageddon a little bit. I hope everyone's okay, safe and sound, and not too bothered. And hopefully this goes away in the next 24 hours or so. But it is a very strange time. Also, we wake up to find out that Lionel Messi is coming to America. That's a huge deal. Coming to Inter Miami. But then I come into the studio and my heart is broken because I find out that the legendary Iron Sheik has passed away. One of my favorite pro wrestlers of all time. I was absolutely terrified of the Iron Sheik as a kid. From Tehran, Iran. There he is with the one and only Hulk Hogan in the camel clutch, breaking his back and making him humble. One of the most famous matches in wrestling history, January of 1984, at Madison Square Garden. Just an absolute legend. Sheiky baby, the heel to end all heels. Him and Nikolai Volkov, one of the best tag teams of all time, but just a great character. And a great documentary on him that came out just a few years ago. I highly suggest you check it out. So very sad to hear this news. The one and only, the Iron Sheik, leaving us at 81 years of age. May he rest in peace, and hopefully he's breaking backs and making people humble up above today. Very sad to hear this news. Rest in peace, Iron Sheik. So we do today's show with a heavy heart. We send our love and thoughts to his family and friends. And we've got a fun one for all of you today. Big week coming up, big weekend coming up. PFL on Thursday, UFC 289, and a massive boxing event going down right here, in New York on Saturday. I'll tell you about that in a moment. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use the code DMAR. You see it right there. We'll hook you up. They hook you up. That lets them know we sent you. We appreciate their support very much. I'll tell you more about them as the show goes on. Back into the show, we are going to make our picks for the weekend, get GC's picks for the big weekend as well. So stay tuned for that. OTN on the nose back into the show this week because we've got a loaded front end. So stay tuned for your questions where we like to shoot on Wednesdays. We shoot, we cook. Stay tuned for that. Prior to that, we'll be joined by one of my favorite combat sports journalists of all time, my good friend Gareth A. Davies of The Telegraph, of Talk Sport. He's in New York to cover the Teofimo Lopez, Josh Taylor fight at the theater, Madison Square Garden this Saturday. An absolute legend of the game, and he'll be joining us in studio. They call him the Warlock. They call him Kung Fu Panda. If you're not familiar with his work, if you're not familiar with his personality, you're about to find out why. A great, great character, a great man who has had some very famous moments in combat sports journalism. He'll be joining me in studio at around 2:45, so stay tuned for that. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Chris Weidman. Looking forward to talking to him about his big return fight announced on Monday in Boston. Very exciting stuff against one Brad Tavares. Mike Malott, proper Mike Malott, returns to action in Vancouver this Saturday, representing Canada. He'll join us from Vancouver. I'm looking forward to that very much. We'll also be joined by Brendan Loughnane prior to his big fight tomorrow in Atlanta. He weighed in this morning. He's good to go against Jesus Pinedo. So stay tuned for that conversation with the Pride of Manchester. But first, as I mentioned, we've got a big fight this weekend in New York, another big weekend for boxing, and another big one here in New York. You'll recall a few months ago, we had Teofimo Lopez on the program. That was before his last fight. He won that fight here at the theater at Madison Square Garden. He is returning to action this Saturday against Scotland's own Josh Taylor, one of the very best fighters coming out of Europe right now. They are fighting at 140 pounds. It's a massive fight, and there's a lot of bad blood between these two gentlemen. I am very much looking forward to it. I'll have both screens up on Saturday. This, to me, is arguably the best fight of the weekend, regardless of combat sport. And Josh Taylor is kind enough to join us right now to talk about it all. Hello, Josh. Thank you very much for the time. Appreciate you joining us. And I know it's a busy time for you, so thank you so much for taking some time out. By the way, at the top of the show, I mentioned this crazy air quality issue in New York. As someone who is preparing for a fight, is this bothering you at all?
No, it's not bothering me at all. I'm indoors and stuff as well, as much as possible just now. But yeah, I was enjoying the weather and stuff yesterday. But no, it's not bothering me or affecting me too much.
Okay, I saw that you were at the Empire State Building, doing all kinds of stuff there and doing a bunch of promotion leading up to the fight. You fought on some big stages before. Does this feel? And I know there's a lot going into it, and we'll get into all of that. But these are iconic New York monuments and places that you're going to. Does this one feel a little bit different?
Yeah, this feels like a big fight. I've always dreamed of coming to New York and fighting Madison Square Garden. Since I was a little young guy. Coming up and getting into boxing. So yeah, this like most fighters from over the pond. They only dream of becoming world champion and coming over here and having a big fight. So yeah, I've done it twice now. This is my second time headlining in America, and this one is in Madison Square Garden and a huge fight, and I can get traveling support coming over with me. So yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing for it, and yeah, it's another one sort of dream come true. So yeah, I'm absolutely delighted with where I'm at. I'm enjoying the ride and enjoying everything that Fight Week has to offer, and just soaking up the atmosphere and yeah, lapping it up.
Yeah, and the first one was 2 years ago in Vegas at the Virgin Hotel. All due respect to that venue, not quite New York City and not quite MSG, so this is a big deal. By the way, is it true that your uncle, when you were a kid, told you that he was going to save up? He was saving up, like, as you were 9, 10, 11 years old for the time that you make it to New York City and fight at MSG? And is he going to be in attendance on Saturday?
Well, my uncle recently passed away.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, he always said to me when I was getting into boxing that one day we're going to go to Madison Square Garden with you and my dad and stuff as well. So yeah, we're here now, and so yeah, this is very special to me this weekend. Yeah, absolutely.
And for multiple reasons, right? I know that you are going to be representing your country, but also the late great Ken Buchanan, who also fought at Madison Square Garden. I saw your shorts that you will be wearing, kind of in honor of him as well. These are beautiful. I love how clean they are. I love how you're representing Scotland. And I know you've gotten a chance to meet him, right, prior to his passing. Any words of wisdom that he shared to you that you will be taking into this fight?
Yeah, I knew Ken very well. I got to know him when I was a young lad, sort of 18 years old. He come into the gym, and I was training at the time. And he come in and started giving me bits of advice on, how to live life and train and apply yourself and live the life and train properly, give it your all, and always giving me little bits of advice on how to train and when we're in the gym, giving me a little bit of advice on how to do things and moves and stuff. And just telling me stories all the time of him, topping the bill at Madison Square Garden, and Muhammad Ali coming and asking him to share the dressing room, and I'm drawing a line halfway over the dressing room and saying to Ali, that's your side, this is my side. You come over, you're getting it, and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, just hearing all his stories is he's just a genuine legend of a man. And in my opinion, Scotland's and one of the UK's greatest ever to do it.
So what I love so much about this fight is that there are many different storylines going into it. The first one pertains to you and your particular story, because the last time we saw you in action was February of last year in that very close fight against Jack Catterall. And what's interesting about that is, like, you didn't score the fight. You were just the fighter in the fight. And a lot of people thought, let's be honest, Jack won the fight, split decision win for you. Yet you received, it seemed like, a lot of hate for the victory. What was that like? You know, like, you're not the one writing the scores down, but yet you received a lot of the hate for what the judges, you know, ultimately deemed was a victory for you, or at least 2 of the 3 judges. The aftermath of that, what was that like for you?
Yeah, I got a little bit of a stick online, but most of it was online. All of it was online. You know, it was just trolls being trolls. And I can take it; it's no problem at all. But then people started sort of threatening my wife and my little sister with violence, and putting their places of work, their addresses online, and saying, we're going to come here and do this and do that to you. You know, so threatening with threats of violence. Well, then it changed the tone of the things. Then I sort of kept my mouth shut after the fight, but then after all this started happening, I just started fighting fire with fire. You know, so I didn't help my case sometimes, but I'm not the kind of guy that's going to sit back and take it and keep my mouth shut, especially when there's people threatening my family. You know, but having said that, it's all just people online and just being pathetic losers, and that's all they are. They're just losers that have got nothing going on with their life. They're bored, they're frustrated with what they've got in their life, or their lack of joy in their life, and they sit on a keyboard and because it's free and they get no payback from it, they think they've got big balls sitting on a keyboard saying, abusing people. But in life and in person, I've had next to nothing like that. You know, I've had people come up and say, you know, I thought Jack could have won, you know, I thought you could have won, thought it could have went either way. You know, it's been mixed when I've been in person, but I've never had any abuse in person at all. You know, people have always been very amicable and, you know, respectful with me in person, but it's only been online. But, you know, with me, you know, I don't really care. You know, it's online. It's just losers online. But if they were to say things like that to my face, they wouldn't, because they know they would get.
Just curious, I'm assuming you've rewatched the fight, right? Probably more than once.
Yeah, I have watched the fight a few times. Yeah.
And how do you score it when you watch it?
To be honest, I've said that a few times. I thought I did enough to win the fight, especially in the later half. You know, I thought Jack from the very off was doing excessive holding, and I thought the referee did a terrible job waiting until the 10th round to take a point off for him. He half the fight he wasn't in combat. You know, he was just looking to be on the back foot and spoil and hold all the time. You know, so. But having said that, I thought he had a good tactics, he had a good game plan. I thought about halfway through it was about eeksy peeksy, and in the second half of the fight, I thought I won most of the rounds. So I thought I had just enough to win. When I was waiting on the result, I kind of thought, well, I'm maybe going to get a draw here. And I certainly never thought I lost the fight, that's for sure.
Why isn't your next fight? Why isn't this fight against Jack?
Well, I feel I've explained this about 100 times now.
I know, different audience here. I'm sorry for... Yeah.
I'm quite bored of explaining myself. I received the injury. We were going to we had the rematch sort of signed up and ready to go. We were about to announce it. And then I picked up my injury about 3 or 4 days before we announced the fight on my foot. And in that time, then the promoter, Ben Shalom at Sky, never rescheduled the fight or put another date in to get confirmed. So in that time, during that time, the WBO come in and then mandated me to fight Teofimo Lopez, who's my mandatory challenger. So that's where we are.
Okay, and you know, some and many would probably say that Lopez is a bigger name than Jack. So you know, it obviously makes a lot of sense to take this fight. Just curious, did you watch Jack's last fight just a couple of weeks ago? And if so, were you impressed with how he looked?
No, I haven't watched it. I've been too concentrating on myself for this fight. This fight is a global, huge fight. So no, I haven't been. I'm not interested in what Jack Catterall's doing, to be honest. I'm only interested in myself. I've got my own things focusing on just now. Okay,
so Lopez and you have some heat. You did that face-to-face virtually. You got up towards the end. You were annoyed. There's a lot of the, you know, stuff that he was saying I could understand, you know, would get under your skin. But just curious, what is your take on Lopez, the human being? Like the stuff that he says, the way he's acting, the pre-fight talk, the way he speaks, you know, about you, the way he speaks about your resume, your accolades, your take on him as a human being?
Well, I don't know him as a human being, to be honest, and I don't know how much of it's just a front and how much of it is just him talking nonsense. You know, I think he's just all over the place. I think he's just a bit of a clown. Doesn't know where he is. A bit of a lost soul, to be honest. But yeah, I don't really. I've not got any feelings towards him. To be honest, it's just business. But yeah, I'll be looking to go in there on Saturday and inflict some serious damage and some pain on him, especially with some words that he has been saying. You know, he wants to come and take my life and all that kind of stuff. So I'll not be taking that lightly on Saturday night. I'll be looking to punish him for it.
Yeah, and I know that he got some heat for that, but even doubled down and said he didn't apologize. And so I'm wondering, have you ever felt this way about an opponent going into a fight? Because it does seem like it has crossed the line into sort of being personal now.
No, I never get emotionally attached, you know, but all that does is gives me more motivation and more fire to inflict more pain on him and give him a bigger beating on Saturday.
Okay, considering you're the man coming in with the belts here, why isn't this fight happening in England or, you know, Scotland or somewhere closer to where you live?
Well, we could have had the fight in Scotland, Easter Road in Edinburgh, Scotland, but you know, I got sort of offered the chance to fight in Madison Square Garden, and I says absolutely. And you know, when else or whenever am I going to get the chance to come back to America and fight in a huge, iconic venue? You know, I might never get the chance to do this again. You know, obviously I plan on doing a demolition job on Teo on Saturday, moving on with my career, maybe even moving up to 147, getting another big fight and coming back over and doing it again. But, you know, plans are plans and they can often go wrong. But so I might never get the chance to do this again. So when I got the opportunity, I grabbed it with both hands.
Okay, I know you said you didn't watch Jack's last fight. Did you watch Teofimo Lopez's last fight? I know you don't watch a lot of film, but I'm assuming you watched that in preparation. What is the difference between the Lopez that we're seeing now and the one who beat Lomachenko a couple of years ago? And obviously we include the Kambosos fight in there too. I know he talked about some health issues, but he doesn't seem like the same dominant fighter that he was a couple of years ago. What is your take on why?
Well, I'm not taking too much from it. You know, the version I'm preparing for is a version that turned up and beat Lomachenko. But even then, I don't think that's good enough. I don't think that level of Teofimo is still not good enough to beat myself when I'm at my best. But he is he's a very good fighter. He does a lot of things really well. You know, looks like he carries a little bit of power. Got good boxing IQ as well. So I'm preparing for that level of Teofimo. I don't really take too much from his bad performances, although he still does some things that I see that he did well, but just never had a very good performances the last couple. You know, I don't know what his game was, but, you know, I take nothing from it. You know, I'm preparing for the best version of Teofimo Lopez.
Considering, so, you know, the way the last fight went, the fact that you haven't fought in a year and a half, the fact that you're coming to his hometown, essentially, you know, considering you're coming off the injury, you've changed training camps, all this stuff. Would it be fair to say Josh Taylor is going into this fight on Saturday with, you know, a fairly big chip on his shoulder? You have some things to prove. Do you feel that way?
No, I wouldn't say a chip on my shoulder. Just on Saturday night, good performance, and say I told you so. I'm the number one. You know, I've had one bad performance in 10 years, and all of a sudden I'm nothing. I'm washed it. I'm past it. You know, so we'll see on Saturday. And I plan the way I've been performing in the gym and things I've been doing in sparring and stuff. You know, the sky won't last 8 rounds.
You think
6 to 8 rounds.
6 to 8?
It'll be an early night if I come up and perform the way I've been performing in the gym. Yeah, it'll be an early. If I don't, then I've absolutely no excuses because I've had an absolutely awesome training camp. I've been in great shape. I feel I'm in the best shape of my life and my career, and both mentally and physically. So if I come on Saturday and I don't do well, that's all on me.
And could I just ask, so obviously you have a big fight and you don't want to look past him, but who would be the next big fight for you at 140? Like, would you try to go for a Tank Davis? Is that even possible? Would you try to go for someone else? Who's like the dream fight for you at 40 and then 47? I mean, 2 incredible weight classes.
I've not really thought about it, to be honest, but at 140, there's still big fights now. You know, I've got the rematch with Regis Prograis there. I've got the rematch with Jack Catterall. I've got, like you said, Devin Haney possibly coming up, Brian Garcia, Javonta possibly coming up as well. So these are all big fights, and if they're right for me at the time, I'll take them. You know, and obviously I've got personal ambitions in the game to become a 2-weight world champion as well. So I'd like to. Eventually, it's imminent that I'm going to be moving to 147 at some point and chasing to become a two-weight world champion.
Is it possible this is your last fight at 140?
Quite possibly, but you never know. I mean, as I said, we'll wait and see what happens after this fight and what offers come my way, and if I feel it's right for me at the time, and then we'll make the decision after I sit down with my team and see what offers are on the table.
Okay, and last thing before I let you go, I know this is a big one at the theater this weekend. There was another big one at the theater last weekend. I was there as well. The darts. I love the darts, Josh. You were at the darts.
I was there myself.
Yes.
I was there myself.
How great was the darts? Wasn't it my first time going to a darts event? That was fantastic. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I've been to a couple of darts nights out back home, with a little bit more lively back home, I would say. They're a little bit more enthusiastic.
More enthusiastic than that? That was a great crowd, I thought.
Yeah, absolutely. That was very tame for me.
Wow.
I don't know what it is, but the Americans just don't do it the same as the UK fans. I think it's maybe because they're a little bit more boozy, but back over the pond and have a bit more of a party mindset. But yeah, it was very tame, I thought, but it was still very good, and the darts were good, and all the visiting players, the big names actually got beat. So there was a few upsets, which was quite good and quite interesting to see.
Who's your favorite? I'm a big Bully Boy fan. He got beat in the first night. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, he got beat. I like Gary Anderson. I like Van Gerwen as well. I think he's very good as well. And I think I like Gerwin Price as well. I think all these guys are good. They're all good players. They're really good.
Showman. I like that. There's like a little bit of showmanship in it with the walkout music and the
little dartboard in my little bar in the house as well. I try and practice. Man, you could give me 100 darts and maybe hit the treble 20 once. It's very deceiving, the dartboard. You think it's a piece of cake just to throw the darts, but no, it's very hard. It's very hard.
The original plan was, I think, for you to come in studio. Now I know why you didn't come in studio, because I would have beat you in darts, because we always play darts with our in-studio guests. So I know you didn't want that smoke. It all makes sense now. By the way, Celtic or Rangers?
None, to be honest. I am an Edinburgh man, so I support my local team, which is Edinburgh Hibernian FC, which is the local team that I support.
Okay, well, much love to them and good luck to you. Looking forward to it. There's a big UFC pay-per-view on Saturday. Can you tell the people, our audience, why they shouldn't watch that and watch you instead, watch your fight instead, or maybe both, maybe do the split screen?
Yeah, you've definitely got to watch the Tartan Tornado. This fight with Teofimo Lopez is going to be fireworks from the very first to the very end bell. So get your tickets or come and watch and tune in, and it's going to be some fireworks. It's going to be an exciting fight.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
All right, there he is, Josh Taylor joining us, the pride of Scotland. I think I want him over there a little bit. I think at the start we got off on a wrong foot there, but I think we're good, right? I think we ended well. What do you think, Frank?
Absolutely.
I think he was getting, I know some of the questions were asked, but I just was curious. I don't know if you guys remember, but really it was his fight against Jack Catterall, which kind of kicked off the whole open scoring thing for me. That was last year, February of last year, because I remember shortly after we had Eddie on, and then he said he wanted open scoring. We talked about this. I mean, it really was, the jumping off point. That was a very, very, very close fight, a highly controversial decision, and he hasn't fought since. And Catterall just fought a couple weeks ago. That was the card that had Lee Wood on it. And so I'd love to see them fight again. Prograis is fighting next weekend as well. Now he's with Matchroom, so I don't know if that's going to happen because Taylor is with Top Rank. I mean, there's a lot going on in boxing, and there's a lot going on this Saturday. So I would highly suggest you get the double screen thing going, because ESPN Plus is going to be the place to be. They're going to have this, and it's also going to be on ESPN, and they're going to have UFC 289. Xander Zayas also fighting on this card, and to be honest, I did a little poll yesterday about which main event people were more looking forward to, and to my surprise, Josh Taylor, Teofimo Lopez on Puerto Rican Day Parade weekend got more votes which is very rare for my Twitter. Now, a lot of people said had I put Beneil Dariush versus Charles Oliveira in there, that would have beaten Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez. But I had to go main event for main event. I just had to. And so that is this Saturday at the theater at Madison Square Garden. We'll talk more about UFC 289 in a moment with Mike Malott. Brendan Loughnane is going to join us, talk about his fight against Jesus Pinedo. GC, last night, Ultimate Fighter, your thoughts? Can we get an Ultimate Fighter report?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
What do we have?
I just got to, you caught me off guard here.
Well, listen, you got to be ready. What did Conor McGregor once say?
Got to get my uni here. As I
you know yourself. You know yourself.
There we go.
Yes, be ready so you don't have to stay ready.
There it is.
Yeah.
There.
Get ready.
Cable?
I mean,
there we go. I thought you just wear that all the time.
It's going to be uncomfortable.
Not coming off till August. What did we miss? I mean, it was a great episode. We started off, I thought it looked like we were going to get the fight right off the bat. Timur Valiev, unfortunately, his opponent, Trevor Wells, I believe is his name, had a cold sore on his face, so he couldn't fight. They had to cancel the fight, which was unfortunate. But we moved on. We still got another great fight. Mando versus Cody. I'm still learning all their last names. I don't have my notes up or anything like that. This is just right off
it's all
the
good.
dome.
This is more of a like what you missed. We don't need the names.
Yeah.
I saw a haircut. There was a good haircut session.
Great haircut session. McGregor pulled up to the crib, started drinking with the boys, pulled out the old stairs trick. You know what I'm talking about, where you get behind the bar, everybody else is in front of it, and it's like, be right back, guys, gonna go grab something downstairs, and then you fake like you're going downstairs.
I literally did that today.
I mean, it's an absolute classic. If it's not in your rotation, then, you're definitely not fun at parties. What else happened? Team Chandler is 2-0. It kind of feels like we're waiting on when McGregor might be able to pull off a win. Like the prospects are definitely struggling so far. 2 finishes for Team Chandler as well. It just kind of feels like they have the advantages going into these fights. It was good, though. It felt like a real vet versus prospect matchup. Mando was only 25 years old, has 10 fights, and the guy that he was fighting, I believe it's Cody Gibson is his name, 10 years his senior, has been in the UFC, fought Aljamain Sterling back in 2014. So it was a proper vet versus prospect. Last week, I think the prospect was actually older than the vet, had about the same amount of fights. In my opinion, a more entertaining episode. It felt like we weren't laying the groundwork and we were actually getting into, the real roots of tough. Felt like I was really a part of the show.
Better episode than episode 1?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
For sure.
Okay.
No doubt.
So you enjoyed it more?
Yeah, it felt like we saw some more coaching. We got introduced to more fighters. Looked like we got a little beef boiling at the house. Landon Quiones versus Roosevelt Roberts. They had some beef in the kitchen.
Some beef in the kitchen?
Yeah, not like
I thought they were cooking. Okay.
There was someone cooking, though. Jason Knight in the background cooking stir fry, telling him to chill out, please back away. He's trying to just enjoy his stir fry. But yeah, it looked like they were going to come to blows. Roosevelt Roberts offered to fight him in the kitchen.
Jeez.
Landon denied. Yeah, so we got a little drama. We got another fight under our belts. McGregor came and hung out with the boys. Now I'm curious to see Chandler come and hang out with the boys and see what happens.
Has that not happened yet?
Nah.
Bit of a surprise, right?
The stouts and the.
Who would have thought McGregor the first one to hang out with the boys at the house?
Yeah, it seemed like he had a great time, man. A nice moment between Cody and Chandler, sort of connecting over Cody being adopted and Chandler having 2 adopted sons.
Okay.
That was a nice moment. Something my co-host on Tough Hang, great show, you can watch it on YouTube, AK Lee noticed that in the precursor to the fights, guys that show off their dogs, talk about their dogs, are 0-2 currently. So that's something to monitor as the show moves forward.
Okay.
But yeah, that might be it.
Okay.
Got to fight, more training, drama with the cold sore. I will say everyone was like, "What's wrong with him?" I don't know. And then they go to the interview and he has a massive cold sore. I was like, "Well, that's probably it." Yeah,
and so they canceled it.
Going to try and do it next week. Right now is the plan.
So he's not off the show.
No. Okay. 135ers though. There was also a good moment. Chandler going to tell Teamer, And like Teemer's, he's got the wraps on. He's stretching. Like he is ready to go. Already talked about how excited he is. And Chandler has to come and break the news. That was, unfortunate for Teemer, but it was cool to see the behind the scenes of like the way he reacts immediately. He's like, am I going to have to weigh in again? So we might get a catchweight bout there.
Okay. Today's Tough Report is brought to you by no one.
Yeah.
It's brought to you by absolutely no one.
We're still working on the sponsorship. Hopefully we'll have it by August.
Okay. All right. For more, go check out Tough Hang with GC and AK Lee. Biggest Celtic fan I know. I mean, he's hardcore.
AK Lee is
gigantic Celtic fan. Yep.
I mean, we might as well say Casey too. Casey might as well be the third host.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Gives a nice perspective as a fighter himself.
/ producer. Yes, as a fighter. 1-0 as an amateur.
Undefeated is what I like to say.
Undisputed.
Never lost.
By the way, just got a text message from Mike Mazzulli of the ABC. And so I might as well read it because I think he wants me to read it. I heard some of your podcast. I know you want to understand the scoring criteria and what the judges are looking at. Come to Vegas and attend the class. It is free to all fighters and press. Please state that on your next podcast. Thanks. I feel like please state that on your next podcast is a very interesting way. I am stating it right now. And again, I will reiterate what I think both he and other people in these commission circles are missing is the fact that I know what it is. I've read, I've talked, I've done what it is. What I want to know is what this guy is thinking on Saturday night when the rest of the world sees one thing and there's like 5 people on the planet that see another thing. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want to talk to the people. Again, what they're trying to spin here is I don't want to be a judge. I don't want to be a Twitter judge. I want to talk to the judges. I want to talk to the commission. Mazzulli likes to say, I need to protect the judges. Why? That's their job. So again, I'm stating this as you want. And I had an interesting exchange with Jeff Mullen of the Nevada State Athletic Commission where I asked him on multiple different ways, could I talk to a judge like Chris Lee? Could I talk to Chris Lee? I specifically asked. There's no system in place. Meanwhile, Andy Foster of California is telling me you could talk to my guys whenever you want. So I don't know why it's one way and another way, but this secrecy around the judges, like they work for the FBI. Like, yo, you signed up for this, and spare me the talk that they don't make enough. That's on you guys. You could pay them more if you want. Pay them more. That's not on me. This is not a charity case. And if they don't want to do it, don't do it. But guess what? You're affecting people's pay. Kai Car-France has less than $100,000 in his bank account because of that 4th round. So please state that on your podcast. All right, I'll state that on my podcast. Now, please let me know why we can't talk to any of the judges. And please let me know why you keep having Doug Crosby work your events. Could we state that on the podcast too? Come on, man. I mean, and what's amazing to me is what's the tally of fighters and promoters that have come on this show and said they're down with open scoring? Now tell me if they ever talk about open scoring. Tell me if they ever even bring it to a vote. Why can't the fighters have a say in their own careers? Like every other sport, every 4 or 5 years, there's something called, collective bargaining. And the collective bargaining agreement that they have to talk about. We want this, we want that. Why can't the fighters have a say? Why can't there be at the ABC Commission a representative for the fighters who shows up and says, I want open scoring. I want to know where I stand going into the 5th round. Why doesn't that happen? Why is it still the same guys sitting around deciding the fate of these fighters and what's in their bank account? I'm so tired of this shit. I'm so tired of the old way of them doing it. Please state that on your podcast. Great. Now, please tell me why it's the same old, same old. And please tell me why your model is broken. And we could sit around and talk about, no, it makes total sense. Guess what? When 98% of the fighters and the audience and the broadcasters and everyone at home and everyone involved has no idea what you're looking at, that means it's broken. It may be great in your little meeting. It's broken because no one understands what the fuck you're looking at. No one understands how you are coming to the conclusion that you are coming to the conclusion. So it may make sense to you. It makes no sense to everyone else. That means it's broken. Do a better job of explaining it to the audience. And you know how you do that? Not by me going to your meeting in Las Vegas. Because I've asked to speak to your guys. Open invitation. Any one of them could come on. Anytime. Chris Lee, you want to come on? Open invitation. Sal Diamato, open invitation. I've had Andy Foster on not that long ago. Open invitation to any one of these guys to come on. I've literally asked 2 days ago for them to come on. So don't tell me I'm not trying. But the way we figure this out is not me going there and telling you, well, they're looking for damage and stuff. No, I could read that off a piece of paper. Let me hear from you why you did what you did, why you scored what you scored. That's the least that can happen. You know what's the most that can happen? Let the fighters have a say. Let the fighters have a say about their own careers. Can that not happen? Can that not is like they don't have a say on anything else? Can't get sponsors. They got to be drug tested 24/7. Can they at least have a say in that? It's whack. All this is so whack. Anyway, I just had to get that off. I wasn't expecting to talk about the judging off the bat here. Let's go talk to a guy who will bring a lot more positivity and love to today's program. He is the pride of Canada. I'm all fired up now. And you know why I'm fired up? I'm fired up because for the first time since 2018, the UFC is bringing a pay-per-view to the Great White North, the greatest freaking country on the planet, and one of our own is going to tear the house down. The one and only proper Mike Malott is joining us right now from Vancouver. Hello, Mike. How are you? Yeah, representing Canada Olympics, my man. How's it going?
Yeah. What's going on? How are you?
Mike, this is some kind of bullshit. You guys have no say in anything, and you got these crazy judges who like to sit on their high horse and say, like, oh, all of you don't understand. Well, guess what? If all of us don't understand, there's a bit of a problem, is there not?
Yeah. No, I understand that. I think that I heard you're all fired up right now, so you're all worked up, and
Okay.
came into a hot zone. But yeah, man, I think that is an interesting idea, doing some open scoring. I think that would be cool. At least do like, what is it, Nebraska that does the open scoring? There are
Colorado does it, yes.
Colorado.
Kansas does it as well. Yeah, a little
Okay.
forward thinking, right? A little evolution.
Yeah, at least like try it with a few states and see how it goes. The argument I hear from other people, and a fair argument, is guys like sitting on leads, but guys sit on leads that they think they have anyway. So I don't see really what the harm in giving it a try for a little while is.
Yeah, and also you can punish someone who is just, stalling. And also if the dude knows that he needs a finish in the third or the fifth round, you're going to see an aggressive fighter coming to fight. You know what I mean? Imagine Kai Kara France knew that he was down going into that fifth. It's a totally different fight. Anyway, I digress. Mike, this is a big freaking deal. 2018, in my opinion, you are our hope. You are our guy. There's a lot of great Canadian fighters out there, but let's be honest, it's been a little bit slim pickings over the last few years. The UFC back in Canada, in the Great White North, in Vancouver, which has hosted many a pay-per-view, and I feel you're the highest on the bill as far as Canadian MMA is concerned. And I was going back on your Instagram yesterday, and there's some beautiful clips there that honestly was pulling a little bit at my heartstrings here. The one you're talking about going to the Rogers Center in 2011, and you're sitting in the rafters there at the Sky Dome / Rogers Center, and now here you are 12 years later representing us, representing our nation. What are the emotions going into Saturday night for you?
Like, even hearing you talk about that, me being that kid that was sitting at the Sky Dome and watching George St. Pierre and watching Mark Hominick and all these other stars fight, like, and thinking about how I'm going to be that guy is giving me chills right now. Just realizing that I'm living that dream right now, and I get to be the guy on the highest Canadian on the card. Like, I have been pulling for the UFC to come back to Canada. That's been my number one thing since my last fight, and it didn't take long. Obviously not my doing, but the UFC wanted to come back, and I was like, oh, well, hopefully they'll put me on this card. And it took a little while to get a fight. I'm like, okay, I wonder where they're going to put me. Am I going to be higher up on the ESPN? Or are they maybe going to put me on the main card? And then I saw the slot that I have. It's like, I couldn't have had a bigger fight at this point in my career. Like, it's my third fight in the UFC. I'm fighting right before the former champion and the number one contender. Like, this is a massive fight for me. I'm feeling the love from Canada. I'm feeling the love from the UFC. I'm feeling the backing. I'm feeling like everyone's behind me. Like, I feel like we have an army 35 million deep behind me. And I'm rising with that momentum. And I just feel like nothing but positivity is coming from this. And I can't help but feel like I've already won this fight, like that everything's falling into place exactly how it should. Like, the story's already been written. I just need to live it out.
I love it. I saw your videos where it seemed like the clock was ticking. You weren't getting a fight. Like, we were 7 weeks out. You still weren't getting a fight. And then it was captured on camera when you finally got the fight. Were you starting to get nervous that they weren't going to put, I mean, I can't even imagine why, but were you starting to fear that you wouldn't be on this card?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I was getting nervous, even even my manager was telling me, he's like, hey man, like the card's looking full. Like,
Oh no.
I don't want you to get your hopes up and be let down. I was like, dude, let me get my hopes up. Like until it's June 9th and everyone's weighed in and I don't have an opponent, like I'm fighting June 10th. I don't care how long I have to wait. Like, and if for some reason I hadn't got an opponent, I was going to be hurt regardless of whether I pretended like it didn't bother me or not. Like I've been dying to be on a Canadian UFC card since I got into the sport. Like that's been the dream. Being at the Rogers Center, seeing George St. Pierre fight Jake Shields, that was ever since that moment, looking around the stands and seeing that was close to 60,000 fans at the time, Canadian flags everywhere, Canadian shirts, fans, people from all over Canada came out to that fight. And I've been visualizing myself being in that position as one of the fighters, not as just a fan in the crowd. And so to see this come to fruition, like this has been a dream for the last 15 years, right? So, whether he's trying to shelter my feelings or not, dude, I was going to be a little bit bummed if they didn't get me on this card, but I had faith. They were like, look, we're just looking for someone to come available. The welterweight division's pretty locked up. Everyone's got lots of fights right now. So everyone that's got a fight wants one. We'll find somebody for you. And it was every single day going to the gym. Everyone I run into, dude, any update? You fighting? You got an opponent yet? Like, no. Something's coming. Finally, like I'd finished sparring, trying to stay positive, going out to the car. I just had that same conversation with everybody else at the gym. Like, no, sorry, I don't have any update. Check my phone real quick while I'm on my way to the car and just see like my manager, Dave Hirschbein, June 10th. I saw the name, but I just texted him, yeah, I'm in. Like I saw that there was a name and I know of the guy. I knew of him at the time, but it wasn't like, okay, let me get on Fight Pass and watch this dude's fights and this and that. I'm like, no, it's June 10th. I'm fighting in that arena. This is happening. I knew this was going to happen. I don't care who it is. Let's go.
The opponent is Adam Fugitt, who, is a solid opponent, but I know that you were calling out the likes of Robbie Lawler, trying to get like a big name. Were you disappointed once the happiness sunk in that you were on there? Were you at all disappointed that it wasn't a bigger name, with all due respect to Adam?
No. Without sounding too conceited, this is my fight. I just need a dance partner. Like, I don't care who it is. I just want to be on this card. As long as I'm on the card, I'm happy. I don't care who it's against. The opponent didn't matter to me. It was the moment. It was being here in this arena and feeling the 20 to 30,000 Canadian fans and walking out in our country and being able to like protect the house. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I've been dying to do. So the man I'm fighting is a nameless, faceless opponent to me. It's indifferent. If it changes, if something, God forbid, happens and we get an opponent change in 3 hours, I don't care. Okay. All I'm doing is focusing on myself and we've obviously prepared for him and I know what he brings to the table and I feel very well prepared for this, but he's just an opponent at this point.
One of the many things I like about you is that you wear your emotions on your sleeve. You're not afraid to cry in public. You're not afraid to let us in. I love that. And I know how much this means to you, this event, this moment means to you. How are you going to not let the emotions get the best of you? You walk out there, the last, Canadian left on the card, the place is going to be rocking, sold out. How are you not going to get too emotional? How are you going to stop that? Do you think about those things? Are you worried about those things?
I'm not worried about them because we've thought about them. I prepared for them, right? I feel oddly at peace when I get in the cage now. The first couple fights as a professional, it's very overwhelming, and like first amateur fights and Muay Thai and kickboxing, it's like it's overwhelming. You feel like you're almost jumping into a cold pool, and this like shock and plunge happens where you feel like you have this out of body experience. Whereas my last few fights, I've felt really at peace because I think we've done everything that we possibly could for those fights, and I feel well prepared. So I feel like the work's already done. I just get to go in there and play and execute what I've been perfecting for the last 15 to 20 years. With that said, there will be fireworks followed by waterworks, dude. I'm going to cry once I get this win, dude. My hand's going to go up. I'm going to bawl I'm going to be bleeding, sweating, and crying, man. I love this stuff. And, I pour so much of myself into this game. Like I really put every inch of myself into this game. And I focus so heavily on the process and the preparation, and I pour so much of who I am into my fights that I can't help but feel an overwhelming release when I get the win. Like it really does take everything, and I give everything, and I'm happy to give it. but it is taxing. So that's where I feel like a lot of the emotion comes from. It's like, I want this so bad. And I make sure that I've done everything from every possible stone I could turn: nutrition, mental training, physical training, conditioning, technical training, the sleep I'm getting, everything. I don't leave any stones unturned. So it's like, that truly is like 100% of who I am when I get in the cage. And it's like, there's no lying. It's like, this is the best you. Go out and give everything you've got. And when I get those stoppages and I get those wins and I get my hands raised, it's like, it's such a, like, it feels like an honest reflection of who I am, and it feels so rewarding. So I just can't help but like let that emotion go.
You also talk openly about working with a mental coach. Could you imagine what it would be like fighting without one by your side in the preparation?
I can't imagine fighting without one by my side in preparation, in the same way I can't imagine not having a jiu-jitsu coach.
Wow.
I can't imagine having a striking coach. Like, that is, I have 4 coaches here with me. I have my striking coach, Lin, who's a world-class Muay Thai. He was a European Muay Thai champion, Romanian champion, world-class striking coach. Chris Prickett, 2-time alternate for wrestling from Canada, was one of the head coaches at Brock University, the best wrestling dynasty in Canada. Andre Grambois, brown belt, world champion, now black belt, super high level grappler and coach. And my mental coach, who's an elite mental coach, works with UFC fighters, NHL players, CEOs. So it's like, I have the best 4 guys in the country working with me. I don't have just, like, it wasn't like I left California to come home. Not that I left, and those are still my boys, and that's still my team Alpha Male. Shout out, guys, love you. I didn't just come home and find like some random dudes to hold pads for me and be yes men and tell me what I needed to hear. Like, I have the best guys in the country behind me, and one of them, of course, is my mental coach, and I need to have him with me. So I bring him out every time. I've flown him out from Halifax multiple times this training camp just to have him for weekends to go through mental exercise after mental exercise and fight simulations and visualization. And I treat it just like every other training session. It's not just, or every other training art. It's not just like, I feel like a lot of guys have this like arrogance of like, no, I am mentally tough, man. Like, you can't break me. I'm mentally tough. It's like, it's the same with like strength. You might be strong, but you can always do strength conditioning. You might be in great shape, but you can always do sprints or, go for runs. You can always improve on what you have. And I'm never satisfied with what I have. I have faith in what I have, but I'm always trying to improve upon it.
So you'll have sessions in Vancouver leading up to the fight this week?
Yes. Oh, yeah. We've had multiple already.
Oh, wow. That is. Will you meet on Saturday as well?
Yes. Yeah, we'll have a session on Saturday.
So right up until the end.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I kind of like to keep it floating where I don't have, especially fight week, like the hay's in the barn. The work's been done. So I don't need to have like a rigorous schedule, but we just have like a floating kind of schedule. And he just texted me a minute ago, how you feeling? You need anything? You want to come down? And we need to get a session at some point today. When do you want to do it? Whatever. So I'll message him back. But, oftentimes, if we're heading to the venue at 4 p.m., he's like, all right, let's meet in the hotel room at 3 and just have a chat. And it doesn't need to be some, it's not like watching an inspirational video or something, some hype video to get me like, yeah, I'm ready to go to war. Let's go. It's not a Braveheart speech, A lot of it is just like reflecting on who we are and what we've done, and as a team, how we've prepared for this, and remembering why we do this, and having faith in the process, and having gratitude for this monumental moment, because this is a dream of mine that's coming to fruition. So why feel upset about it? Why feel any other way than privileged and grateful for this opportunity?
By the way, we talked about 2011 Rogers Center. How many of the UFC Canada events did you attend in person?
I think that's the only one.
Wow.
That was the first one. I think the only one, yeah.
Wow.
Because so I've been to that one. The rest of them, for the most part, I was living in California, right? I moved down in 2015. So all the ones between 2015 and 2018 would have been when I was in California. This is the first Canadian event I've been to since then. So this is going to be monumental.
Yeah, that's kind of wild when you think about it, right?
Yeah.
How high up in the Rogers Center were you sitting?
I think we were second level, second
Okay,
bowl.
not too bad.
So like, yeah, floor level 1, level 2. It was cool seats. They were awesome. I had actually just made my pro MMA debut like 2 weeks before that. My dad got us 2 tickets. So it was like an awesome reward for winning a fight, but also like a mental focus training tool where I'm like, okay, I've made my debut. I've already taken the first steps. I'm en route. This is where we're going.
Wow. No pressure, but yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm getting chilled. One of my most memorable favorite events that I've covered, because it meant a lot to me too. As a Canadian, what if we, I don't know, what if we give an old nod to the great Mark Hominick and come out to I'm Coming Home? I mean, one of the great walkouts of all time. Have we thought of that? Is that possible, or do we have something set already?
I have something set already.
Fair
That
enough.
is a great idea, but also, that would have been a sweet one, especially after the UFC's coming home after almost 5 years, right? So,
Yeah, it's not bad.
that would be a sweet one. But I'm loving the consistency of Fat Lip by Sum 41.
Okay.
I want to hear that guitar come on. I want to hear, it puts me in that. We might have talked about this last time I was on the show. It just puts me in that mental space where I'm like that 13-year-old scrappy kid, and it's just like, hey man, forget about money, forget about trying to chase belts, forget about goals, forget about sponsors, forget about any pressure that you might feel. You're a kid who likes to get in fights. Go have fun. Go get in a fight. Feel loose. Crack this dude. Strangle this dude. I don't care how you get the finish, so long as you get it by strike or by strangle. This man's giving up or going out.
I love it. By the way, you have a very long UFC career ahead of you. You're going to be very successful. Can we chill with the skydiving? I mean, this feels like something that we need to stop doing. Your day job is dangerous enough.
Yeah.
Why are we doing the skydiving?
That was a one and done. That was fun, man. I didn't even plan on doing it. So I went to a Ranger Road. I went to a Ranger Road event. My buddy runs in California. My buddy Mikhail runs a foundation for wounded warriors. He's a Ranger himself. And so we go to this fundraiser and they were doing skydiving. He's like, hey man, do you want to jump? Like, I just gone to like hang out on a Sunday. I'm like, bunch of people, like, sure, why not? Like, let's go do it. So I went up and jumped for the first time. It was awesome. And at that point, I had already taken a break from MMA. I was getting into coaching. I coached full time for like 3 years in between competing in MMA. And the guy who you had to do a tandem jump for like your first couple jumps, right? So I jump with like an experienced jumper. And he was like, oh, you do MMA? Like, if you think that's a rush, you're going to love this. This is going to be amazing, right? So I'm like, okay, cool. Obviously getting a little bit nervous up there. We're pretty high. We're sitting on the edge. He's like, okay, we're going to rock. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm not scared. Like, let's go. We fall. You're falling for a while. The scariest part for me wasn't falling. It was once the chute went and you're just kind of hanging there. And I felt like I was hanging off of him. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, this guy's attached to the chute and I'm attached to him. So if I fall off, he's fine and I'm gone. But then we hit the ground. He goes, so you think MMA's the rush? How about that? I was like, yeah, that was a pretty good rush. He's like, no, tell me. Like, he could tell he wanted me to say, like, that's a way bigger rush than MMA. He's like, how does that compare to MMA? I'm like, look, dude, it was super fun, but it didn't even compare. Like, that was, a sip of Bud Light versus like a bottle of Jack Daniels. Like, it wasn't, as far as like rushes go, you're not even close, man. He's like, really? I'm like, MMA is so much more exhilarating. Like, I could do that 1,000 times and it wouldn't really scratch the itch of MMA.
I love it. And you'll be back in action this Saturday. And I saw, I think it was after your last fight, you talked about how, 13, 14-year-old kids had Playboys under their bed and they would hide that from their parents. You had, UFC DVDs under your bed because your parents didn't want you to watch the UFC. And now here you are fighting at home, fighting in the UFC, the pride of Canada. And you referenced an event that I love as well for a very Canadian reason. My favorite fighter growing up was David the Crow Loiseau. And you mentioned UFC 53, and that's when he had the flying knee spinning back kick against Charles McCarthy. And I've watched that highlight 1,000 times. To me, he was my guy because he was from Montreal and he was the first guy before GSP. And so I want you to recognize, Mike, you're now David Loiseau for a bunch of young kids. They're looking to you, and I'm not trying to put more pressure, but you're freaking going to revitalize Canadian MMA, my man. And there's a whole country behind you and Yasmin and the rest of the great fighters on this card. So enough of this bullshit that Canadian MMA is dead, that, you know, that they're not producing talent. Niagara Top Team might be the new TriStar for all we know, and there's nothing wrong with that. So go out there, fly the freaking flag, and remind everyone what Canadian MMA is all about, my man.
Sir, I absolutely will.
I love it. Best of luck to you, Mike. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
There he is. Proper Mike Malott. Big fight for him this Saturday and a big fight card for Canadian MMA. There aren't a ton of Canadian-born fighters on this card, but there are ones worth noting. Kyle Nelson, Ayman Zahabi, Yasmin Yasidavicius. Also on the card, our good friend Marc-André Barriot and Mike Malott. Those 5 fighters representing the Great White North. And yeah, I'll be biased when it comes to Canadian MMA fighters. I've never, shied away from that. We are due a big event. We are getting an event on Saturday, and it's been a while. It's been since 2018, since late 2018, when Brian Ortega fought Max Holloway in Toronto. December of 2018, also Joanna Jędrzejczyk fought Valentina Shevchenko at 125 pounds. It's great to see the UFC back in Canada. Canadian fans always show up, and I hope that this will lead to events back in Montreal, back in Toronto, etc., etc. Now, we've got Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez covered on Saturday. We've got UFC 289 covered also on Saturday, but the fight week per se starts on Thursday in Atlanta. We've got one of the best 145-pounders on the planet, the pride of Manchester, the man who won the PFL 145-pound tournament last year, right here at the theater against one Bubba Jenkins. His 2023 campaign started off on the right foot with a very, very impressive win over Marlon Moraes. He returns to action tomorrow on the ESPN family and networks against Jesus Pinedo. He is Brendan Loughnane, our old friend. He's kind enough to join us right now. Brendan, thank you so much for the time, my man. You're joining us on weigh-in day, which I really appreciate. It's a Thursday card for PFL. You weighed in, some 4 or so hours ago. How did it go?
Yeah, really good. And thanks for the introduction, Ariel. That was a good one. You went right into the detail. I loved it.
I appreciate it. So all good, no issues. I know you fought. I mean, April 1st wasn't that long ago, and November wasn't that long ago, and August wasn't that long ago. These cuts, I'm sure, don't get any easier, but you're doing them consistently and no problems.
No problems whatsoever. At this point, I just feel like I live in the cage. Like I'm just at fight week every couple of weeks now. It's a wild schedule, but I'm used to it now. I feel like I'm a tournament fighter. I don't think I could go back to conventional fighting now, you know?
You're so used to the format that you love it, even though some people lament it. And you're used to the life as well, my friend. I mean, you're $1 million fighter. I see you on these planes and stuff like that. I saw you doing some shadow boxing on a plane with a shower in it. I've never taken a shower on a flight. What is going on over here? Is that your private plane? Is that how you're riding these days?
Not quite. I'd probably have to win about 5 seasons to get one of them. But no, that was Emirates, and they were kind enough to upgrade me when I got there. And then I thought, wow, what I get. Did you see that? I had a shower.
Yes.
I had a full room. I was like, no, I've got to get some content in here. So I'm like setting cameras up, shadow boxing, making a whole meal out of it, you know?
Wait, is that...
And actually,
yeah,
I was sat next to you. What's that guy's name? Yeah. I was sat next to a famous rapper and I forgot his name. How bad is that? And who's the guy that sings mood swings?
Who swings mood swings? Frank, do you know?
Little something.
No, let's see. Little something. Is that there's so many littles in
Little TJ.
Little TJ. Oh, I see right here. Mood swings. No, I'm not familiar.
He was next to me on the flight and we ended up talking for like 16 hours.
Wait, who did he recognize you, or did you recognize him, or you guys just started speaking?
So, funny story, the internet wasn't working on the plane, so he had no idea who I was. I had no idea who he was. And then he was just walking through the plane with chains. And, you know how it is, like the rapper look. And I'm like, he is definitely a rapper. And it has a bar at the back. So he goes back to the bar, I'm at the bar. Well, we're sipping a cup of tea at the bar. And I look at him and I'm like, hey. And then we start talking and we're just talking for hours. And then he was like lifting up his top where he's been shot.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
just exchanging stories. Yeah.
By the way, the plane had a bar? What kind of plane is this? With a bar and a shower?
Had a bar and a shower, Ariel. Emirates first class. It's different level.
Oh my gosh. Wait, and by the way, the shower, is it your own shower or is it like everyone gets to use it?
No. Wow, imagine, no. It's one shower for just the first class. And then they say, right, what time would you like your shower, sir? I'm like, I'll have it at 10 in the morning when I wake up to my caviar. And they were like, okay. And then they wake up and then you go and have your shower. Then you have your pajamas on, which they provide, you know.
Wow.
And then you're just chilling at the bar, sipping cups of tea. You know,
that is true.
Life was great.
So you took the shower? Because I feel like taking a shower on a plane would be a lot of fun.
I had to do it. How could you not?
Yeah,
I didn't even need a shower. And I'm like, okay, we'll take it.
You might as well. Oh my God, that is incredible. By the way, the win over Marlon, I know he's maybe not where he once was, but I think everyone was wondering, okay, you won the tournament. How would you look in the first fight off the bat? I kind of thought it was a mistake to put Marlon in there against you off the bat. Maybe you try to build him back up so that the fight could be bigger. But, you put all that doubt to rest. That was a very dominant win. I'm assuming you were happy with it.
Yes and no. Oh. I agree with what you said. I don't think Marlon should have been in there fighting with him, but I see why PFL did it. You know, he's a massive name. I'm a name now. And it made a lot of sense in that. But, we actually share the same boxing coach in Thailand. And, he was just like, I don't want anything to do with this fight. Oh. So he didn't train me for the fight. He wouldn't train me. He's like, I'm not getting involved. So it made it kind of awkward for my training in Thailand. This stuff happens in the sport, you know. Me and Marlon went at it and, you know, I was extremely confident going into that fight and I'm glad it panned out the way it did.
Okay. And did you now, I know you say that you're used to the format, but are you feeling worn out at all? Are you feeling tired? Any of the effects of the schedule getting to you?
I actually feel the complete opposite. It's kind of strange, honestly. I don't know if you've seen the heart rate post that I put on yesterday, but
30.
my resting heart rate. No. I want someone to come at me with a lower one in MMA right now. I need somebody to come at me because who else has got 30? So if that doesn't tell you I'm relaxed, then nothing ever will.
That is unbelievable. So 30 beats per minute. You put that out there yesterday. That is every 2 seconds your heart is beating. How's that even possible?
Let me tell you how dialed I am in. This is insane, right? So throughout the camp, I monitor it every morning. We're at 36, we're 34, we're 32, 33, we're around that. Every day, every fight week, 3 days before the fight, it drops to 30. Wow. On the nose. And I'm like, and then I have a mind coach and he was like, if it doesn't happen one time, don't let it throw you off. I'm like, okay. And then it did happen again. I called him and he was laughing. He was like, well, we're just tuned in, aren't we? This is what we are. We're tuned into our mind and body.
I love that you have a mind coach. I was just talking to Mike Malott about that, who's fighting on the UFC card this weekend. How long have you been working with him?
Before Bubba, Chris Wade. Started with Wade, then Bubba, then Marlon. Shout out to Bruce, great guy. Vinny Shawman as well, who you know. I've been working with both of them two guys. Fantastic people. And I've really took the mental side very seriously over the last 3 fights.
Why did you start working with them?
Because I didn't have the best start to last season. I really didn't. And after them first 2 fights, I was having issues where I wasn't pulling the trigger. I'd be getting guys really hurt and not pulling the trigger. And then my coach, I've been doing this since I was 15 years old. And he said to me, this is not physical anymore. Something's going on in your head that's not letting you pull the trigger. So I need you to find someone really good to work with. And I did. And here we go.
Could you tell, you're there now, fight week. I know the event is tomorrow. What are the vibes at PFL these days, especially coming off the Francis Ngannou news? Does it feel like, that's a big freaking deal, and that was a lot of attention that they got just a few weeks ago. Does it feel any different now that they're in the Ngannou business and it seems like a real player for any free agent out there?
Truth of the matter is I'm just extremely happy for Pete and everybody at PFL because they really, really deserve this. They work really hard behind the scenes. They treat the fighters great. And when I seen that Francis was a free agent, I was secretly doing this behind the scenes thinking, please, he came over, hopefully next year I get to fight on that card. Hopefully Jake's on it. Hopefully Francis is on it. And hopefully I'm the third one down. you know, and hopefully they do buy Bellator. Hopefully I fight Pitbull. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen, Ariel? But there's some super fights out there for me also, and I am hoping that I get on their card.
Wow. I have heard the PFL Bellator thing, but I don't think there's much to it right now. To be honest, I don't want to get your hopes down. I think there are other players. I think Bellator is going to be sold pretty soon. I'd be shocked if it was PFL. But would that be for you like a kind of dream fight right now? Pitbull. Obviously, Volkanovski would be great, but I don't think that's happening anytime soon. They're not co-promoting with anyone. Would Pitbull be up there for you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, anyone that they can bring over with a massive name, like essentially like what Marlon, like what they matched me up with Marlon, that was a big name for me. Like, let's have it right. Tomorrow night I'm fighting Jesus Pinedo with 20-6. He's a southpaw. He's a very awkward fighter. He's a good fighter, but nobody knows him. So all the risks on me, you know. So for me, I like to fight guys like Marlon and, you know, Pitbull. That'd be a great fight for me. Anyone that they can bring over with this name value is what I'm interested in as well. Yeah.
What do you know about Pineda?
He's been in the UFC. He fought McDessie. He fought a couple of guys in there. He's a 55er. I've seen him die in some 8-weight. He's done it. He's made it. So fair play to him. And he's very experienced for such a young lad. Southpaw, good kickboxing. And we're going to find out, Ariel. We're going to have a good old scrap tomorrow on ESPN. Why not?
And I know it's been a great time for PFL. On the flip side, not such a good time as far as drug testing is concerned. That's crazy. What is it, like 10 or so fighters? I know Rob Wilkinson was supposed to be on this card. He was the light heavyweight champ from last year. What do you make of what's going on here with the PEDs?
I've been quite vocal about it. Obviously, I'm not happy about it one bit. Like, we put enough on the line as it is, you know. My brain's on the line, my health's on the line. And then everybody's popping for all types of stuff. Like, they sent a list out of, I've seen it online, of what people were actually popping for. Some of them were like 4 substances, and it's like, what? And I'm getting in the cage and fighting these people. Yeah. You know, thank God now that they've all been caught. Hopefully that sends a message to everybody that's doing it in here. And hopefully that's the end of it. And hopefully there's going to be more stringent testing coming up to the semifinals. That's what, you know, it has to happen, obviously.
Can you tell if you fight someone and they're on, like, can you feel if they're on PEDs, or are you experienced enough to tell, or maybe the eye test? Like, and do you feel like your radar is up even more right now?
Yeah, especially in training. In training, you can tell so, like, oh, wow. I've trained with guys, and then 6 months later, I've trained with them, and I'm like touching them, and I'm going, yeah, he's a brick wall. He's on some stuff. You know what I mean? You can definitely tell. It's you can't so much tell with the naked eye sometimes, but it's a feel factor, and it's definitely something that's rife in our sport, and it needs kicking out. It really does. You know, there's enough danger involved in this sport anyway. We don't need any more.
Any talk about you fighting in England later on this year?
No, but I'm going to say this live on here. Please. And hopefully it happens. So I put the idea across. We make the final, right? They have the European final on the 2nd of December, I believe, in Dublin. Why would you not just shift me off the America card and put the final in Dublin? Yeah. And the 2nd of December, just shift me to the final of the European card, and then we sell out the 3 Arena and we have a good old time in Ireland. How about that?
Oh my gosh, that would be tremendous. I was just at the 3 Arena for the Katie Taylor fight. What a venue. I love that venue. It's tremendous.
What a venue. I fought there before.
Oh yes, that's right.
It's written in the stars for me to go back there. That's where I got robbed of my first world title, and I will go back and get my second.
Oh, that would be such a great story. Have you told this to Pete Murray and the crew?
Well, listen, you've got the platform. There we go. It's out there.
There it is.
Universe. Yeah.
Put Brendan in Ireland. Let's go. I like what they're doing with PFL Europe, by the way. I watched their first show. It had a great vibe to it. Did you watch it?
Lewis McGrillen, Dakota. It's crazy, right? Lewis McGrillen walked into my gym at 12 years old, 13 years old. And like, I just knew from the start, I was like, this kid is an animal. And then I helped him, trained him, you know, brought him up, put him in contact with PFL. And now look, it's just grew into this huge thing. And then Dakota, absolute superstar, Simeon Powell. Big shout out to all them guys, because, you know, I'm so glad that PFL has ventured over into them territories, because we have so many good fighters.
Is PFL officially the 2nd biggest promotion in the world?
I think it's quite clear now. Do you agree?
I mean, in America, the Bellator guys get very mad when I say this, but it just feels like They get so mad. They think I'm on the. By the way, they think I'm on the payroll. It's the craziest shit I've ever heard. You think I'm on the payroll? Like, what are you talking about? I'm just telling you like it is. The stakes feel bigger. I will also tell it like it is. I was very against the league format early on. Like when I was working at ESPN, I was vocal about that. I didn't like it. It felt like the IFL back in the day, if you remember that. I thought it was too gimmicky. Now, I actually really like it. Why? Because it differentiates you from everyone else. There's so much MMA on right now. What's the difference? They're all the same. At least with PFL, we know that there's stakes, there's rankings, not rankings, standings, there's playoffs, all that stuff. That's like back in the day, Strikeforce, they had women. UFC didn't have women, so that was their big differentiator. Everyone has women on their card, so that's great. But you need something to differentiate you from the UFC because there's so much damn UFC on right now. It's impossible to be different. That's their thing. I like it. They're coming out. They're signing big names. I hate the uniforms. I have to be honest. I think it's horrible. We need some personality. We need some uniqueness. I need you to come out. Like, I'm not going to be too positive here, but it's like, I think you guys are number two. And the truth is, like, Bellator has an event next week, and like, there's not enough buzz. Like, I don't feel any buzz leading up to their events. I don't think they do a good enough job of promoting themselves and getting the word out there about their events. And if I'm being honest, and I'm probably going to piss off a few of them when I say this, sorry for going long, I think they're a little bit smug about it. You know, they tell me like, like what? PFL, really? Those guys, they don't sell any tickets. They don't do this, that. I'm like, what's going on with your events? No one's talking about them. There's no buzz for your events.
Wow.
I'm just being honest, come on.
You are going to get in trouble for this. You know that, lawyer.
I don't care, Brendan. I don't care. You know what, Brendan? I don't care. And you know what? It's going to be a big week for Manchester. Are you going to walk out to Blue Moon? You've got me. I mean, we got Champions League on Saturday. You're a City fan, right? Manchester is blue, yeah?
No. Wrong side, brother. Wrong side, brother. Wrong side.
Yeah, come on. Even for this, you don't cheer for your town? You root against your town in the Champions League final?
If I put a Manchester City shirt on, I don't think half of my family would talk to me again.
Come on. It's your town. It says Manchester on it. It's your town. It's your people.
I don't think you quite understand how deep it gets in Manchester. Like, it gets real deep. Like, you're going to piss a lot of people off by putting on a blue shirt, especially in my family.
Did you watch last weekend?
Yeah, well, I had one eye on it. Yeah, one eye off,
Listen, can I tell you something? I'm no expert. Started off horribly. I thought United fought back. I thought they looked good. I mean, they showed some heart there. They didn't give up. I thought it was going to be like 6-0 after the first 13 seconds.
I mean, yeah, but nobody can mess with City right now. Look at them.
Yeah, they're incredible.
You've got to give them the juice. Come on.
Yeah,
Come on, let's just give.
They're tremendous.
Yeah.
My son is a diehard fan.
In Manchester, we say they're flying.
They are flying, and they're not bottling it like those lads in Arsenal over there. Nottingham Forest flying as well. I don't know if you heard the news. We're staying up, and we're keeping Dean Henderson. So that's big. What about Lionel Messi? Did you see that news today?
I've just seen it today, Miami.
Crazy, right?
What is going on?
People are going to Saudi Arabia and MLS. No in between.
It's just this now, isn't it? This is what we're doing now.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are just chasing the coin. But you can't blame them. They're all getting older. But how much money do you actually want? I mean, what was it? How much is he getting?
He's getting a crap load, but the crazy thing about it is they're giving him a revenue share of the Apple deal, the Apple TV deal, and the Adidas deal as well with MLS. Like, basically what I think happened was Apple, Adidas, MLS, they all came together and like, we need to make this happen so that he comes here and then a rising tide lifts all boats. And I actually think it's brilliant. Messi playing in any venue is going to sell out now, no matter who he's playing with.
True. And the Ronaldo thing did go well over there that I heard with the revenue and stuff. So, they threw their money on the table and it's obviously worked. So, yeah, the business model's not flawed, is it?
Yeah. I would rather be playing in America than Saudi Arabia. That's just me. Call me crazy. So I think he's made the right call. You continue to make the right calls, my friend. Thank you for coming on. Good luck tomorrow night. And, if you want to come out to Blue Moon, I wouldn't hold it against you. I don't know about your family and friends, but I think it would be fitting considering the game on Saturday. Your call.
Ariel, thank you for having me as always, my brother. Thank you.
You're the man. There he is, Brendan Loughnane, the best 145-pounder in the PFL, returning to action on Thursday on the ESPN Family Networks. How long before I get a text message from the from my friends over there? Listen, I root for everyone to succeed. I am rooting for there's no one who wants competition, not because I'm rooting for anyone to, fail or whatever. It's better for the boys in the back. We need options. There needs to be leverage, competition, different outlet. There needs to be all these things. I've been a little bit disappointed. It feels like there's no buildup. Patricio Pitbull, my friends, who I tried to get on the show last week, unfortunately didn't work out, but I'm trying to do my part here. He is fighting for the 135-pound title. Patricio Pitbull is fighting next weekend for the 135-pound title. He could be the first fighter in a major MMA promotion to hold a belt in 3 different weight classes. How many people know about this? Vadim Nemkov. You can make a case right now that the Bellator roster is the best it's ever been. Certainly they're champions. How many people know about that? Are they flying the flag? Are they letting people know about Vadim Nemkov and Johnny Eblin and Yaroslav Amasov and Patchy Mix and all these great fighters on their roster? I don't know. Maybe they need me up there. Anyway, I'm very excited about Chris Weidman returning. Finally, he is back. No, I won't back down. Yet I won't back down. You can turn me up at the gates of... Is it hell or heaven? Hell. He's back 2.5 years later in Boston. Brad Tavares. We speak to him now about this big news. Oh, there he is. Oh, car interview for Chris. Wow.
What's going on?
Wow,
man?
we used to get the podcast set up. Now we get the car interview. Jeez Louise, how the mighty have fallen.
Man, you're a family man. I got CJ's birthday today. He turned 11, so we're out and about doing things for him. So it's not all about Ariel Helwani today,
No,
okay?
actually,
CJ's birthday. It's most importantly.
I love CJ. Forever my star of the week. I'm actually a little bit upset that you even said yes to this interview on his birthday.
He did. I think he might have been a little upset too, but then he was excited when I told him he could crash it. But right now he's in Dix with his mom and brother, so I think it depends on how much shopping they do if he's going to make it back in time.
Okay, all right. Well, whenever he comes back, we'll let you go. Thank you for doing this, and thank you for taking some time out. So we are back, Boston. Did you want this date? Did you ask for this date? Were you ready to come back sooner? How did this all go down?
Yeah, I was ready to come back a little bit sooner, but I don't think there was any plausible opponents based on what the UFC was telling me. I originally was looking to fight Brunson or Hermanson, one of those guys. Both those guys I was told are out, injuries, and just not ready to fight at this point. And the rest of the top 15 guys, I think, were pretty much all booked. So they told me I was going to wait till the 4th of July weekend to see some guys and how they pan out because there's a bunch of middleweights fighting around that time. And so I'd take one of the winners or losers from those fights. And then Mick Maynard Colt with this Brad Tavares matchup. And I was like, you know what? I like it. Let's do it. And Boston, obviously we got an Aljo fighting on that card. So that makes it super exciting to be able to be on that card with my little brother, Sarah Longo brother. Yeah, so I think it's an exciting card to be a part of.
What did you like about the Tavares matchup?
I think he brings enough danger for me to take it very serious, and I got a lot of respect for him, and so it excites me that I'm preparing really hard for this. But it's also not like the worst matchup in the world for me. It's not like I'm coming back into a fight where I got some killer in front of me. I think it's important to kind of work my way back up and do it smart. And I think Brad Tavares, with no disrespect to him, he's a good dude, but a good fighter. I just think there could be worse matchups for me in the top 10, top 15. So I think it's a great matchup to come back to.
Any trepidation at all still about the leg? I mean, are we fully past the leg? You never think about it anymore? Like recovery, like how does it impact your life now?
No, I'm good to go. Obviously, long recovery, lots of drama throughout the whole damn thing. Obviously a way longer layoff than I initially expected. But it all planned, it all happened for a reason. So here we are, and yeah, the pain and everything is good now. Like I'm able to, kicking is no problem. Being kicked in it is no problem. So I'm ready to go.
And
I feel really healthy.
we spoke to you before you were going out to England to do that grappling competition. How did it feel after that?
That was fine. Yeah, I think it was a great opportunity for me to, get a competition in before I actually fight. And the leg still was, healing at that point, still trying to get, it feeling at 100%. And so that just helped me get in shape and take something serious, have a name and a face in front of me to help motivate me to train hard every day. But at the same time, not put myself in a position to get hurt, going to something like that. So it was really good. Really happy about that.
By the way, what was that city that you were in England?
Doncaster, England.
Yeah. What was that
Bro,
like?
I seen some little English kids, like 15-year-old English kids, beating the crap out of some old dude.
What?
Like it was like two or three old dudes. Like guys, I mean, when I say old, I'm talking about maybe like our age, like 40, 40, maybe 45. I guess this guy, like, I don't know, he was with a couple people, were in a car, and the kids were in the street, and a bunch of hoodlums out there, man. And I guess the guy got out of the car to yell at them, and then they just started beating the crap out of him.
What?
And I was like, I started walking towards it. And I was like, I want to try to like break this up and like help out. And he got Tom Lane, who was with me, my buddy. He's now 3-0 pro. He's got his 4th fight coming up actually next week in LFA. So hopefully he becomes 4-0 and get him in the UFC soon. But he was with me and he was yelling at me to stop, stay away from it. It was just right before my grappling match.
Oh man.
But man, yeah, England's a little crazy. Doncaster is definitely. When I told people I was going to Doncaster, everyone in England was like, "Why? Like, what the hell are you going there for?" But I had a good time. I think it was cool. It was a cool experience going out there.
Would you like to do more of those?
People are really nice. Yeah, but I mean, my main focus is fighting.
Yeah.
I want to try to get back into this fight, and I'm not trying to have layoffs. I'm just trying to be as active as possible. I would love to fight this fight and then jump right back into a fight again in November in New York City. Get on MSG. Trying to get some redemption from the TD Garden Arena and also MSG.
I was just gonna say,
taking it all on.
Are we trying to exercise some demons here? Because both those venues haven't been great.
I face my fears, freaking Ariel. I face my fears. The first thing I'm doing in that fight against Brad Tavares is throwing the hardest leg kick of my life.
Are you serious?
Right on his shin bone.
Please don't do that.
I do want to do that.
Why?
I do want to do that.
It's not worth it.
I don't know, because it's like, no, it's worth it. I think it's important for me to face your fears. Like anything that you might be uncomfortable with, just go ahead and do it. Yeah.
Will you talk to your old friend Anderson about how he felt before his return? I know you spoke like at the beginning of all this. I'm wondering if we can get a little rematch here and just talk about like there's going to be some fear, right? Some doubt, no?
Yeah, that's why I need to kick with it quick.
All right, get it out of the way. Fair enough.
Get it out of the system. I just hope Brad Tavares, I hope we're on the same page. He's not allowed to check my first leg. Just let it land, please. And then, all is good after that. May the best man win.
I promise I'm not trying to get you in trouble by asking this, okay? I feel like I have to preface the question, but you're a straight shooter and you're a media member now. How do you feel about the Aljo situation? Because it does feel like he was sort of forced to take this date.
Yeah, I mean, the goal for him was always to win the fight with Cejudo and then to fight Sean O'Malley. But I just don't think he likes the way, and this is me. I'm not speaking, for Aljo. This is just my opinion. I've spoken to him, and I have my own opinions on the thing. But I just think he feels like, without them even asking him about the date and just kind of announcing the fight without a contract being signed or asking him if this date works for you, he feels like a little disrespected by the UFC as a guy who has defended the belt more than anybody else in the bantamweight division. I feel like he's starting to feel like he deserves a little bit more respect and have maybe a little bit more say on when fights take place. I mean, he did just fight. It is a quick turnaround for most champions. So I think he just feels like a little disrespect, and I don't know how much. We'll see if he ends up on the card or not. I don't think anything's signed.
Oh wow!
I know they announced it. I don't know. Now you're getting me. Now you are getting me. Who knows? I'm getting myself in trouble. But who knows? I don't know. Nothing's signed. And Aljo's the type of dude, man. He doesn't like being, I think, forced into things. You know, I don't think he like is just going to go with the flow on something like that. If he feels like he's being taken advantage of, if he feels disrespected, it could backfire. So I don't know what he's going to decide to do, but as of now, he's fighting. I think he's on board, but I think just in the future, I think that's kind of how Aljo feels. Like he just feels like, you know, he deserves a little bit more
As he
respect
should.
than that.
As he should.
And I understand. Yeah, 100%.
Weidman Tavares, new main event, Boston.
Man, what a pathetic pay-per-view main event.
I mean,
no offense to myself, Brett Tavares, but you know, I haven't fought it over 2 years, and I got a lot of prove and earn to get back to a main event on a pay-per-view. That's for sure. We need some title fights.
by the way, and I've said this to you privately, but man, the weigh-in show, the stuff that you're doing, what an addition you have been to the. I'm serious. Like you in DC, I was a little worried that you were going to get fired from the weigh-in show when you said, you know, the worst name that you could possibly say on UFC programming. Ariel Helwani, much respect, much love. I was a little worried about that, but that's the kind of renegade that you are. You march to the beat of your own drum. You've been.
Bro, I'm a freaking renegade. I don't think they're bringing me in for International Fight Week though, so I think it backfired. I think you screwed me. I think you got me fired.
I didn't do anything.
I bet Ariel Helwani. I bet Cormier's face when I brought up Ariel Helwani. That little punk. He just
What a coward.
Stood there. He started sweating. You guys are like best friends.
I know.
I can't defend you. What kind of person is he?
It's although you were kind of giving me crap when you said my name. You were like, "Oh, where you at, Ariel Helwani?" Because you were breaking the Marab news. So it wasn't like you were putting me over.
Yeah.
Just for the record, but it's like.
But I think you're smart enough to you know look right through that. And
sure.
The fact that I'm name dropping you as the guy I'm beating and breaking the news. What does it say about you, Ariel Helwani?
That's true. That's a good point. So
exactly.
Are you?
That's the only point.
Are you a fixture on these? I mean, I know you say internet, but maybe that's because you're fighting. Are you doing Vancouver?
They never no. So they don't do like I'm like the guest guy.
Oh.
You know, they don't do guest guys for international cards. So I will not be there on that weigh-in show in Vancouver. But the guy Zach Candido, he's the producer. He does a great job with this show, man. I love that show. They don't. It's not like this, you know, super high-paying, you know, job that you know I would be able to make a living with at all. But it's a fun. I just have a great time. You know, Dan Helly, Laura Sanko, and DC. I think we got a good rapport with each other, and I like just busting balls like crazy. You know, I love busting balls. I like to get my balls busted, and it's a very laid back, not buttoned up show. So you know, we can drink beers on it. It's pretty cool. I have a great time. As opposed to like some of the other shows, which I don't have a problem with doing, like you know, just being an analyst on the desk. Like you got to do rehearsals, and you got to, you know. It's like you're kind of acting and you already have everything thought out. I like kind of just, you know, speaking from the heart and just letting it come off your chest. Whatever it is. You may say stupid things like Ariel Helwani's name, you know, and get fired. But at the end of the day, it's who you are in the moment. And I think people appreciate just genuine dialogue and conversation, you know, about UFC fights. I would love to do that.
It's the best show that they produce, in my opinion, better than anything because it's so relaxed and you're a great addition. You and DC in particular play off each other very well. It's the closest thing to Inside the NBA, which I think is the best studio show out there, the basketball show with Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal, et cetera, because it's just...
Yeah, I love those guys.
Oh,
man.
It's amazing. They need to keep you on there. I mean, I feel like you've done such a great job. You really elevated it.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I love those guys too because they're super genuine. They're going to say things that most like analyst guys aren't going to be able to say, and they get away with it because they're athletes. And I also think that's how everybody should be, just more genuine, not so polished and fake. I can't stand it.
Yeah,
Ariel Helwani.
What?
You can't be perfect all the time.
That's true. You're right. It's 100%. I need to let my guard down a little bit.
You got to change your game.
By the way,
I'm kidding. You're awesome. You know that.
Thank you, Chris. Please tell that to Matt Serra. He's talking a lot of shit about me these days, and I don't like it. You know, I don't want to get you involved in all of it, but it's just like...
Why? What happened?
Well, you know, I think what happened was, you know, he left cornering, and you guys kept winning, and we found out that Ray was the real star of the operation, so he had to come back and kind of reassert himself. I think that's what happened.
Bro,
that's what
that is not true at all. Like, are you joking? That's dirty to say. That's
what? No.
you consider yourself a good human being, a principled, moral human being?
No, I was
Is
just
this
saying
the way
he
you
left
twist
and you guys
someone's
kept.
life upside down?
Oh, have you heard the things that he said about me? Very mean stuff.
No, that's
said he
what
wanted
I
to punch
asked.
me.
I didn't
Said he wanted to punch me.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If I can understand that after what you just said.
He said it first.
Like,
he said it first. How could he have said
that is a punchable thing. What you just said.
He said it first. I'm just responding to the thing. You can't. You can't go backwards here.
But he definitely wants to punch you after what you just said. That was.
But I mean, he said it first.
What did you say before that?
Nothing.
What did he say first? What did he say first?
He's talking about 2016 when he did some sort of comedy act after I got, escorted from the building, and he's like, "Oh, Ariel's so sensitive." I'm like, "Bro, it happened 7 years ago. What are you doing? Like, why are we still talking about this? Still talking about this 7 years? You got nothing else to talk about?"
All right. Well, listen, I don't know the ins and outs of all your guys' drama.
I went to eat with his family.
He's such a good dude, man. He's a good family man. He's a great coach. He's honestly the funniest human being I've ever been around in my life, and I've been around like some of these famous stand-up comedians who are super funny, when they put things together. But when you're around him, it's a constant show. It's like, you don't talk, you just listen and you just laugh. So I love the guy to death, and I love you too. So I hope you guys can figure this out.
Yeah, I was very hurt. I was very hurt. No, but I said I don't want him to get in between us. That's what I was saying. That's all I was saying, because I saw the comments just a couple of days ago with Brendan Shaw.
Yeah, but also what you're doing is also trying to divide and conquer with Sarah and Longo. Sarah and Longo, they go together. Yeah, because when you're trying to make Longo the star of the show, you're separating.
I love Ray Longo. No, but he did leave. Did he not leave? Is that not a fact?
Did he not leave what? He left Aljo's corner because they had some drama.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm saying. So
he was in Barab's corner.
That's what I'm saying. So then when Aljo started, he came back to, get the shine. That's all. I mean, is that...
He didn't come back. No, he didn't come back to get the shine. He came back because Aljo asked him to come back. Aljo went down to his gym and had a talk with him and said how important it would be for him to have Sarah in his corner again, because he felt like, especially fighting so close in New York, he wanted to feel like the old times and feel everybody kind of come together. And look, it ended up working out. It was a great feel, in the corner and also backstage and everything. I was there. Super happy for them.
No, I'm us New Yorkers, we like to bust balls. That's all.
Don't make me location based. Don't let me throw your location out there.
Listen,
so you start having a shake. You're gonna start shaking.
Listen, I'm the one here almost dying because of this.
Don't have an asthma attack when I tell people what state you live in.
I'm gonna have an asthma attack because of this air quality. You're living good down there in the South. You hear about what's going on here in New York?
Oh, now you're gonna just put my location out there like that?
I said the South.
What's going on in New York?
I said the South. Oh, you didn't.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
There's the. You didn't hear about this? Man, you've really checked out, huh? You must eat like South Carolina bagels.
It's getting hot out here in beautiful sunny Carolinas.
Look, there's wildfires in Quebec coming down here. The air quality, the sky is orange in New York. Have you heard about this? They've canceled.
I actually haven't.
Oh, it's crazy! Wow, you don't have.
Are we talking about New York City, or
New York
are we talking
City.
about like? Really?
The sky is orange.
So Canada has now started a fire that's taking over New York.
Yes.
That's freaking something else. That's something else. Peaceful Canada.
You walk outside. You walk outside and you can't even breathe. Never seen this before. Never experienced this. And I'm in New York.
So honestly, like where you're living right now, somewhere in that region,
yes.
You actually go outside and you could feel a difference in the air quality.
You feel like you're in a forest and there's like a fire 10 feet away from you.
Stop. You have smoke out outside your house.
My kids' soccer canceled. What? They called us in the middle and said, you have to come pick up the kids. The sky at 4:00 yesterday was completely orange. You've not heard about this? Where have you been?
I have not. Bro, I don't really watch the news,
No, I know. We don't need to get into all that. Yeah, that's
let's not get into it. I don't want to remind you of all the things you've been wrong on in your last,
Wow. We're going to get into that. Listen, it's a good thing I have
all the people know where Ariel Helwani sits.
Listen, it's a good thing I have a couple of masks in my back pocket because of this air situation. I mean, it's saving my life.
And you also have Bud Lights in your back pocket. That's for sure.
Wait, Bud Lights? What is that? I don't understand that.
Oh, God. Oh, man. That's enough is enough.
What's happening with Bud Light?
Are you serious? I know what you're doing. This is the top journalist just coming out.
No, I swear.
You went and bought Bud Light from Target. I know you did.
What? What is he talking about? Bud Light's from Target.
All right. And you're telling me I don't like I feel bad that I don't know that New York is burning right now.
Yes.
But you should feel bad that you are clueless on the Bud Light Target thing.
Should I look this up? Is this something I should
We'll
Google?
explain to you
probably
later.
should.
I should not look it up?
Thank you. There's a smart producer in there that actually has some general knowledge of what's going on in this world.
I feel like, by the way, if there's one thing I should know
Your
about...
the news cycle that you're obsessed with that just keeps playing over and over on your feeds doesn't really portray the truth of what's going on in this world.
No.
I have a well-balanced news cycle.
By the way, I feel like we just established who has the well-balanced news cycle. My news is about the health and the atmosphere and the sky and the air quality. Your news is some bullshit conspiracy.
No, your news is based on where you live, and I don't live there right now. So because you're choking when you go outside, your phone's like, hey, Ariel, the reason why you're choking is because Canada is burning down New York right now. I don't get that news.
No
out here.
family?
You got to see the skies out here, just blue.
No family in New York
Carolina
anymore?
Blue. No, my cousin and my brother lives in Connecticut. So my cousin's the last one on Long Island. Bro, I got some big news. I don't know if I can say it though.
Go.
But
we need some news.
No, never mind.
Well, come on.
No, I got my cousin. One cousin lives in Baldwin still, and I got my brother who lives in Connecticut. But it's crazy, man. The Weidmans are pretty much off Long Island, and this is a family that never thought they were going to leave. I miss Long Island. Every time I go back, I miss all my friends and like the team. Being in that gym environment, the coaches, obviously. But life is good down here in the Carolinas.
Wait, what's the news? You can't just move on from that.
Oh no, it's nothing serious.
Please.
It's just breaking MMA news.
What?
We think John Vellante might be getting a physical education position here pretty soon in my alma mater.
Whoa, Hofstra?
No. Baldwin High School.
Wow.
Baldwin High School.
Okay.
There's news on the street. I don't think it's official yet, so I don't want to. That's why I just don't want to. If he loses the job because I talked to you about it, that could have. I got this guy this job. I got this guy his freaking his lifelong dream of a job. Football coach, wrestling coach, and phys ed teacher. Great paying, great district, tough kids. It's where I'm from. I love it there. So, that was just me having a. Thinking about that. Let's talk about something else.
Okay. Wow. All right. And by the way, I just want to remind everyone before we say goodbye to Chris because he's got some birthday festivities. No, I'm nervous. This is why I'm talking so fast because I'm afraid that you're gonna get mad at me for taking. First you got mad at me about the Sarah thing, which is a little bit uncomfortable. I think was that our first? Was that our first fight? I feel like that was our first fight.
That might have been our first fight. We've had some we've bickered.
Oh, we have. Yes. What? I forgot.
You can't come at. Yo, listen. I would.
I'm not trying to go back to this.
I would. You know what I would pay for?
Oh, here we go.
Is to see you, and I don't want anybody being hurt in this altercation. But you and Matt just going at it. Battle of the wits.
Oh, anytime.
That dude is so witty. I think, but it needs to be in person. It needs to be like one camera guy. And it has to be out of nowhere. Like he has to, you guys just have to bump into each other because I think he's got you crushed. If you guys just bump into each other out of nowhere, and there's an altercation, there's a verbal altercation. I think Matt throws you around. It's gonna look like Mark Lehman on the Ultimate Fighter show.
Oh, that was
circa 2006.
That's a great reference that I think half the audience has no idea. That's pretty sad. By the way. Do you think his daddy will let him do it?
Where's my old MMA fans?
His daddy won't let him do it. I don't think his daddy would let him do it. So that's problem number one. Number two, you
better stop coming at.
I only asked for one thing. I only asked for one thing. One stipulation. One stipulation.
I'm not that good talking on my feet. I'm not that good at confrontation. So don't come at me like this. That's messed up.
One stipulation. I only ask. I'll do it anytime, any place, unannounced. Any platform, even UFC filtered his great podcast, quote unquote.
No. It needs to be in person. It needs to be. I need to set this up. I need to just ask you to come somewhere, and then ask you to come somewhere, and you guys are just there, and I need to run away because if Matt gets pissed at me, I'm out.
That's fine. Just one stipulation.
I want no beef.
I just asked for one thing beforehand. We do some PD testing beforehand. That's all. That's all I ask. That's all I ask.
Yeah, you don't stop.
That's all I ask.
Yo. I mean, he's going to tell you he's not fast, and he's very open about being on testosterone. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Like, want anything?
No, I'm not on anything. No.
We could tell.
I don't want to look like a bowling ball. You know, I'm good. I'm good here. Au natural. All right.
Matt's pretty jacked.
Yeah, I know.
So
that's yeah.
He's jacked.
Yeah. He's got more juice than
healthy,
Tropicana.
He works out hard. All right, yo, listen. No more Matt talk. All right, no more Matt talk. Come over there. I'm gonna have to slap you, man. I just get when I start getting beat in a battle of wits, some type of in a confrontation, I just have to get physical.
Okay.
Right,
that's not good. I don't want that. By the way,
kidding.
Speaking of superhuman things, I saw you with the Rubik's Cube. That can't be true, right?
I wish I had it in the car right now.
That's such a fake. What was that? An AI thing? We're showing the video right now. There's no way you could do this in under a minute. There's
AI thing?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. No, man. When you have a bunch of surgeries, there's certain things that you allow your brain to start, understanding. And one of them for me was like, wow, I'm actually a genius. I pulled out the Rubik's Cube and I started looking at it. I just saw things different than most people, and I was able to solve it. Now I'm on track right now to maybe be in a competition.
Really?
Later this year.
There are competitions.
There's tons of competitions. Yeah, I'm not that good at it. I'm just kidding. I could solve it though anytime. I could solve it under a minute pretty religiously.
Yeah, that's incredible. Like one out of the box. Like that's out of the box will be set. But like if I just went and then you really
100%. Yeah, you could do whatever you want with that thing and hand it to me. I got a minute. Worst case scenario, minute and a half. Yeah, it's done.
What's the secret?
It's just algorithms. It's like you start learning. It's just memorization of algorithms, really.
Look at you.
Algorithms. It gets tricky at some points during it, but it's just kind of like maybe 5-6 different algorithms that you got to kind of memorize, and then you got to know when to use them. It just takes time, really, to kind of figure that out. And I had some time on my hands getting into it, so now I get to make people think I'm actually smart. So it's pretty cool. I mean, I did get my master's degree. You know that, right?
When?
So, I mean, a long time ago.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I feel like I feel like I've boasted about that before.
Sure.
In a funny way.
Yeah. By the way, the ESPN doc about you, is that coming out before the fight?
So I thought it was coming out before the fight, but I think what they're trying to do, and I think I could announce it, that I think they're going to actually premiere it after my fight before the New York City card. Was it UFC 295?
Yeah, whatever. The November 11th
hopefully I'm
one.
fighting on that too.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think what they're going to, in New York City, I think they're going to do a big premiere. I think ESPN's going to be spending some good money on doing it right. And so they're going to have all the footage from, my whole time off, all the issues I went through with surgeries and other hospitalizations, all this other stuff that went down. They have all the footage from my actual leg break. They'll have all the footage from my comeback fight with Brad Davies, and then they'll put together something really good. And they'll premiere it right before the MSG card. I think the goal now. Yo, let me tell you something. So me and DC were with each other again recently. I went down to California to do a Monster Energy appearance with him. And we streamed on Twitch playing the EA Sports UFC game. And it was like a collaboration between Monster Energy and EA Sports. And so they asked me before, the producers asked me, hey, are you okay with us showing your leg break? And then maybe you talking through it. I go, yeah. Like I kind of forced myself to watch that a bunch of times already, like a long time ago. So I don't mind. I'm tagged in it every day. So they put it on, and I'm used to seeing the same version of it. Like maybe there's like 2 different views. They have a view of it that I've never seen before, and it is insane. You actually, because I know my bones came out of my leg. I seen it myself, but you don't ever see it on camera. They actually have it to where you see the backside of my calf where it wraps around the leg, and then the 2 bones shoot out, and blood and everything shoots out, and then I fall back down. I did not ever see that. I didn't think that angle ever existed. And then I'm watching Twitch live, and I'm like, what the hell? That's crazy. It's pretty nuts. So I'm sure on the documentary they'll have that.
And you saw that on the air for the first time.
You've never seen anything like that before. I've never seen anything like that before. Like a leg actually shatter where you see the bones just pop right through the skin and blood and everything. I can't believe what that looked like.
What does that do to you when you see that?
I can't believe I've been through that. I'm coming back and I feel as good as I am, man. I'm turning 39, man. I'm going to be 39. Still looking fine.
You look tremendous.
Yeah. just a little bit more gray hair. But I feel good, man. I feel great, and I'm excited to come back and take a fight at a time. But I want to climb up those rankings and get to a title fight.
And by the way, Izzy's looking for some fresh blood. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here and get crazy, but they're circling, the same dudes.
Listen, so. that's the dream, man. Now, listen, no one's accomplished what I've accomplished in the middleweight division besides Israel Adesanya, as far as title defenses and all that. So I love that matchup. I think once people see me back out there and see that I'm not like this old bum at this point, and they see I have some serious threats to bring to the table, and I believe I'm a really bad matchup for him. But I have to prove that, and so until then, I'll shut my mouth.
Yes,
and just go out there and prove it against Brad Tavares. I think they'll see enough in that fight where they'll believe.
Izzy and Anderson, right? I mean, we have to. You said no one has accomplished. I mean, Anderson accomplished a lot at 180.
And who's left in the UFC?
Okay. Yeah,
I'm talking about the two guys in the UFC right now, current UFC fighters.
Got it. Because there would be like, what? Yeah, what is he talking about?
Please, man. I mean, I just got to get to the point where I don't care what any of these guys say, whether you consider them haters or they're being real and it's their opinion. Either way, it's not nice. Some of the things that people say, yeah. So it is what it is. Come at me or not. I love you guys. And I also have to say, man, I appreciate all the support I've had with this leg break and everything. It's been humbling, and it's been a long road. And it was nice to see a lot of the support kind of carry on throughout the process. And you also, with this much time off, you start kind of seeing what it's like to not be a fighter anymore. Less people talking about you. You're not as relevant anymore. Less people recognizing you. You kind of see a little bit of what it's going to be like after fighting. At the end of the day, we're all dust, right? So at the end of the day, we're all not going to turn to nothing, and people are going to forget you at some point in time. But it was good to see it play out a little bit this time off, because the comeback, I'm not taking it for granted. Coming back and fighting the UFC, and I'm excited to make the most of it and enjoy the remainder of my career as much as I possibly can.
Did it make you start? Did it make you start to think about what you will do when you are done fighting? And if so, do you have a plan?
I mean, listen, I got some real estate properties and stuff like that. I got 3 rental properties. I like the real estate investment thing. So that could be something. But I got something on the horizon right now with just a supplement company, like an all natural, anti-inflammatory, anti-pain supplement company, and it's basically the stuff that I've tried, and it just made me feel so much better. It's like I can't talk about it that much right now. I'll just leave it at that. But I could see myself really diving into that, being passionate about it, because man, I have 30 surgeries. I've had a lot of pain. I deal with a lot of pain, and my parents, a lot of my family has arthritis and stuff like that, and a lot of people have to just suffer through pain as they get older. And I found some all natural stuff that really helps with inflammation and pain, and it doesn't mess up your gut like anti-inflammatories do, Advil and Opium or whatever, or is strong anti-inflammatories. But this stuff gives you relief, and it's all natural. So I'm in a process of trying to get something going with that, because I really would love to be able to help people out and help deal with their pain.
I love it. By the way, are you going to train in New York for this fight, or how does that go?
But yeah, I'm definitely going to Sarah's for sure.
Why are you trying? I mean, I feel like you're really trying to create a rift between us here. I come in peace. I mean, I've been. Who has championed the Sarah Longo cause?
Trying to project issues.
Look at this. Who has been more of a supporter?
Let me answer your question. Yes, I'm definitely going to New York for at least a week. I think Longo's going to come out for sure to the Carolinas as well. And so Longo's actually been watching Brad Tavares' fights. He even showed me a picture of him doing it as proof, because I didn't believe it. And it's funny. So ESPN just was out here doing a documentary on Longo.
What?
I don't know if you facilitated that whole thing.
No,
but it's a documentary on Longo, which is pretty cool. So I just got done doing interviews about him, and then they did the countdown actually for this review for my fight with Brett Davies, which is, I mean, we're 11 weeks out, so it was pretty crazy to
Already?
get that show. So yeah, so quick, yeah. I guess they just figured to kill two birds with one stone. Yeah, so Longo's going to be coming out, and I'll be going down there. The guy I'm working at Jeff Jimmo's gym out here. He trains Brian Barberina, a bunch of young up and coming guys who are super tough. He had Holtzman, who was one of his guys. He's a great trainer, so he's helping me out when I'm here, and then and he's been super good. And then but Longo and Matt are my guys, so it's good. We're in the midst of trying to create a nice little camp for ourselves.
Well, this has been a fantastic chat. I was trying to prolong it so that I could say happy birthday to the birthday boy, but this has been a long shopping spree at Dick's, which is a great place. Shout out to Dick's. My kids love it there too. They've got everything there. I mean, you could buy like a fishing pole and soccer cleats and a baseball. You could buy everything there. It's unbelievable. It's like a kid sporting heaven.
I love it. And Golf Galaxy is attached to it. And I'm super into golf right now.
Yeah, you and DC. Who's the better golfer?
I'm the better golfer.
Okay.
Humbly.
What's your handicap?
Let me tell you something. I might as well break the news now.
Oh.
To you. So listen to this. So my handicap's at 19.1. It was like a 17.8. I started going the other way a little bit, but I got my stroke kind of looking better now. I feel better with my swing. So I think it's gonna start looking better. But anyway, so this Monster Energy appearance, DC, every time we travel somewhere, DC wants to play golf, right? And I want to play golf too, so it's great. And he has some connection with somebody where we get on these crazy golf courses. So he calls me up, he goes, bro, when are you going to be in California? Tell me, when you're arriving and whatever. He's like, yo, I could get us on the Riviera. Riviera is like Tiger Woods' favorite golf club. It's super hard to get on. It's a very expensive club. It's private members only. He goes, bro, we can get on, but the only issue is he didn't say the only issue is, he was like, what? Rockhold has to come with us because Rockhold is the one that's friends. He's friends with the member of the club. This guy, Royce Rio, who's an awesome guy too. And I was like, you know what? I gotta just, any issues I've ever had with Rockhold at this point, just it is what it is. It's probably me just being salty that I lost to him. So I played golf with Rockhold.
Wow.
And Royce and DC.
What was that like?
Yeah. At this awesome, it was cool. It was good.
It wasn't awkward?
I was having a really off day with my swing, and I was getting the two caddies we had with us. They were giving me advice. It was getting in my head. I played off, but no, it was cool. It was cool with actually Rockhold. We always kind of got along. I feel like I get along with anybody. I've never really had bad blood, but he said some stupid things in the past, but I don't really hold grudges. I just wanted to really get that win back. I really wanted to fight him. I felt like that wasn't the best version of myself that day, and it sucks, and I got to live with it. And he could sometimes come off as like a little bit of a douche, So it's just a tough pill to swallow. But at the end of the day, he did beat my ass that day, and that's the fact. I can't change it. But yeah, I was like, I can't. I want to play on Riviera, and whatever. Any issues I have, I just got sucked up. And it was cool. It was good. It was good. It was like therapy.
Was that the first time you talked to him since, like, I don't know, the build up to your fight?
So I don't know. I think we might have been around each other a couple of times, but not really like talk.
Wow.
Like talking to him, I think it might have been the first time in a long time.
That's nice. I like that. That warms my heart. Well, this is great stuff. Thank you for coming on. Welcome back. This is going to be great. You're going to come back to Won't Back Down, right? I mean, you have to.
I have to.
Yeah.
I have to.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. And by the way, happy early Chris Weidman Day coming up next month, July 17th, I do believe, right?
Yeah. I feel, Aljo's got a day now in Nassau County.
Yeah, he does.
And,
well, you feel like everyone's
he heavily promotes it.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, I never heavily promoted it. I feel like I let a lot on the table. I left a lot on the table. I should have been heavily promoted my day too.
It's not too late.
July 17th, guys. Yeah, no, I'm just going to start. I got to do better on social media.
Actually,
July 17th, guys. Make sure you celebrate.
Next month, 10-year anniversary. Was it not 2013?
Yeah, you're right. That's crazy. That was 2013, July 6th. Yeah, 2013.
Crazy. 10 years.
That really is crazy, man. That really is crazy. Yeah, man. It's been some ride. It's been some ride. I'm super grateful for everything. So
Much love, Chris. Welcome back. Thanks for the time as always. Good luck in training, and can't wait for August 19th.
yeah, and just keep that same energy when you see Sarah in person.
Come on, dog.
Keep that same energy.
Okay, what same energy? Don't listen. I don't start, but I finish.
Sit down when I'm talking to you.
I don't start, but I finish. He started.
Sit your ass
I
down.
haven't said Matt
Sit your
Serra's
ass
name
down.
since 2011. All right, he started it. I see some clips being sent to me.
And wait, so the first time you brought his name up again was just on this interview?
Yeah, I mean, why would I mention someone who's not cornering fighters?
Yeah.
Stop it. Stop.
All right, man.
All right, love
All
you.
right.
Stop trying to bring
That's
it up.
a good
By
one.
the way,
It's your show.
By the way, for the record, you brought it up twice after I tried to move on. So let the people know that. I mean, I was trying to.
Yeah, because I'm not. I was trying to like somehow feel better about the situation, but it keeps getting worse. It keeps backfiring on me.
Thanks, Chris.
All right,
Take
man.
care.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. All right,
Always.
take care.
There he is, the one and only Chris Weidman joining us. What a guy. And, no beef here.
Man, look at that window behind you.
Wow. Did you change the color of it?
It's really bad.
That's what
out
it looks
here
like
in New York City, man.
Yeah. Wow.
That's a fake window.
Wow. Here, Gareth. Look at this. It's horrible out there. I can't even imagine what Gareth is doing back there. Yeah, I see something.
It's apocalyptic, dude. It's like actually like it's gotten so bad.
It's gone bad?
Oh yeah.
Do we have to sleep here tonight?
Yeah, for sure.
For fuck's sake. Wow, I had no idea. Well, actually, I did know because they've canceled a whole bunch of stuff, but it's gotten worse, is what you're saying.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm getting some crazy pictures. I mean, just go look at the videos online.
Oh my God, I
Looks
see
like
it.
it looks like a Matt Damon movie.
They're playing. The Yankees are playing right now.
Really?
How's
wow,
that possible?
That's real life apocalyptic.
Oh no,
I mean, you
actually,
can
this is
still
from
go out
yesterday.
there.
Oh, you could go out there, but it's like be
Sketchy,
careful.
Yeah.
All
I think
right.
it's 324 right now on the air index.
324. It was like 178 yesterday.
That's what NYC ABC just tweeted. Hazardous to health to go outside now.
Jesus.
He's like, there's a picture of the garden, and it's just like,
Wait, did you guys really change the thing back here?
yeah,
That is amazing.
that's how bad it is, man. And I'm not kidding. Go out in the halls; it kind of smells smoky in the halls.
Oh,
That's how bad it is.
all right. Well, I hope everyone is safe and sound. Go inside and just watch this show because we've got a great interview coming up for all of you right now. I'm so excited about this. Let's not waste any time. Like I said, a big boxing event going down in New York, and that means all the big media stars are out. And we've got my old friend Gareth Davies, who I have not seen in quite some time, but we've been all over the world together. Is he here? Yes, he is. The international man of mystery. Wow, you brought your lunch?
Yeah.
Look at this
How are
guy.
you?
Oh my God. I hardly recognize you. Wow, look at you. This is
Look at
something.
you.
The Warlock, Kung Fu Panda,
All of those
all
things.
of those things.
All those
Did you bring a hamburger
transmogrifications.
here? What is going
No,
on?
there was a kind of like Ariel Helwani show style packed lunch around the corner.
There was, okay.
It's warm in here.
It is warm. I like
Do you know
it
what?
toasty. I like it toasty.
Do you know what? I'm going to take my jacket off actually because we're
Okay.
going to be in here for a while.
Yeah,
and
we
we
will.
might even fight today.
We have a lot to discuss. Look at Gareth. Wow. How much do you weigh right now?
About 175.
And at your biggest, how much did you weigh?
220.
220.
Yeah.
I thought more. No? But you were always very flexible.
Yeah, well, I was always that was where the Kung Fu
You always had the high kicks. And
Yeah,
everything. Wow,
exactly.
So you smell fantastic, by the way.
Thank you. You
How is
smell
it out
pretty
there?
good yourself.
Well, thank you.
This is
It's-
very homoerotic for this
No, I'm just
early
saying.
in the afternoon.
You look fantastic. You smell fantastic. What is it like out there?
It's like
was I
end
right?
of days. It's perfect Warlock weather.
Is it?
We're breathing in all that soot. I was with my girlfriend Julie. We were cycling down from.
Did you cycle?
Yeah, we did cycle.
In
You
the midst
warned
of
me
this?
this morning.
I did, yeah.
That my children have got their masks on the way to school.
Yes.
You're beautiful children. No, we're here for 5 days, and you
it
just clear your throat, don't you? Basically.
Yeah.
But it is very weird. It feels like it's going to rain.
Okay.
But it is Armageddon-like out there.
When's the last time you were in New York?
I want to say last April. I did see you then.
The Katie Taylor.
Amanda Serrano, yeah.
With IFL TV. That was fun, right? Remember that?
Oh, God, yeah. We've done a lot of skits down the years.
You were rocking the Michael Jackson jacket before Sean O'Malley was rocking it. I mean, you looked fantastic. You're doing such great things. Right now you're working for the Daily Telegraph, Talk Sport, William Hill. You just announced that you'll be doing a show for Boxing Social.
Yeah.
I enjoy their stuff very much. The young lads over there, you're probably the elder statesman on the crew over there, right?
Elder, I'm like the granddaddy.
Yeah.
You know? Listen, I've known you nearly 20 years, and boy to man to brilliantly famous
that's
journalist.
Very kind of you. I thought I would see you in Ireland.
Again, I was working in the studio. Like, when you've got a studio job, you don't go. If people want to pay you, you go. It's kind of... Since we started doing this, I mean, I've known you since about 2005, 2006.
What a journey.
What a journey, when you were getting kind of grabbed, had your collar felt by people like Rampage Jackson. Do you remember all these mad days?
Yes,
We've done some mad shit.
Yeah.
Can we swear on the show?
Yeah, go ahead.
We've done some fucking mad shit.
Yes.
You know, and I don't know, it's kind of calmed down a little bit. But
you feel that way?
Yeah, well, we got older.
Well, we got older, yes.
We got older.
Maybe we've calmed down.
Oh, there's been a few nights when we don't.
Yes.
No, but I think the UFC's more corporate than it was when we were first getting involved. I couldn't believe seeing you interview Chris Weidman then. He's like a granddaddy.
I know, right?
Why is he coming back?
Yeah.
Money.
Yeah.
To buy another rental property or to, you know, the older you get, you're in your 40s now?
40, yeah.
The older you get, the more you are concerned about people fighting. Because you feel it in your own body, and we're not even fighting. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know you learned to ride a bicycle about 15 years ago.
Yes.
I remember
that
with
one
John
time
Beer.
with John Beer. Shout out to our good friend who texted me this morning when he found out you were on, and he was delighted. That's the only time I've ever rode a bike, by the way. I still don't know how.
I know, it's so weird, that video. Go and watch it. Where's the camera? Where? Go and watch Ariel with John Beer riding a bike. It was in Central Park.
Central Park, that's right.
I mean, I've ridden Central Park today, and when Julie and I were going up the hills, I was thinking, I remember Ariel getting on a bike. I thought it was a skit, first of all, and that you were joking that you couldn't ride a bike. Because
that's true.
You and I and John Beer, to mention him, he's a lefty, he's a former boxer, a lunatic.
Yes.
I've had many lunatic nights out in New York. I used to stay in John's Playboy flat. Now he's married with a beautiful family. I think he's living in Hawaii.
Hawaii and LA.
And LA, yeah. I think was he your publicist at one time? He's doing
just a very good friend, but he was a publicist. Yeah. He still is.
Yeah, he's a brilliant guy, and we had some wild nights, me and John, but he brought me to your house in Brooklyn years ago. Do you remember? And your wife got loads of money out of me for jewellery.
Yeah, right. Yes, that was great. That was great. Who was the jewellery for? That was for at the time?
It was for my daughters and my ex-wife.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Do you remember the time we went to Oxford Union for the Dana White?
You know, I didn't want to bring it up,
Go on,
but now
bring it up.
Okay, well,
because you love it. You've been living off this story.
It's one of the great stories. It's one of the great stories of the history story. First, let me just say, like, you know, there's a lot of new fans who watch UFC. Like, even, you know, I was joking about Weidman just there, where he mentioned the Mark Lehman, Matt Serra moment from Tough 3. A lot of the people watching this now don't even know what Tough 3 is, don't even know who Mark Lehman is, don't know who Matt Serra, and that kind of bums me out. The UFC and MMA in the UK and Europe is so popular, and you were the first guy. Like, people try to say, oh, to me, I wasn't the first guy. There were people like Josh Gross and Greg Savage and Loretta Hunt here, but in Europe, you were the first guy. Like, to me, it was Gareth Davies in Europe. That was it. And you were the only guy for a long time. Like, the first time you started, you were the boxing guy who then finally gave love to this cage fighting crazy MMA thing. And to me, I credit you, I credit Ant Evans, I credit Marshall Zalaznik, and I credit Michael Bisping. Like, to me, you are the Mount Rushmore.
Bit of Dan Hardy in there as well.
Dan Hardy, 1,000%, 1,000,000%.
Talking about Canada this weekend, GSP, fought GSP, New Jersey, across the river.
Yeah, 2011.
The weird thing is, you know, and I've been a journalist. I mean, you and I are proper journalists, no one else is. You know, we've been involved in journalism a long time, and I think both of us, without kind of comparing ourselves, we've always brought serious journalism in a different way. We've both got our own styles of doing it. And I think, you know, you've done brilliantly in the way you've done it. But I think, you know, I work still for a broadsheet blue chip newspaper, the Daily Telegraph, or the Telegraph Media Group. And they were such unlikely bedfellows for this cage fighting, this dirty cage fighting, which people were watching on little DVD or cassettes in the early 90s like it was soft porn under their beds that they shouldn't have been watching. Do you know what I mean? Because it was dirty cage fighting at the time. And I think in 2005, 2006, as you say, Marshall Zelazny and Tevens, a UFC office in the UK, revolutionised and transformed the way MMA was viewed there. Cage Warriors was obviously a thing at the time, but mixed martial arts, which a lot of people call the UFC at the time, was a very raw product. And I think they did a brilliant job, and they liked the way, as you like, that I enjoy storytelling. I enjoy the narrative of fighters. It's one of the things that keeps me in this after 33 odd years, that there are still amazing stories, incredible lives, and you feel inspired by those stories. And very often the fighters can't tell them as well as we can in the beginning. And it's one of the reasons why they give us so much love. You get it from fighters because they have the platform to tell their stories. And then when they get the love back, they realise they're inspiring loads of people. Anyway, the UFC found a bedfellow in the Telegraph. So at the time in the early 2000s, there was always a banker at a dinner or a lawyer at a dinner or a judge at a dinner, you know, in someone's house that was like absolutely bonkers about MMA. They were into fitness, they were into fighting. And I think now there's a whole legion of, you know, all the tabloids, the red tops cover the sport. But at the time, I remember being pilloried for covering it.
Really?
You've got, I think, you're a tall poppy. I think I'm a tall poppy. I'll always be pilloried for what I wear, what colour my glasses are, what jewellery I wear, what I say, whether I'm a fanboy of Tyson Fury. Nah, you're just doing your fucking job. And that's it. And for a long time, you just do your job. And you're either good at it, you either succeed in it, you either leave certain aspects of it. And I think even now, I mean, and you picked it apart in microscopic detail, I think one of the things that, and it's a serious thing, this, when Dana White and his wife had a family altercation earlier in the year and he slapped her over in the New Year party and you went over it in forensic detail, it didn't really make news in the UK. And I think it was a sign for me that MMA still has a long way to go before it's huge news, before it's true mainstream news. Because even then with the Telegraph, MMA and the UFC crept in through the back door. It crept in through the back door in America in lots of ways as well. And it is on the mainstream landscape, but it's a very crowded sports landscape. And I think it's still the scruffy cousin in some ways. I don't know if you agree with me on any of this.
No, 100%.
And I'm talking about this not as someone that wants to create headlines about it. It's just, I think I'm a bit of a misfit. I think you're a bit of a misfit, you know? We're misfits in the mainstream. And I think fight sports is a misfit in the mainstream as well.
And if it is right now, that scruffy cousin, misfit, etc., I mean, in 2005... it was like, it wasn't even like a dot on the radar. What year was it when you started covering it? Like
2005, late 2005.
What was the first event that you went to?
Michael Bisping in New Jersey against Rashad Evans.
Oh, UFC 78.
UFC 78.
You know what's crazy about that? That's the first time I bought a ticket and went to. I was sitting in the rafters.
That was my first event, and I was Ant Evans, brilliant Ant Evans, who works with you, I think.
Yeah, we do some stuff on the YouTube channel. Yeah,
he was. I mean, He'll forgive me for saying this, but he's brilliantly Machiavellian. and I mean,
that a compliment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
God,
okay.
yeah. No, he's such a brilliant thinker on fight sports. I think he's one of the, I'd say he's in the top 10 in the world. If you want to go to someone for a plan in fight sports, he'll know. He's top 10 in the world.
Yeah.
He could promote. He could have promoted. He could be the matchmaker for the UFC. He could have promoted for the UFC.
I agree.
Absolutely brilliant brain on fight sports. But
he reaches out to you in 2005.
Yeah, he reaches out and says,
you know
I love
anything?
the way you write about fighters. I love the way you delve into people's stories. Always go narrow and deep, you know? We won't get very far today. We'd have to go... You know, it's like when you and I meet and we have a coffee.
Yeah.
We chat for 45 minutes and we get that far, don't we?
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to do here because I want people to know about how far you go with this sport and how long you've been around. Obviously, I feel like these days you're more... of a boxing guy, like I don't see you.
I'm just a hustler.
You're a hustler.
Ariel.
Respect.
You're hustle. You're free to hustle now. You're not under the auspices of ESPN. I'm under the auspices of a lot of bodies, but I'm a fight sports hustler. I know my shit. I do know my shit. And we get in the prism of social media today, in the echo chamber that exists. Everybody wants to talk about. I mean, I don't read all the comments, but sometimes I do, and that's where people don't realise how long you've been doing it. You know, you learn in the fight industry, there are certain wisdoms. You either know them or you don't. You know whether you belong or you don't. Like fighters, I suppose we don't know when our time's up either. But if you understand fighters, if you understand the fight sports industry, if you understand the creativity of it, you belong. You know, you wouldn't still be doing this after 20 years if you didn't belong, you know? And I think I keep an eye on MMA. I mean, I worked with the UFC up till 2017, so it was about 11, 12 years. I did the TV, I watched the guys. I used to work on ESPN Deuce, as they called it, with John Anik, Kenny Florian, Randy Couture.
That's right.
Franklin the late, great Stephan Bonnet. Oh, my God, I got some stories with him, but I can't tell them today.
Yeah.
Like mad stories. I've told you the stories before, but I can't tell them on air.
Franklin McNeil.
Franklin McNeil. Oh, my God, Franklin
legend.
McNeil from New Jersey.
Yes.
Like, he was amazing. The journo from ESPN.
Yeah.
Look, like, back in the day, it was so back in the day. And, again, Kieran Portley.
Yeah.
You know, I was like the lunatic international correspondent. And we went on tour. We went all over the place with live studios. And it was so popular, it forced MMA onto TV from online. And, I mean, look how far all those guys have gone.
Yeah.
But it's...
When's the last time you went to a UFC event?
The last time I went to a UFC event was...
You can't even remember?
No.
Really? It's been that long?
Yeah. I think it was Conor McGregor and... no, because I'm trying to think. I didn't in COVID because I'm not working on any of those events. I'm not writing about any.
Yeah. So even now,
I think it's Conor McGregor and Donald Cerrone.
Wow. So January of 2020. But like even like Leon Edwards fighting for the belt in London.
No, because I'm in studio every Saturday night for TalkSport.
Every Saturday?
Every Saturday night, unless I'm at an event doing an outside broadcast.
And when you're doing Saturday Night Talk Sport, are you talking about UFC?
Yeah, we'll talk about all of it. We'll watch all of it.
How come you can do play-by-play and all that for boxing, but you can't for UFC in the UK? Is that just...
Me?
Not you. Like, I know that there's doesn't TalkSport do play-by-play?
Yeah, but we don't do the UFC play-by-play.
Why is that?
It'd be great to, yeah.
Yeah, why don't they do that?
Well, maybe we should.
You should.
I'll put a message in and maybe we could do it.
That would be fantastic. I have been...
Because you've broadened out into the UK a little bit.
Well, dare I say I'm the most, popular pundit in the UK, even though I'm not from the UK.
I giggled the other day when I saw Van Gerwen and
that's my guy, Bully Boy, Michael Smith.
And you had someone else as well, the guy that looks like a rugby player.
Yeah, Michael Smith and Van Gerwen.
Yeah.
Legends. I'm big into the darts.
Have you got a dartboard here? Do you want me to take you on?
We're going to play after. Don't worry. I was hanging out with the great Barry Hearn over the weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a legend he is.
With Barry Hearn.
Barry Hearn at the darts.
Oh, of course. Barry does the darts.
Why do you make that face?
Oh, no, Barry's amazing. I've known Barry nearly 30 years.
You made that face. It was a weird face.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make a weird face.
How's your relationship with Eddie Hearn?
I thought you meant Eddie.
No, it was Barry Hearn. I know the difference.
What's my relationship with Eddie Hearn? I think he's brilliant at what he does.
Why does it seem like you have a love-hate relationship?
Because I think I challenge him a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's silky smooth as a bullshitter, isn't he? I mean, he really is silky smooth. But he is brilliant at what he does.
Best promoter in fight game right now, in my opinion, is Eddie Hearn.
Bob Arum.
No, what are you talking about?
You don't know shit about boxing. Look, look, he's 92.
It is amazing.
You're 44 now, aren't you?
40. Yeah.
Imagine.
No, I get it.
Imagine doing this in 50 years' time. Imagine doing that.
He's one of the greatest of all time.
Imagine what you know and what they don't know.
But in terms of like standing at the dais, Saturday night, you need to watch this. These are the fighters. I think Eddie is the best right now.
What Eddie did, he very cleverly, like you did, you ploughed your furrow with MMA. You became the fans' favourite. You became the fans' voice piece. And you embraced social media at a time when it was growing. And as you know now, when you have a big social media voice, it allows you to have a big loudspeaker, a klaxon to the world in that environment, because everything's segmented into little areas, isn't it? We're going through these paradigm shifts all the time. I mean, I wanted to talk to you about it today, and I know we will.
Please, yeah, go
how fight sports changing. What Eddie Hearn did brilliantly, I think he saw, which is what the UFC did so cleverly, was to create, and he was always going to be a character, they created Dana White as a great character, as his own thing, you know, much bigger than some of the fighters, or bigger than all the fighters, because the fighters come and go. They have a career span, but the promoter will stay. Like Don King learned years ago as well, and knew that. He was brilliant at promoting himself, as Dana is. And I know you and he aren't best friends, obviously.
No, I give him credit all the. I mean,
no, but you're not. But he's brilliant at what he does.
1,000%.
Yeah, and I think Eddie Hearn is in that vein. He's very modern. He can take the mickey out of himself and have the mickey taken out of him. That's a brilliant quality of his. That it doesn't.
Dana doesn't have that quality.
I've had my moments of falling out with Dana before, but I have a different relationship to him than you have. I'm not going to. We're not going to go into that now.
No.
This is it's just what happens in life. But you know, it's to bring it all in one round. Yeah, I think Eddie Hearn is brilliant at what he does. I'm not going to pick one who's better than all the rest. He's brilliantly placed. He's with this multi-billion-dollar Sir Leonard Blavatnik company, DAZN, who've got a lot of work to do still. And they're seeding everywhere with big cards and little cards and big names and smaller names and developing fighters. But when I look at all the promoters, Frank Warren's brilliant at bringing young fighters through. Bob Arum and Top Rank, and I'm working for them here a bit this week as well on the Josh Taylor, Teofimo Lopez fight. Doing some presenting for them, hired hand.
The thing you did with Kern Batia was great. I enjoyed it very much.
Oh, trash talk.
Yeah, that was fun.
80 fucking minutes into 20.
Jeez Louise. They really cut out a lot
Teo
there.
was slagging me at one point, by the way.
Yeah.
I was trying to dig him a little bit to get some stuff out of him. He said, what are we doing with this guy? Was this a hair advert?
Yeah. Oh, wow. He was saying that? I don't think that made the cut.
No.
But I enjoyed it. I thought it was a great, you can't have them in the same room. Have them in, separate cities, but have a journalist there to kind of conduct traffic. I thought they did a great job with that.
They did.
And by the way, it's funny. The name of the show is the MMA Hour with Ariel Helwani. People get mad at me when I have boxers on or when I have pro wrestlers on. They say it's the MMA Hour. Well, guess what? It's not an hour either. It's not an either. I love it. It's not an hour either. But eventually, it may just be the Ariel Helwani show. Who knows?
It is just the Ariel Helwani show.
It is.
I like it that you.
You look fantastic.
Do you mind me just
chill? Yeah. I'm afraid that you're gonna put your shoes on your hamburger, and you haven't had any of the hamburger yet.
Are we doing some head kicks today during the show or not?
No.
No,
unless
not
you
today.
want to.
No, it's just your show now.
Sure.
But I love it that you've branched into boxing.
I love boxing.
Listen, if they wanted me to do an MMA show with you at some point.
You had a great show back in the day on BT. Remember that with the studio audience?
Yes, 2013, 2017.
That was the one with Connor came on with Chad
Inside
Mendes.
the octagon.
Oh, it was
I
tremendous.
rest my balls on your forehead.
Yeah, tremendous. With the studio audience, I loved it.
And you did a brilliant job with that Netflix documentary with him.
Oh, thanks.
They got you into voiceover a lot of it.
No, it was honestly just an interview that they
was
kind of...
it? Yeah.
I had nothing to do with it.
I'm really glad he's turned a corner.
Wait, we're going to boxing right now. We'll get to Connor. Boxing to me is so much fun these days, and every weekend
It's always been fun.
It is, and it drives me nuts
But
when
you
people
weren't a
say,
big boxing guy, you see, all those years ago.
It wasn't that I wasn't a big I was a boxing guy before I even knew what MMA was.
Yeah.
Montreal's a huge boxing town.
It is.
The Grant brothers and Gotti and stuff. So
Artur Beterbiev.
Well, that's now, but yes. Point is, I focus so
Jean-Michel.
much. GYM. I was so focused on MMA and UFC that I didn't have time for anything else. But it drives me nuts when people say boxing is dead because it's every weekend. This weekend, Josh Taylor. There's a Matchroom card as well. Sonny Edwards of UK could be someone.
Yeah.
Every weekend, I went to the Katie fight.
Luis Campos he's fighting, isn't he?
Is it fair that you're more into boxing these days than MMA? If only because more of your work is surrounded.
Yeah, it's just around. It just involves the work.
Yeah.
Boxing will never die. It's all peaks and troughs.
Yeah.
At the moment, we're seeing the the stalemate chessboard of the heavyweight division. Yeah,
It's a little bit annoying.
it is a bit annoying. We're seeing the rise of a group of fighters in America, and we haven't had names for a while. And Terence Crawford and Errol Spence have failed to fight each other for 4 years. Mayweather and Pacquiao covered that entire era here in America, and which led to that great $600 million fight, $700 million fight, with Conor McGregor, Floyd Mayweather, which was brilliant, $600 million fight, helped to make it. People don't believe it, but we were forcing that fight in the background, suggesting it to certain people and saying, this will work. No. Yes, it will work. And it was an amazing piece of fun at the moment. Once the pieces form the right shape, as George Warren said to me, Frank Warren's son, Saudi money in boxing, as it is in golf, there's a big story at the moment where they've aligned with a couple of the tour events, haven't they?
PGA and Live,
PGA. Saudi money is a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because these fighters who get invited to fight there for literally, we're talking nearly hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a blessing for them because it's legacy and generational changing money. But it's a curse because they're waiting for the end game of that fight in November and December, and they need to fight now. And that, I'm talking about Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk, Deontay Wilder, and Anthony Joshua. And even for me, who covers it in detail and speaks to everyone, I've had messages from Andy Ruiz's father and lawyer today, and people haranguing me over, why are you siding with Fury and not Usyk? And they're all looking at the money. Ego, money, timing, the triumvirate of features at the very top of boxing. And to your point, boxing goes in peaks and troughs. You have quiet periods, then it goes big again. In America, Shakur Stevenson, Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, Vasyl Lomachenko, those 5 at lightweight. Again, you could have 5, 6, 7 amazing fights that would ignite the interest of the American people and obviously globally. But this paradigm shift in sport and in coverage and who's fighting who and YouTubers, and it's all little niche markets all the time. How you capture that imagination for a couple of weeks or just here or just there. It's different. MMA and the UFC is much more consistent in the way it moves. Boxing goes like this, in my view.
I do enjoy the characters and the storylines that we get in boxing that we don't get in MMA. For example, things like purse bids and all the drama and all the politics that people sort of lament.
4 belts, isn't it?
Yeah, it's actually a little bit refreshing.
You're only a UFC champion, not a world champion. You're only a Bellator champion. You're only a PFL champion. Imagine, imagine, and it will happen in the future, when the UFC, you've laughed at some of my analogies in the past, when the UFC have got a 6'8" tall Mongolian called Bong Bong Dong, against Bellator's Russian 6'7" or 7'2" champion from Ulaanbaatar or somewhere, and they just go, do you know what? That'll make 100 million if we come together. Let's do it. And they'll do it.
You think that'll ever happen?
Yeah, they will. They will if it happens. They will if they think there's enough money in it.
Right.
They will if there's an illusion. Who'd have thought that Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor would ever meet in a boxing ring? We could not have imagined that. I couldn't imagine it until Mayweather was looking for a 50th opponent. I'd been at his 49th fight, and I was with Conor McGregor, I think Chad Mendes, and I just thought, imagine putting those 2 sets of fans together with the sports cross-pollinating. The 2 greatest marketeers in the sport, a global tour. You think about all those things. Fight sports are about hype and promotion. When you shout fight, fight, fight in the school playground, where does everybody go? Right to that corner, because everyone wants to rubberneck. And when the hype and promotion is right, the fight is enormous. When they're geniuses at it, as Conor and Floyd are, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
How do you feel about the YouTube stuff right now?
I don't mind it.
You don't mind Jake Paul, KSI?
I'm a grandfather, Ariel, so if I can't adopt and adapt to what young people are doing, I really like Jake and Logan Paul, by the way. I'm sure you've had them in the studio.
Yep. Not in the studio, but on the show, of course.
They're fantastic characters. They've got massive cojones, to do what they do. They love to test themselves. KSI in the UK is the same. I've just done an interview with him. He's got 41 million social media followers, the biggest influencer in the UK. He's really ripped now, really fit. He will have an influence on people. Yes, it's not real boxing. Like if they do MMA, it's not real MMA. Yes, it's a whole nother milieu, but I'd rather be in that milieu and see it and experience it and broadcast on it as we do at TalkSport, or be involved with DAZN on a show if they want me or whatever. Yes. Yeah, be involved.
I feel like KSI Jake Paul could sell out Wembley.
Yeah, sell at Wembley Stadium.
Easy, right?
Yeah. Do you know, but with the Misfits, with KSI's stuff, to explain, I don't know if your viewers in America are aware of KSI, but
of course,
they are. So,
excuse me, just let me get just a quick sip here.
I've cooled down now. It was very warm in here earlier. It's very warm in
we were
this.
talking about,
Oh, Prime.
Oh, okay.
oh, well done. Yeah. You sponsored by?
Yeah, no. It's just like.
Would you like a chip?
No, I'm okay. Thank you. Where's that from, by the way?
It's from your kitchen. It was the Ariel Helwani.
Is it? Wow, that's so nice. I appreciate that. Thank you for showing that off to everyone. Yes, please go ahead. This is great. This is story time with Gareth. Haven't seen you in ages.
Oh no, it's always lovely to see you.
Yes.
Do you remember in that Larry? I'll go back to KSI.
Okay.
Do you remember that Larry David moment where we fell out in Chicago or somewhere?
We fell out.
But I was asked to interview. Fucking what was her name? Misha Tate.
Okay.
Do you remember?
Oh, in the hotel.
In the hotel.
Seattle, yes.
Seattle. I went to Bruce Lee. Is Bruce Lee's grave there?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that. That was an amazing trip.
Yeah.
But you and I had our only fallout ever.
Yeah. What was
I'm
it?
not going to
Because
tell all our stories today.
It was like you were.
There's some you don't want me to tell.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
No, it isn't.
It's the one that you walked in, right? Isn't it the one where you?
I was asked to interview Misha Tate.
Yeah.
And for some reason, it cut across you interviewing her. And you were so pissed about it.
Was I really that pissed?
You were really pissed. And I think we nearly ended up in a fight in the street.
A street fight?
It was almost. But
I
it
would
was,
have kicked your ass,
in
old
the
man.
end, it was a real Larry David. do you really think so?
No, absolutely not.
Do you really think so?
No, you're crazy.
Those were the Kung Fu Panda days.
I know.
No, but the funny thing is, like, I was really apologetic that it had upset you, and you were really pissed about it. We ended up going to the Cheesecake Factory or something.
Me and you together?
We had a massive row about it. We came out and we were arguing in the streets, and I crossed the road, and it just reminded me of Larry David, and you were still
yelling.
I said, "Shut up, Larry David's nephew."
Geez, yeah.
Still, anyway.
Those were great times.
They're all great.
Can I tell the Oxford story? I feel like now that we're reminiscing.
Have you not told that yet?
No, I haven't told it.
No, let me finish the KSI.
Perfect. All right. Go ahead, KSI.
No, the thing is with KSI, it's got such a great following. What I really like about their events, it's a completely different audience. The boxing purists don't like it. But those people are queuing in a line, as you'd say, from 6 in the evening. None of them leave till 11 o'clock at night. It's more like a UFC event where the fans are in early. And there's nothing wrong with it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Where it goes, I don't know. After KSI and the Paul brothers and the OnlyFans girls and who knows. But anyway, yeah, Oxford. I drove you there,
By the way,
didn't I?
KSI, Tommy Fury, is that a big deal in your opinion?
Oh, I think Tommy Fury smashes him, if I'm honest.
Really?
I mean, it's a big fight.
It is a big fight.
Real jeopardy fight for KSI because his fans think he'd beat Mayweather.
Right.
His brother's fans thought Deji would beat Mayweather.
They actually thought that?
They actually thought that, yeah.
For fuck's sake. UFC 120, October of 2010. I mean, it's a great time. They had the Expo in London. Remember that when they bought the Expo?
I'd interviewed... I had been on stage with John Jones and Rashad Evans.
Yes, I remember John Jones being there with Malky.
Weirdly, because there was an event that weekend at the O2 Arena, wasn't it, the fight?
Yeah.
I ended up in a traffic jam. You call it a traffic jam?
Yeah.
With John Jones sitting next to me, 3 hours in my little old Merc Mercedes. Wow. John Jones sitting next to me. I had the recorder playing, recorded the whole thing with him. Vanderlei Silva.
In the car?
Yeah,
wow.
In the back. Thiago Alves.
What?
Yeah, and Malky Kawa.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, 3 hours in a traffic jam, yeah. Malky going, fucking hell, when are we going to get out of here? Vanderlei just looking out the window, chill as hell, and Thiago, like, he's a lovely stud.
Yeah, he is.
Stud.
Wow, those
Quiet,
were great days.
Beautiful man.
Great days.
10 years ago, probably?
No, 2010.
Was it 2010?
Yeah.
But I remember doing the
13 years
Expo
ago.
on stage that day with John, who wasn't champion then.
Yep.
Because he was champion
Following
the following
year. Yeah. Yep.
And Rashad, and they hated each other.
Oh yeah.
They hated
you
each
could
other.
tell. Yeah.
They were both training with Winklejohn.
Yeah. Jackson.
And Jackson at the time, I think. Because
Yeah.
the divorce.
They hadn't. Yeah.
God, we go back in the day, don't we?
Those were great memories. I remember.
They were in the car anyway.
I
that
remember
week.
media day on the Wednesday. So
there we go.
that was the card headlined by Michael Bisping and Yoshihiro Akiyama.
Yeah.
And
Sexy
the other,
Yama.
Yeah, and the other big fight was Dan Hardy against Carlos Condit.
Yes.
The other big fight was John Hathaway against Mike Pyle.
Yes.
And this was a big fight for John Hathaway.
God, what a memory you got.
Yeah, it was great. And so I'm there.
Was that your first trip to the UK?
As a journalist, I'd been to the UK, but this was like my first like UK event.
Yeah.
It was a big one at the O2, and this was such a great time because we were friendly and you were very kind. I have to say, how old are you?
48.
So 48.
No, I'm 58 coming up.
You're 58. Wow.
58 coming up. Yeah.
God bless. So you're 18 years older than me.
Yeah,
so,
but I've always felt like that. I've always felt avuncular towards you.
Well, I don't even know what that means.
Like an uncle.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But no, I do think it's important to note that. So
Even though you'll always be my scruffy cousin.
That's fine. 2010. How old am I in 2010? 28. So 28. You're 18 years older. You're 46.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Right.
If that's what the math says.
Sure. Yeah, I think so. Anyway, I never felt like animosity from you. I never felt jealous. I never felt like you, Steve Cofield was the same. Kevin Ioli was the same. Like you guys were always very kind to the upstart. And I've tried to be the same to, younger journalists now. So anyway, we're there and there's the media day. And I remember the ceilings were very low. We were at a hotel in London. Do you remember the media day? Very low. There weren't a lot of people doing video interviews back then.
No, you were I used to call you the best newsbreaker and the best videographer in the world.
Thank you.
Remember?
Yeah, I mean, some said the Louis Theroux back then. I mean, that's just their words.
Yeah, very similar. Passive aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so Dana White was going to speak to Oxford University later.
The L'Chaim Society.
Wow.
I think it was.
And how far away is Oxford from where we were?
About
like
2 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah.
So you were kind enough to say, hey.
In the same Mercedes.
Same Mercedes. I remember it was tight. It was a very nice car. Kind enough to take me, give me a ride up. And it was
We did a road trip.
Yeah, it was a beautiful ride.
Davis road trip.
It was a beautiful ride. And I got to go to Oxford. Beautiful. We walked around a little bit.
Yeah.
And for the audience at home, Gareth at this point, very established, right? You're on the Telegraph. I think you're working on television as well. You're
doing all the things I do now.
Yeah. And you're going on and on about how you're such a big deal. And I'm like, yeah, I know you're a big deal. I mean, I've read you before. Part of me was a little bit starstruck being in your car. I can't believe I'm in Gareth Davies' car. This is unbelievable. I still don't know what the A stands for.
Angel, of course.
And he's going on. And I would say like 3/4 into the ride, you say, oh, I have to stop for some petrol. Would you call it petrol? Gas?
It would have been petrol.
Petrol.
Oh, gas?
Yes.
When do you ever pour gas?
That's what we do.
Gas. Do you know what gas is?
Gas.
I know, it's one of those things. It's like when you ask someone, can I have some water? They say, what? Have some water. Can I have some water?
Okay.
And understand, yeah, gas.
So anyway, we stop, and it's one of those where you can also stop to get some food.
Yeah, service station.
Yes.
What we call a service station on the freeway.
So he gets off, we get off, and he's going, at this point, it's been sort of like an hour and a half of about how famous you are and popular you are, and you are the voice of the fight game in the UK, et cetera, et cetera. And we get off and we go to this
service
station. We're about to get some lunch.
We got some food.
A sandwich or so. And I walk up to where, the guy is making the lunch.
Till.
The till, all right. And right away, and this is 2010.
It goes red.
2010. We're talking 13 years ago. I'm like 4 years into the game. And he's like, oh my God, are you Ariel Helwani? I'll never forget it. And I was like, wow, I can't believe someone in the middle of nowhere, London, outside of London, knows who I am. This is unbelievable. I was like, he's like, oh, I'm a big fan. I listened to your show. MMA. I was like a year old at the time. So in my mind, I'm like, wow, if he knows me, he's about to flip out when he sees that I'm with Gareth Davies, the voice of the fight game.
I'm your driver.
And I said, do you know Gareth Davies? And he's like,
no.
But anyway, I'm such a big fan. I could not believe that after listening to you talk about this for an hour and a half, that you were the voice. This guy in your own country was stoked to meet me and had no idea who you were. That must have been a big blow to the ego, no?
The fact is, because you've told that story to me so many times, I've dealt with it emotionally, and I'm not damaged by it.
You're okay with it?
I'm absolutely fine.
All right,
with
you're
it.
at
It was
peace.
a funny moment.
It was a great day. At Oxford.
It was a great day. But I think that's what I say to you, that I think what you did with this show, well, not these kind of shows, this show, because it's had several morphs.
Yes,
hasn't it?
iterations.
Yeah. It's been with MMA fighting and then with ESPN, and you've just stayed true to what you are and stayed in your subject matter. And I think you and I have spoken about this. I mean, I've done interviews before recently, I think now in my 50s, where I kind of feel that I can openly say I feel a bit of an underachiever in lots of ways.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Why?
Because there's lots of other areas I'd like to have done things in,
Like what?
In documentary work, in other areas, other subjects.
It's not too late.
No, it's not. No, it isn't. And I don't think it's too late for you either. No, obviously I've done a lot of work with the Paralympics. It's probably some of my best work, frankly. I know you've worked on a couple of Paralympics as well. And I think you feel like that when you're just driven. That's why I think it's fair to say we both understand fighters. Do you feel like you understand fighters?
I mean,
why
you
they're
talk to
driven,
them
how they're driven?
to a degree. I'll never be able to truly understand them, I think, because they possess DNA that I don't possess. Like there is never, like Chris Weidman.
Yeah.
If something ever happened to me like what happened to him, I would sit, my brain would be like, don't do that thing ever again.
You don't know that yet.
That doesn't.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
What do you mean by that?
You're a father.
Right.
There's things inside you that you would do that are so dark and dangerous you don't even know till you're there.
Have you ever felt that way?
Yeah. Every time I wake up.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
What do you mean?
It's just knowing what you're capable of.
Right.
You don't you don't ever have to act on it.
Does it bother you when, I see people like, oh, Gareth, this, that, like, and they don't know or they don't have respect.
Yeah, but you know me.
No, I know, but does it bother you?
No, because not everybody knows you. But I don't ever get any shit to my face.
Do you feel like you get the respect that you deserve for the work that you've done over the last 2+ decades?
3.
3.
No, it's an absolute privilege and an honor when people say, I love your work.
Okay.
And you get that as well. It's kind of an amazing feeling. It's quite a weird feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Fame is a very weird thing. And in this day and age where people want selfies and, it's just a blessing that people enjoy your work. It's even a blessing that people want to troll you. It doesn't matter. It's not going to, we're not teenagers growing up mentally ill because of things people are saying about us. That's who I worry about more. We're grown-ups. We can deal with it. I put a little Instagram out. I don't know if you've seen it yet, where you're in the middle of your show. Don't give any shit to your enemies, because when your enemies know they don't annoy you, it annoys them more. It's an Oscar Wilde quote. I was at Oscar Wilde's last night in New York.
Yeah.
What a great place that is. You must go there. And I think, it's a privilege, our job. It doesn't feel like a job. It's just a way of life. I know, I've spoken to you before, you do the show every day for 6 hours if the conditions are right, wouldn't you? Because it's the thing you most love doing. It doesn't feel like work. I mean, you and I could be having a coffee now and having the same conversation, I think.
1,000%.
We do have this conversation when we're having a coffee.
What about when you become part of the story? And what I mean by that is...
I'm a little bit uncomfortable with it.
Okay, so Conor Benn.
Because...
Conor Benn, let's talk about that.
Yeah,
Because I was like, man, Gareth, here he is, third decade in the game, and you're the biggest story in that moment in boxing. Conor Benn had his issue with, the drug tests and all that, and the Eubank fight falls off, and you're at an event. I think it was Franklin and Joshua.
It was, and we were doing the outside broadcast.
And you literally, I think we have some of the footage here, courtesy of TalkSport, and you literally walk up to Conor Benn, who is ringside, and he pushes your microphone away. first of all, and here it is. You went on the air live to walk up to him. Why didn't you say, hey, let me try to talk to him off air? Because at that point, he had not done any media, correct?
No, he hasn't.
So you tried to get the exclusive right there. Did you regret doing it on the air? Making the ask on the air?
No.
And how did you feel?
I know, because I've known him a long time. That's the first time I'd been with him since the fight week in October.
Yeah.
And, you know, after that moment, I stayed on air and I said, that's the arrogance of youth. I feel no malice towards Conor Benn. I thought he was slapping the TalkSport microphone, but he spoke to me at the venue after that as well and said he felt let down by me. Never called him a drugs cheat. I've said he's had clomiphene in his system twice. Wanted him to do a hearing. The way they handled it, he and Eddie Hearn, made it a bigger story than it was, because in the fulcrum, in the cradle of fight sports, and it's the same in mixed martial arts, it's an inherently dangerous sport that you can be legally killed in the ring. And if you have banned performance-enhancing drugs in your system, that can't be right to go ahead and fight. You have to have standards. It's a very dangerous occupation anyway. And if there are performance-enhancing drugs in your body that change your body when you go into combat, that needs to be have a hearing, be policed, all those things that you're aware of, that everyone's aware of. And because they were trying to find a loophole around it all, it brought the Conor Benn story into bigger perspective, greater perspective, because, you know, it was trying to mock the veracity of the testing system. You know, they needed to do strict liability. They're doing strict liability now with the hearing in the UK. At the time, probably rather like you do, I imagine you're similar, being an old school journalist, you're never the story. Even though you are the story sometimes, you can't help it inadvertently. I didn't want to be the story. I wanted him to give me an interview and tell me how he was feeling, cry, be emotional and say, I'm really glad to be out, I'm getting love from the fans. Had it before with Deontay Wilder, when he got in my face.
We actually have that as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but
great...
these things happen. I've had it with Dillian White, where he lost it with me and sent me, not lost it, but sent a message late at night saying, what's that fucking headline about? But it wasn't my headline. The Telegraph put headline on the story.
There it is. Here's Deontay. I mean, does your life flash before your eyes? When
no, this is a funny one, because you know what? I was thinking, should I take my glasses off here as well? Because he takes it. Because the funny thing is, that's being recorded by my former William Hill presenter partner, David Alorca.
Is he mad at you here, or is he?
Yeah, he is. He's going, you tell your friend Tyson Fury. You tell him. You tell him. And then he's been pulled away by his team. And then I thought, Deontay, you really are going at it here. And I'm like, okay, no problem. And then...
Are you afraid he's going to punch you?
No.
Never?
No, not for a moment. Not for a moment. I don't really care either. There we go. And then he takes his glass off. I'm thinking, shall I take mine off here in this moment? But I never took my eyes off his eyes. I know it was not... A week earlier, I'd been with him in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah.
And what's the city? I can't remember the city he's from. I had a fantastic time with him.
Tuscaloosa?
Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
And we'd had an amazing conversation. And you know what it's like when you go away and you're buzzing from having a really deep conversation one-on-one with someone. And I'd been there 2 or 3 hours on my own. You touch sometimes, don't you? You know, you touch with that person and you're really looking forward to the fight because you know a certain amount about that person's spirit, because their spirit is going to be bared in the fight. It's going to be opened, you know, for combat. And so when he was doing that, I don't really feel a lot of fear, if I'm honest, because I'm doing my job and I'm not feeling a vibe from him, like I didn't from Conor, that they are seeing me as a rival and are challenging me in a combat way.
Have you talked to Conor since?
No. But we will. And you know, he probably won't want to speak to me again. And
why? Just because you went up? Or does he feel like you said things beforehand?
No, TalkSport, I mean, obviously I've covered it in the Telegraph, but TalkSport has is a big platform for boxing now.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, big platform for boxing. So I'm on there.
Shout out to my friend Simon Jordan.
Yeah.
He's my good mate.
Is he?
No, he's not. But I like watching all
the Cape Crusader, as I call it.
A former Crystal Palace owner. I don't know if you know this about him.
But are you teasing? Or
no, what are you talking about? Simon Ade Oladipo. That's my guy, Ade.
Yeah.
He's been on this show before.
Yeah, I do a show with Addy every week.
Legend. I think he's fantastic, by the way.
He's very good.
I think he is one of the best presenters in the game right now. UK. Laura Woods is a phenomenon, right? You cool with Laura?
Yeah, with that. Well, everyone. I'm cool with everyone.
Are you surprised that I know this much about TalkSport?
No, because you were in Ireland with them all.
No, I watched this stuff. I watched this.
With the Katie Taylor fight.
The great Tony Bellew, of course. He's not TalkSport. But
these are all... No, but
I enjoy
like
it.
I was talking to you about earlier, you're in a similar place where you get hired to do events now. So you go and do them because they're brilliant fun. And we're just bringing what we do. You know, if I'm doing a bare knuckle press conference, which I did last year for bare knuckle fighting for Dave
Feldman,
who's a fantastic guy. If I'm doing a press conference for the PFL or doing an event, it's all a very similar milieu. It's a very similar environment to what we do in what we've learned to do.
Okay, so where do you draw the line from journalist or like presenter / personality? Is there a line in your opinion?
I think there was at one time. What, as us or as a person?
You personally, is there something you'd say no to?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like what? No, like I mean, like if Top Rank said, "Hey Gareth, we want to pay you to be on the broadcast."
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
Of course it is.
And so, how do you then? Okay, what if the card sucks?
What if someone takes drugs and they're banned? Then I'm going to write about it. And
then what if Top Rank says, "Yo, we were"?
Well, that's their problem, not mine.
Mm-hmm. So you never feel like it's because it could.
There's a lot
conflict.
of out there in the echo chamber of social media. People think you are bought. No, you're just. There are different hats with it all, definitely, because you've been there as well.
Yeah.
Because and you got in trouble with the UFC at one time for reporting something that you were perceived by them as not doing your job and breaking a news story, but you were actually just doing your job.
But just to be clear, because no one from the UFC ever told me that. You're talking about the Brock Lesnar thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that never came from the UFC.
Yeah.
That was just me.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter where it comes from. You're entitled to say and do what you want to do. And you're entitled to do that to whoever you want to do. And you've done it, and I've done it. We've all done it. And at the moment, though, as I say, in the echo chamber that social media is, people think... Well, your role's slightly different to mine because you're not working for ESPN anymore, are you? So, and you're not perceived as a written journalist, even though you can, and some of your writing's fantastic. But I just think it's changed. I think I'm just a guy that works in fight sports now.
That's okay.
And as I was saying, but people have selfies with you now because they like your stuff that you do, or if you look at the whole body of work that no one does, you know what you are. You know what you are. And I think, I would call you a hired hand in the fight industry.
Has your stance on any of this changed since you had the health scare a few years ago?
I've had one recently as well.
Recently?
Yeah.
So a few years...
Am I going to reveal this on air with you today?
I mean, if you'd like to.
You did my heart attack 3 years ago.
Yeah, for ESPN we did a...
Yeah, I had a stroke recently as well, yeah.
You did?
I did.
Wow.
A transient ischemic attack.
How long ago was this?
About 3 months ago.
3 months ago? Yeah. You look and sound...
I'm fine, but I just woke up with the left arm not working one day. And blood clot in the brain.
What'd you do?
Went to hospital.
And what'd they say?
Spent a couple of days there and it all came back and away I went.
Wow.
Blood thinners and... we don't know how long we're here, do we? And so you have to make the most of all of it every day, as I've always said to you.
You had a heart attack, when was it?
Probably about 3.5 years ago.
Yeah, and it was a serious one.
It was.
Surgery?
Yeah.
Did that change your stance on how you...
It got me fitter.
Well, certainly.
And I think once you face your own mortality, and as I think people in our industry do, they have to compartmentalise facing their mortality when they fight. It goes somewhere in here. I think you do... I think you do go about things in a different way, you know. Just as we do when we go through our changes in life, when we have children, when we grow up, when we're teenagers, when we grow up, when we have children, when you get to grandparenthood, that just changes, you know. It just changes. We're not here forever. We are here to spread the love, enjoy, be deep, try and find wisdom, all those things that you're into.
How long were you sidelined for after the stroke?
Well, I worked from the hospital, actually. I did an interview with Jermaine Franklin on Zoom.
You did?
I did.
You're a crazy person.
No, but I was...
Is any of it stress-related?
I was in a room about this size on my own in the hospital. I'd have been bored if I wasn't. I wrote a few stories, did a bit of social media, made sure the laptop when I did the Zoom, the backdrop, like we all have to do sometimes, didn't show the bed and any of the hospital.
Wow. So you never told your audiences?
No. This is the first time I've been public about it.
Why?
Because it's not, I don't put my, you know, I know you occasionally put your children on your social media, but I don't do that kind of thing. So I don't really put my life on social media very much. I don't know why. It's partly to do with family background. It's partly to do with liking a private life when I'm not working.
Right.
I mean, if you and I walk down the street now, obviously everyone will know who you are.
No.
But it is weirdly, pleasurably invasive at times. But it's quite nice when you go somewhere and people don't recognise you, isn't it? Which wouldn't happen to you anymore.
No, that's what I was going to say. It's been so long. It's been so long.
There you go.
There he is.
They form a line now.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Oh my God.
What else are we going to talk about today?
Oh my God. There's so much. I mean,
are you enjoying this?
This conversation?
Yeah.
I love this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, my favorite conversations are when I listen to, I don't mean ones that I have in particular, but I was just listening to one where it's like two old friends or two media guys talking about their lives and careers. It was Dan Le Batard. I don't know if you're familiar with him, with a great guy named
Oh yeah, I
Ernie
do.
Johnson.
Dan Le Batard. Yeah.
Yes. Just like these as a consumer of media, these are the things that I love. Could I ask, do you even follow MMA? Like, are you aware?
Of course I do. Of course I do. Yeah, I do. I mean, I follow MMA through the prism of John Jones has always fascinated me. I'm a huge fan of John Jones. I think he's one of the greatest fighters we will ever see.
1,000%. But he's fought once in 3 years, meaning
it doesn't matter.
Leon Edwards, these guys.
I was with him on that whole trip.
1,000%.
That whole trip where he beat a legion of legends from Lyoto Machida.
It's the greatest run ever.
Yeah, it's the greatest run ever. And remember, I was with you in Toronto in the GSP years, through the Anderson Silva years, through the growth of Michael Bisping. It was an amazing time. I probably knew every name on most cards then.
Oh, yeah.
The UFC only had 200 fighters, 198 or something at one time. So you knew them all. And you'd interviewed 75% of them. Now there's thousands and thousands. So
Can you explain to the audience why it's different now? It does feel different,
because every warrior from every tribe in every corner of the planet knows that if they have that in them and they go and train it, they can find their way to the big league in 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it's an extraordinary. You grow very quickly. You can come very quickly. You can shine very quickly in MMA. I think boxing takes a longer time because it's a single martial art.
Sure.
MMA is the decathlon of martial arts.
Well put.
Yeah, well, it is. There's
Yeah.
no question about it.
Yeah.
So,
But you know, with the uniforms and the apex and the amount of events, it's impossible to say it's the same, right? There was something magical about
it's
that.
diluted.
2009, 2010, 2011, the
Oh, yeah.
Spike TV era.
Oh, yeah.
I know it wasn't Spike, but you know what I mean? Like,
Well, it was Spike TV when Stephan Bonner and Forrest Griffin
yes,
fought.
but it was just
The moment, 96, when
magic.
it just...
It was even Dana,
the
like
wave.
the pep in his step. He was revolutionized.
Yeah.
And I know we're sounding like two old guys now, but it's just you watch it.
We are two old guys.
Yeah, it's not the same. So will you go out of your way to watch Leon Edwards?
Oh no, I definitely will watch that.
Okay.
No, I mean I follow the top line. If someone says, "Oh, you got to watch that guy who's coming through," you know, Makachev, or you got to, I'll go and watch.
Do you feel any kind of ownership to the UK market? Not ownership in that like you you like invested money, but you helped build that market.
Yeah, the only time I get a bit pissed off, and I'd rather someone say it to my face, fuck all about MMA. It's like, excuse me.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's very easy once you know about how fight sports work to delve in and out of it. You can watch someone for an hour and you know whether they've got it or not.
Yeah.
You just know. And if you meet them, you know whether they've got it or not.
But now we go, like, it used to be Bisping, Ross Poynton, remember him?
Yeah.
Guys like that. Now it's, Tom Aspinall and Arnold Allen and obviously Leon. Like, the evolution of UK MMA in such a short amount of time is pretty amazing. Like, it's no longer, they can't wrestle or they have to come to America. And so I was just wondering if you felt any sort of like kinship to those guys or to the market or to, because you really, boxing was boxing before you came along and after you came along, right? MMA wasn't anything in Europe.
Yeah.
In terms of coverage before you.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a huge deal.
Being part of helping it to grow and being a pioneering journalist has always motivated me. Same as the Paralympics. I came to Atlanta in '96. There were no other UK journalists at the Paralympics. Getting on your boots, putting your boots on and getting your laptop and your rucksack and going back through the hood in Atlanta every night because the stadium was, I remember being the only white guy on the trains and the buses going back to the hotel. People say, why aren't you getting cab? And it was amazing to be in that environment. And I'm only saying that because look how far Paralympics has come. It's very similar to MMA. You've got these amazing people that deserve a platform, who've got inspirational stories, who fight for a living, who fight sports are not mainstream. It's only like 2% of the population are actually interested in them, 2% of the planet. And, the mainstream sports fan only comes to the big fights. How do people cross over? They cause mayhem or they have a story that people pick up on because they have an X factor about them, like Conor McGregor, who, again, that journey we were both at the beginning of. I mean, you're very close to him now.
When's the first time you met him? Because you're in the documentary. The one I think you interviewed him in the Gibson, right?
No, it was more than that. No, it was way before that.
Sure,
I
but
used
I think
to do a
clip,
thing for ESPN, which was it was a podcast I used to do with Ben Blackmore.
Oh yeah,
because I did the first UK MMA show ever called MMA. What was it called? Was it called MMA Live on Setanta? And we used to have Dana and Chuck Liddell and strip clubs afterwards. And
what was the podcast called?
It was
with Ben.
With Ben, it was in the broom cupboard or something.
Yeah,
for ESPN.
yeah.
And we were in an old broom cupboard in ESPN's office at Disney in Hammersmith in London. We'd requisitioned a broom cupboard, and I remember we had Conor on that, and I said, "You're not a very big lightweight, because he was double champion at featherweight and
this is pre-UFC debut.
It would have been 2013, 2012 maybe. I remember Conor getting really stroppy with me. You could be calling me a small lightweight and all this stuff. And I really liked him. So then I met him when he came into the UFC, and I did the Sweden event.
Marcus
was his debut. Yeah, that was his debut, and I interviewed him afterwards.
Yeah.
I was doing the post-fight interviews. I think you were doing them in America at the time, and I was doing them there in Europe. It was on Fuel TV, I think, at the time.
Yeah, crazy.
Fucking we go back, don't we?
Yeah.
But there's so many iterations. And from then on, but a year later, I was working for BT Sports that bought the UFC as their broadcast partner. So there was 5 years of that. 2 documentaries about Conor, the interview in the Gibson, which you got the clip.
Yeah, no.
Roll clip. Oh, no.
No, we don't have the clip, but you're in the Netflix, that conversation is...
No, because that conversation that day, he was the interim champion at the time.
Was he interim? He looks younger. It's the one where it looks like you're in like the hotel bar.
Yeah, we were in the Gibson. We were in the Hemi Demi.
Yeah,
Hemi Demi bar.
When they announced the deal with Setanta, he did like a bunch of, because I even remember like what he wore. He did a bunch of media, and so there's that interview that came
did a few interviews with him, but the one I remember is when he was like, fucking interim, with leading up to the Jose Aldo fight.
Yeah.
He's a great character. I mean, I think he lost himself for a while, Conor. But who wouldn't? When the most interesting time I had about Conor McGregor was going with Sally Brown, who was my producer and director, brilliant person to work with the BT Sport, and doing 3 days in Dublin to do a documentary about him growing up, called The Fighting Irish.
Wow.
And I went with his dad to Crumlin, to the house he was born
McGregor.
in. Went to he's a great guy.
Yeah.
And Margaret. Went for a barbecue with the family to a park, and with his sisters.
Wow.
And his
Was he there
nieces.
too?
All of them. No, he wasn't there, but the whole family was.
Got it.
And I had a sit down with Conor afterwards. I went to his tailor. I went to the Mirror newspaper and spoke to the editor there. And at the time, so I went to his tailors even.
That's awesome.
At the time, when he was on that stellar rise, I remember asking people, could he actually run the country? Would he be voted in? And I think there was a moment for Conor McGregor where he wasn't just the most famous person in Ireland. He was just like the lightning rod for everything. Everywhere you looked, there were kids with beards like his and three-piece suits. And do you remember that time?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And he spawned a generation, and he's the biggest single influence on MMA in the world ever, I think.
Wow.
Do you not think so?
No, 100%. Most famous UFC fighter.
Well, I think he lost himself. I'm glad he's doing the tough series.
Yeah.
I think he looks different physically, I've got to say. He's so much bigger now.
Yeah, he is bigger. Yeah.
And I don't see how he's going to make lightweight 155.
Maybe
He looks like a
27.
welterweight now.
Yeah. Do you think he can get it back?
No.
No.
It doesn't matter. He's an icon in the sport.
Right.
He's done brilliant in business terms. He is an amazing character. You know, you're around him. I have a little bit of, I'm a bit more combative in my relationship with him. But it's the same, you have a similar relationship to him that I have to Tyson Fury.
Okay.
And it's a working relationship. You're not mates. It's a working relationship. I think you have a working relationship.
Yeah.
You don't go to his house and have a cup of tea with him and kiss his kids and, say, how are we all? And you're not family. It's your job. And you're close to him and you have access because he trusts you and he enjoys being in your company. And you get great things out of him. I watched the interview. I think he was in here recently, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But I think he's turning a corner in a really good way. I'm glad he's on the tough series.
What would you say to a young kid who's about to start, who wants to have the longevity that you had now in this day and age with social media and everything? What if anything, could you impart on them as far as words of wisdom? People ask me all the time, what do I have to do? And I think some kids these days are a little bit impatient. It takes a while, right? It's nice to talk about the dreams and ESPN and all this stuff, but it takes a while. So what to you are sort of like those core values that someone must have as they are about to embark on this journalism media career, which has changed a lot in the last 30 years?
Yeah, well, they're the same as they've always been, and they kind of reflect in the way I think you should live your life as well, not just how you do your journalism or want to be a journalist. Be yourself. You reap what you sow. Your decisions determine success and failure. I think try and be kind. I think that's a new one for me because and I mean that in terms of being yourself. My rule is, in terms of being kind, is I will only write or say what I'll say to a fighter's face. That's a very strong rule for me because I know then that I'm consistent in what like. If I'm going to say something about Tyson Fury or Conor McGregor, I will say that when I talk to them as a person, as a man, or as a man to a woman if it's a female fighter. It doesn't come overnight, success, and you never even really know what success is. And if you're doing something you really, really enjoy, on the days when it feels like you're digging ditches, like you're in a road digging ditches, you can get through it. And I think it's an absolute honour and a privilege, and it's about the fighters at the end of the day in what we do. It's about them, not about us. Even though sometimes it is about us, it's about them. And just protect them at times, because I think particularly in this day and age, when a fighter's lost and people are heaping on that hatred, I don't like that.
I hate it.
I don't believe in... You like a little bit of Schadenfreude.
What?
You can a little bit.
When?
You're a little bit
To
cruel
who?
at times. You
What are you
don't like it when I do this.
What are you talking about?
You do not like
I'm
it.
the kindest person in this game.
You're a lot kinder than you used to be, and that's where you've really learned. I think.
Really, you think so?
What are
Some
your
might say
wisdoms for young journalists then?
Some might say I'm actually meaner than I used to be.
No, you're not.
Heel-wani.
No, the heel-wani.
Yes.
No, that's just you being you. That's your alter ego. What are your wisdoms for young people? Do you agree with any of those?
1,000,000%. I always say, look at the landscape. Look at what other people are doing. It's okay to be influenced by this person, that person, but try to find your own voice. Be
yourself.
Unique. Be different. Don't some people will be like, hey, can you read my post-fight recap? I'm like, well, there's 1 million people who write post-fight. Like, why are you going to stick out? And then it's a few things that I feel like not enough people do. Be courteous, be gracious, be appreciative, be professional. Thank them for their time. Like you'd be surprised how many people ask me to come on their podcast or whatever and never even say thank you afterwards, right?
Will you come on my show next week?
Absolutely
Boxing
not.
Social?
No, are you kidding? No way. I mean, I do it only if you pay. That's my
I'll
thing.
pay.
Yeah,
What do you want?
That's my thing. And I don't do media if I don't get paid. But you know what I mean? Like, and also, one of the secrets I think to the success of this show early on, honestly, is that I never kept people for too long. 20 minutes, gone. That was it. Now, over time, like a Chris Weidman, I feel more comfortable. But I never wanted someone to be like, oh, fuck, he's going to keep me on for an hour. Because then you always have to think about the next one when you have them.
Do you know what the succinct way of saying that is? Brevity is your friend.
Yeah.
And on TV, it's always your friend. George Greenberg always used to say that to me. Brevity is your friend.
Yeah.
If you can do your presentation in 45 seconds, not 60.
Yeah.
And we've both been there. Remember the 9-second ones?
Oh, yeah. Those
9-second.
Yeah, the weigh-ins.
Yeah. 9-second feature on a fighter. 9 seconds, you've done 10 and a half.
Yeah.
Zach Candito, no, a second and a half less.
This has been brilliant.
Are we going
old
then?
friends. Do you love the darts?
Oh, do you know what? I think I need a tequila first. Have you brought any tequila with you?
Do you watch darts? I love it.
No, I don't.
I think I went to it. Were you here last Saturday? Or did you just arrive? Oh, it was here at the theater at Madison Square Garden. It was fantastic.
Were you presenting? Did you get a gig?
There was some talks. But, I was with the kids. I didn't want to, But
what is it about dart? It's a game, not a sport, isn't it? It's a game.
It's pro wrestling, though. They come out with the music, and there's characters, and there's good guys and bad guys.
I tell you what I have been to, because I work for William Hill. They often
Ali Pali?
Ali Pali. Have you been?
I've watched. I've never been.
No, Ali Pali.
It's next level.
No, but the worst thing about it is they're all dressed in different outfits. Elves, women with beards.
Yes.
It's like all with green
it.
beards. No, it's mad. They're all boxing fans as well. So you can't go
there's
there.
a huge
and not be harangued by
crossover. Yes.
Loads of drunk boxing. It's so brilliant. And Ali Pali is on a hillside. The Alexandra Palace.
Yes.
Which is in an area where I used to live near in North London, rather like you used to live in Brooklyn. Now you live out in the Hamptons.
Of course, yeah. Multiple homes. Well, South Beach.
Yeah. It's where the BBC used to broadcast from, I think maybe in the 20s, maybe 100 years ago. So it's this beautiful building on top. It's one of the highest points in London.
Really?
You can see all over London.
I didn't know.
So you got all these drunk people in outfits streaming down the hillside for about 10 days around Christmas always. It's a sight to behold.
I need to
You
go
are
there one
welcome to
day.
stay with me and bring the family if you ever want to go and do that.
You still live nearby?
I'm about 40 minutes drive.
You have like 100 acres somewhere in the countryside,
no?
no?
Not 100 acres, but I am building my stables into a home at the moment.
Stables? What do you mean, you have horses?
No, I don't. No, forget about all of that anyway.
All right, me versus you. Let's go.
Oh, God, are we really doing this?
Oh, 1,000%. This is what we do around here. When you come to the studio, you have to go 3 versus 3. It's 3 darts. Me, 3 darts you. You could pick. What do you want? Green, blue, blue?
I might need to, should we do topless?
No, I'm okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you.
Yeah, let me just do this. Let me just show you.
Oh, jeez. I don't know if are we on camera here? Like,
No,
yeah,
we're not.
there's
Okay.
that one. Look, no, we are in camera. It's right here. Okay, what do you want to do? What
I
are you
like a
trying to
heavy dart.
do? Okay, go ahead. So you go first. And by the way, I'm very kind. You look fantastic, by the way. These are extra skinny jeans that you're sporting here. A little cargo, too. Go ahead. You get 1 practice shot. And by the way, there's Michael Van Gerwen and Michael Smith, who signed my board.
Yeah.
They made me a custom thing here.
Oh, it's brilliant.
I mean, I'm pretty much growing the game single-handedly, they're saying. One practice shot, 3 versus 3. So you get 3, we count it. I get 3, we count it.
And it's the highest
Yeah, of course.
from 3.
What do you think it is? The
Have I
lowest?
got practice 3 or not?
No, practice 1.
And is it from here?
It's from this line. Yeah, practice 1
Is it
shot.
foot behind the line or
Foot
on the line?
behind the line. No cheating here. What are those,
you want-
Doc Martens?
No, they're these. Just
Jesus Christ. All right, here we go. One practice shot. Gareth A. Davies live.
If this goes in the 60, I'm using it as one of my...
That's fine. Okay, you could do that.
Why am I going first?
Because I'm a very gracious host.
Right.
Here he is. You can catch him on Talk Sport. That's not bad, by the way. What is that? Wait. Is it you're
That's a 5.
You're counting that? No, that's a practice. Yeah, go ahead. All right, here we go.
How many am I allowed to practice?
That's it. Just one. William Hill, Talk Sport. What else is it? The Daily Telegraph and a new show starting on Boxing
called Fight Club.
Video
Think Crushed Velvet Nightclub.
Video and audio.
I really do want you to come on next week. Just a little video appearance.
Oh, next week? Jeez Louise.
Next Tuesday.
I'm very busy. Okay, here we go.
Are you going to come on or not?
Let's go. Okay, here's the thing.
Coming on or
if you
not?
beat me, I come on.
Are you? Oh.
If you beat me, I come on.
Right,
if
okay.
not, here's the first shot. What? Oh, I thought that was wow. Ooh, not bad.
No, it's a treble
Listen,
5.
A treble 5 is 15 plus a 12.
I thought it got in the ball.
I saw that. And it's hey, by the way, that's not bad.
No, I used to play a lot.
15
but I haven't.
plus 12 is what? 27 plus 20 is 47.
It's practice, though, isn't it? I haven't done that for ages.
Oh, you did. You got the nice ones here.
Now, a heavier dart is always better. You know that, don't you?
I'm going to actually use yours. Okay, here we go. These are from my good friend Michael Smith. He gifted them to me. All right, you got to move. You got to put your foot a little bit like that.
Yeah. Okay.
They told me not to aim. That's what MPG told me.
No, it's all in the wrist, remember? 1.
Jeez Louise.
2.
Oh,
God.
I went off. You see, I'm all fucked up. Oh my God, you smoked me, Gareth.
Right, so the happy thing is you're going to be on my show.
Wow.
What were you doing with that? Do you want to go again?
Can I go again? One more.
No,
double,
of course
double
you
or
can't.
nothing.
You've lost.
Double or...
You're such a bad loser.
I can't believe it's the first time I use those. This is.
No, you lost, Ariel. Oh. And now you've lost again.
Oh, I should have used those. Oh my God.
Still
Would I have lost here?
But
25, 4, 29, and 15. I would have beaten you.
No, you wouldn't.
What did he get?
47. Yeah.
For fuck's sake. All right, I guess I got to go in here.
You got 44. That's 40.
For fuck's sake. Gareth?
Are we off air now?
No, we're still on.
Okay.
Well, we're still going? Wow, you're not bad, huh? Well, that's a 1. Okay, not bad. Not bad for an old man. He's Gareth A. Davies of the Daily Telegraph, of William Hill, new show on Boxing Social, one of my best mates. Oh, so lovely. And I'm very happy to hear that you're feeling better.
Yeah,
All's
I'm good.
okay.
I'm good, yeah.
God bless. And you'll be a part of the Top Rank broadcasts?
Yeah, I'm doing. I did a little interview for them with Josh Taylor. Brilliant fight, him and Lopez.
Oh,
Are you going on
tremendous.
Saturday night?
No, because I have to watch
Bring your
UFC.
kids now. Right, and
Josh Taylor gave me a little bit of attitude today. It's like, I answered these questions
Hank, there's a guy
already.
called Hank emerges in him, his alter ego.
Oh, wow.
And the red mist comes down, he becomes the Tartan Tornado.
Yes, I like that.
And Teofimo Lopez is a trash talker. I did a program, Trash Talk.
Yes, and he walked off.
And he walked off.
Yes.
But we'd done 80 minutes filming at the time. And
He's a little bit all over the place, Teofimo, no?
yeah, and Josh Taylor's got to try and exploit that. But the style matchup is brilliant. Clever lefty against a guy that is bullish and comes forward. It's a massive fight. Tomorrow they go head-to-head at the press conference.
That's right.
At the Hulu Theatre. Friday they weigh in. I reckon there's going to be fisties before the fight.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They hate each other.
It's Edinburgh versus Brooklyn.
Look at me and you.
Look at us.
I always do this. Look at us. Still here.
You're very touchy. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Speaking of KSI, he was on my show a couple of weeks ago. Here's that interview. We'll be back on the nose still to come, plus our picks. Don't go anywhere. What was the biggest story of the weekend? And I do believe some of us were saying that the next man was the next guest on this program was the biggest story of the weekend. Had a massive fight against Joe Fournier, Billionaire Joe, they call him, and it didn't last very long. It ended in the second round via knockout, and he remains undefeated. He is the face, the co-founder of Misfits, and he's making a lot of noise, and he may even have his next fight set up against our old pal, Tommy Fury. Of course, I'm talking about our old friend JJ, a.k.a. KSI.
Yo, what's up?
Are we on the level? Can I call you JJ now, or I don't know?
Yeah, you can call me JJ.
Okay, what's happening, my man? How are you? Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, I'm good, man. You know, I'm fresh. Yeah, it doesn't even look like I had a fight, right?
No, It didn't last very long. Does it feel when you have a fight that is that short that it's like, man, I needed to get more out of my system here? Like you train for 3 months or something like that, and it ends in like 4.5 minutes.
I think for me, it's just, I guess it is a little frustrating. And sometimes I wish I didn't end it so quickly. And, you know, even with the next fight that I'm going to have, hopefully with Tommy Fury, you know, people are saying, oh, I don't know. I don't think KSI has a chance. But imagine I just go in there and knock him out in, 2-3 rounds. Then it's just like, oh, okay. Now what? And I would have trained so hard. And especially this camp, it's been tough, man. I've been sparring like some tough guys and doing a lot of rounds. And then for me to just end it in 2 rounds, it's just like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, all that hard work led to the 2 rounds. But let me ask you about the fight itself in a moment. Just curious, because it seemed like a lot at stake, and it seemed like this was maybe the fight that is sort of like a bridge to some other big fights. And because of his experience, and you weren't fighting an influencer, were you super nervous going into this one?
No.
No?
But I don't really get that nervous, man, because I've just been in front of a crowd so many times, and I love pressure. Like for me, pressure makes diamonds, and I've been in front of crowds for years, you know, whether it's me singing, rapping, or boxing. You know, I'm just so used to being in front of a crowd, so that doesn't give me any nerves. And the pressure of, you know, failing and losing just turns me into, well, the nightmare. It just literally changes me. And all I think is win, no matter what. Even if I'm like in the deep end, I find something in me to go further beyond and just make sure I grind the win or become victorious.
So you're a little bit different than most fighters in that most fighters on the night just kind of have to worry about themselves. But because you are so invested in misfits, are you like now be honest with me, like I tweeted about, and is it Gideon? Am I pronouncing his name?
Yeah, Gideon. Yeah.
I honestly, I fell for the bit. I will say
the
singing.
the national anthem.
Oh my God, it was absolutely ridiculous. But now I get who he is. I asked my nephew. I was like, is this guy famous? Yes, he's like insanely famous, and that's what he does. He trolls people. So I got God.
Yeah.
But you replied to the tweet with I'm like, is he actually on his phone 2 hours before his fight? Is that you or is that someone else? Be honest with me.
That is me.
That's you.
Me. Like, bro, I'm on Twitter. I'm always checking stuff. And you got Jake Paul was messaging me on Twitter, or I think Andrew Tate was having a pop as well. Like, and for me, I made a TikTok on the day saying it's fight day. So I had to do it like 3-4 times because it was so annoying. Like the first time I did it,
this is with the primes, right?
Filmed weirdly. Yeah. It filmed weirdly. So I had to delete it, get new primes, do it again, failed, get more primes, do it again, failed. Get more primes, do it again, and then I finally like, okay, let's go, and then yeah, bro, I was just playing Overwatch. I'm a Moira main, so I don't know if you know what that means. But
no, I have no idea.
I like playing support, so I like healing and eliminating my enemies at the same time. So it's like I was just doing that, playing games. I got a puppy as well. I got a kitten. Actually.
Yes, I saw this kitten, like the Austin Powers one.
Yeah. And I just think he's the sweetest. He's so cute. And he's just chilling downstairs at the moment. But yeah, I was just playing with him. I'm so relaxed. It's because for me, I know I've done so much work beforehand that on the day, nothing can change. Nothing can change. I can't do any extra stuff. I'm prepared. I'm ready. My team have, made sure everything is sorted. They put me in the deep end. I have no ego when it comes to training or going to shoot fights. Because for me, I have ego when it comes to other things. Yeah, especially when you see me in front of, the people being like, yeah, I'm the GOAT, I'm the best, I'll beat any person, blah, blah, blah. But as soon as I'm in the gym, bro, I just listen to my trainers and they kill me, bro. they kill me. And there's so many times where I'm looking at it and I'm like, brother, you want me to train again today after the training we did this morning? Like, this is madness. But they're like, bro, this is what we need to do in order for you to be the best. And yeah, I just listen and I just abide by whatever they say. And then they just keep pushing me. And then, the results show.
Okay, so what I was wondering was, are you watching the show and saying, like, you're hitting up, I don't know, Mams Taylor or anyone else, like, why are we doing this? I don't like this. Are you watching it from
Yes.
this? And
So I'm hitting Mams up, like,
is that hard?
So the prelims, I was like, okay, the streams are working. Can we fix this? And then, obviously he was commentating during the prelim. So I was like, bro, let's make sure this is set up. And then even when the event is happening, I'm, like messaging people being like, yo, I can't believe So Pappy lost, this, that. And obviously everyone's just there like, I swear you're fighting in like an hour. What is going on? Aren't you meant to be concentrating? And I'm like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm blessed. It's calm. Like, even with like, what's his name? Even when I was fighting Joe Weller, like I was calm. I was ready. It's just weird. Like, I know a lot of fighters get super, super nervous and, their legs go and everything. And they just shit themselves. But for me, I'm just so calm. I'm just so relaxed. I'm just so ready. And I've always just been like this.
Since you brought him up, can I ask about Saul Papi? Did he make a mistake? Did he bite off more than he can chew? Or did Misfits make a mistake by booking him against? All right, there's my conversation from a few weeks back with KSI. We were talking about KSI to Gareth. That was so nice. I really enjoyed that conversation with Gareth. What a legend. And it's always nice when you get to catch up with an old friend who you've been all over the world. I think we were in Abu Dhabi together, Brazil, obviously Canada, USA, UK. Legend, really. Legend of the game. Wow. Is it getting more orange behind me, or am I just seeing things at this point? I figured we'd go
a little bit of both.
Yeah, I figured we'd go a little longer since no one wants to go outside right now, so we might as well hunker down and extend things. But it is time to answer some questions, my friends.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A.
I know.
Felt like a cue.
No, that was good. You know what's weird? There's no internet. The internet's not working.
Oh, wait. It is because we're streaming.
No, I guess you guys have a different thing.
Mine's working good too.
Yeah, cool.
Do you want to look something up for you?
The problem might be
the
between the
questions.
chair and the keyboard.
The question.
You guys are acting all smug here, but
Yeah, we can help you out.
I don't have any...
Yeah, sure.
I might have. You know what? Oh, this is what happened. I unplugged something. Where does this go into? I unplugged this. Is that what I did? I don't know what I did. I unplugged it from this thing. When I jumped out to talk to Gareth. Yeah, I think I unplugged it from the back here. Let me see. Can I go Wi-Fi? This is good stuff right here. Let's see if I could go Wi-Fi.
This is how the sausage gets made.
Yeah, baby. Oh, it says success. All right. I guess I'm on Wi-Fi. I usually like to go hardwire just to ensure no issues. No, we're good here. All right. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time for On the Nose. No, we're not doing this again. Are you kidding me? Are we doing this again?
You cued it a second
we did it. We did it already.
I was
Thank
really
you.
confused.
Yeah, thank you to Mike Heck and thank you to moderator Lewis. Let's get into it. Juan Sanchez, hello Ariel and MMA Hour crew. With the UFC currently having 3 Mexican-born champions and a potential 4th with Irene Aldana. Now, we must say one of them is an interim champ, right? Just to be fair to Volkanovski. Can you pinpoint other times when there have been multiple UFC champions from one country or a specific part of the world at the same time? Do you have a particular favorite or one that you think is most impressive? Thank you for all the content every week. I mean, I would say if you want to talk about one that could be a little bit obscure, Africa, right? So here we're talking about country, there we're talking about continent. So maybe not exactly the same, although Usman from Nigeria, Israel Adesanya from Nigeria, that was pretty damn, special. Brazil, of course. Brazil at one time with Aldo and Nunes and Cyborg at 145, and prior to that with JDS, et cetera, So Fabricio Verdum. USA, obvious. Am I missing where there was multiple like this? No, this is very, very unique. And that's why I say I feel like there's a Mexican wave hitting the UFC right now. You know what's crazy? And I read this online. Let me see here. Whoops, that's not the one I wanted to open. Irene Aldana is 35 years old. I first saw this via Aaron Bronstetter's feed. Amanda Nunes is 35, but they're the same age. I think Irene is like a month or two older. That's crazy to me because I think we all view Irene as much younger than Amanda Nunes. Anyway, I would have to say, as far as like one that's unique, it would probably be Nigeria/Africa if you want to include Francis Ngannou from Cameroon. C's, hey Ariel. I just want to know why so much disrespect towards Amanda Nunes. In your last interview with Juliana Pena, you mentioned that you don't subscribe to the notion that Amanda is the GOAT. That has to be one of the most ridiculous takes ever. Most blasphemous MMA takes since New York Rick's Rousey Comeback of the Year award. Let me list some of the accolades. 8 title defenses, 2 division champs, wins over 4 previous champions, 77% finish rate. How do you not acknowledge her greatness? I know you mentioned her lack of fame, but perhaps she doesn't want that. Maybe she's fine with a little less money, but has the freedom to leave her home without being swarmed by people. Anyway, show the lioness some love. Greatest title run for a women's champion ever. There's no doubt about that, and I've said that because if you compare the opponents that she fought and beat to, say, a Joanna Jędrzejczyk, to a Valentina Shevchenko, to a Ronda Rousey, she beat them all. I think it's one of the greatest runs. I don't know if she's the greatest ever. I don't know if there is a greatest ever. And if there has to be a greatest ever, then yes, she is the greatest ever. But I don't know. And if she loses to Aldana, is she still the greatest ever? That's why I say it's one of the greatest runs. No, sorry. It is the greatest run ever for women's MMA and one of the great title runs, period. I just don't know if she is one of the greatest ever. Excuse me. I'm confusing myself. It's the greatest run. It's one of the greatest runs, regardless of gender. She's one of the greatest ever. I just don't know if she is definitively the greatest ever. And I don't know if there is a greatest ever. Am I crazy for that? I don't know. I think most people say she's the GOAT. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard with the GOAT stuff. Like, there's losses on her resume that aren't GOAT-esque. Sarah D'Alelio, Kat Zingano, et cetera, et cetera. I think Alexis Davis is on there too. GSP, yes, he lost to Matt Serra. Matt Hughes, he avenged those losses, and those are former champions. That's all I'm saying. Let me see. I think Alexis Davis is one of them. Zingano, Sarah D'Alelio, Alexis Davis, yeah. And Anna Maria. Now, that's why I say greatest run, without a doubt. The greatest run for a female champion in the history of the UFC and of MMA. Shayna Baszler, Sarah McMahon, Valentina Shevchenko, Miesha Tate, Ronda Rousey, Valentina Shevchenko, Raquel Pennington, Chris Cyborg, Holly Holm, Jermaine Durandamy, Felicia Spencer, Megan Anderson. 2 division champion, beat, the best. But I don't know. Call me crazy. I don't know if I could just one of the best ever. Is that not enough? Does it have to be the? Is there really an answer to any of this, even in men's MMA? By the way, I was thinking about something that I was saying to Brendan Loughnane. I would say this about Bellator versus PFL. At their best, Bellator can sell more tickets than PFL right now because of their name, because of their longevity. Bellator also has better champions than PFL, in my opinion. Bellator's champions from 135 to 205 can rival the UFC's champions. Every single one. From Sergio Pettis / Patchy Mix to Patricio Pitbull to Usman Nurmagomedov to Yaroslav Amosov to Johnny Eblin to Vadim Nemkov. Every single one of those guys could be very competitive, if not win a UFC title. I don't know if I could say the same about all the PFL guys. The reason why I show PFL love right now is because they're in the game. They're going after free agents. They're pushing things, and they're different. They've got something different. So who's ultimately number 1, number 2? I thought it was a little bit alarming that PFL just completely blew Bellator out of the water when it came to the the Francis stuff and Bellator wasn't even really in the game. I thought that was a little bit alarming, but I think once they're sold, they will ramp things up. We'll see what happens, but I think it's worth noting, like at their peak, the one that can sell the most right now, the one that could put on the biggest event, still I think would be Bellator. You know, in a place like Ireland, in a place like England, Mohegan Sun, etc. It just feels like PFL has a lot more momentum behind them right now. Mark, there's only one Rocky Edwards. Ariel, when is the 170 champ going to make his return? I'll shut up and listen. This year, the question is when? Maybe the September pay-per-view. October in Abu Dhabi doesn't make sense. Maybe they put them in New York. December would feel like a very long time. But he's going to fight this year. Right now, it's still up in the air when. Joe, hey, Ariel, what are your top MMA nearly matchups? The fights we almost got to see but never came to fruition. Mine would be GSP Anderson, obviously Fedor Brock, obviously Fedor Randy, obviously Khabib Ferguson, obviously Jones Ngannou, Jones Roma. I mean, you kind of listed them all there. Where do you rank the matchups? Are there any others that you put up there? Does Conor Nate 3 belong in the conversation? No. Even though it was a match and fight that we wanted to see, at least we saw them twice. Feel like you listed them all there. Who are we missing? Are we missing anyone? New York Rick, am I forgetting anyone?
As you started that question, he stood up and left.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Chair's just like slowly spinning. He's back now.
Am I forgetting anyone? I mean...
Rick, are we forgetting anyone?
Nearly MMA matchups. GSP Anderson.
I didn't hear the ones that Ariel rattled off, but I did hear the question.
GSP Anderson, Fyodor Brock,
kind of cover
Fedor Randy, Khabib Ferguson, Jones Ngannou. Those are them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good stuff.
And also, like, what do we count as nearly, right? Like,
Ronda Cyborg.
Was that ever near, though?
Well, I just mean like the ones that we were talking about that never came to fruition. I put Ronda Cyborg in that. That would have been gigantic.
Cyborg ain't never making 135. And
no,
those
I know,
seem to
but
be
just
the terms.
I mean, Ronda could have made 45.
By the way, Cyborg's the women's GOAT.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Why did you speak up when I was? Why did you speak up when I was doing?
No,
all
you were
that?
on a roll there. You were on a roll. There.
I was kind of like spinning my wheels. What about Ronda Gina? Is that up there? Remember there was that brief period where that was a thing?
I feel like we're stretching now.
All right, fine.
The one is GSP Silva, right? Like if we're gonna do a number one, it's
Fedor
right?
Brock was pretty damn.
Yeah,
like, Fedor Randy too. Khabib Ferguson. Is that weird when I do that?
That one's cursed.
Yeah.
But GSP Silva feels like the one that was like there for a very long time and just kind of they passed on, basically.
Los Pollos Hermanos. Hey, Ariel, first time, long time. I was wondering if you could give us a little inside baseball when it comes to booking the impromptu shows with one guest. Examples, Nate Diaz interview from July 2022, most recently the Francis one. How do those decisions get made behind the scenes with the rest of the team to do a Tuesday show instead of a Wednesday? Are there any corporate hoops to jump through with Vox? Do you ever have to contact fighters you've already booked and cancel or move anything around in those situations? Keep up the great work as always. No, I mean, what happens is I usually send a text or a Slack and say, hey, are you guys cool to do a Tuesday show? Yeah, cool. And then we're like, oh, who do we got? And it's fairly easy. We're lucky in the sense that not a lot of people, if anyone uses the studio. Does anyone use the studio for anything else? There used to be like a different show every day here, so that would make things harder. But I think now we're the only ones that use this studio, right? Am I right?
Only ones.
Only ones. So that makes things a lot easier. The other members of the team do have other jobs that they work on, some for Vox, some not. So just a matter of making sure that, everyone's available. But yeah, it's not too tough, to be honest. And certainly no corporate hoops. I mean, why would anyone say no to an extra show, especially one that is a special show that usually means there's going to be a big name involved. So no, I wish I could tell you a better story, but it's fairly simple and straightforward. And I've never, I don't think I've ever, okay, I take that back. Just once in my life have I ever canceled on guests. And that was for episode 333. And I think I had Verdun booked, and I think I had Dillashaw booked. and that was the one post 199, which coincidentally I think is like almost maybe exactly 7 years ago today or yesterday. Let me just like it actually might even be today, amazingly. And I just felt like it would have been weird to have any other guests on the show. Oops, episode 3. What day was it? It was June 6th. So yesterday, 7 years ago yesterday. That was the only time I ever canceled. When I have these special shows, there's no one booked already. Leroy Jenkins, Ariel, at the pre-sale presser a few weeks back, Nate and Jake discussed increasing the amount of rounds for their bout. Any chance this actually happens? I believe there is a chance. I want to see Nate succeed, and I think we'd all agree the longer the fight goes, the more it benefits him. I think there is a chance. I think there is a chance. We'll see what happens. Could end up being nothing, but I think there is a chance. P.S. Lay off Frank for muting your mic when you take a drink. I assure you the sound of the mic clicking off in your headphones is not nearly as annoying as the sound of you swallowing in mind. Leroy Jenkins. Wow, there you go, Frank.
Thanks, Leroy.
Woodhouse. Hey, Ariel. Longtime listener, first-time poster here from York, England. I followed the show for years for your MMA content, but have recently been lapping up your newfound love of darts. Since I was a child, the World Championships have been an absolute staple of my family's Christmas TV schedule. My question is this. As a connoisseur of all things punditry, are you familiar with the work of the late, great Sid Waddell? His energy is unmatched in any sport. He was immensely passionate and an absolute live wire, and I think you would massively appreciate his absurdist musings, where you used to spend 5 or so minutes listening to some of his best bits online. His presence was such that upon his passing, the PDC named the coveted World Championship trophy after him, and I think that you will love his character if you can understand his thick Geordie accent. I hope you and the guys enjoyed MSG. Love the show. Thanks for everything. I have heard the name. I'm familiar. I can't say I'm a aficionado, but I will look him up based on your recommendation and moderator Lewis's and let you know what I think. But no, I love all of that stuff. And, you know, I do consume a lot of UK media now. I really enjoy it, and I enjoy watching the darts coverage and the Sky Sports and the IFL and the Boxing Social and the Talk Sport and all that stuff. So I'm getting deeper and deeper into it. Nick the Dane, gang, just read about Jake Paul starring in a movie. What if the MMA hour went Hollywood for an official movie? Who would play everyone? Will Arnett as GC? Drake as Ariel? Seth Rogen as Mysterious Frank? Bradley Cooper as New York Rick? Sound off who's playing who? I gotta say, I think you kind of nailed it. What do you guys think of that?
I've actually gotten Seth Rogen like in real life, so I'm surprised that I
in
wasn't
real
Seth
life.
Rogen.
People have come up to you and asked you if you're Seth Rogen.
No, they're not asking me for autographs, but there's some facial similarities there.
Curly hair, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit on the top there.
Will Arnett, I've gotten the voice similarity quite a bit.
The voice for sure
throughout my life.
Even the construction of your face is Arnett-esque.
Yeah, I'm down with Arnett. Work with him, on the side.
But by the way,
name in Arrested Development, Judd.
By the way, Rick.
Job. Jesus Christ,
yes.
Frank.
By the way, Rick.
I just got a yes out of this.
Nick says you're Bradley Cooper. He says that Frank is Seth Rogen.
That's what I was saying. I'm surprised that I wasn't.
Oh, okay. Frank, how do you feel about Seth Rogen?
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay. Doesn't sound like you're too into it.
Way into it.
Seth Rogen's the man. Love that.
He has a new movie called Platonic. I saw that on Apple TV yesterday. Is that good? No.
I haven't seen
Didn't
it.
see it.
What was Seth
Couldn't tell
Rogen's
ya.
first movie?
Has anybody watched this?
No.
Donnie Darko.
Is it Donnie Darko?
Donnie Darko.
Is it really?
Is Seth Rogen's first movie?
Yeah.
Wow.
Breaking news. Good job, Frank. I like that.
Look at that. Pineapple Express, great one.
Oh,
Knocked
great.
Up, great one.
Yeah, Pineapple Express
he's
is
got some
probably
bangers.
my favorite all time.
I don't know if I've watched a recent Seth Rogen film. Is there a animated one?
Yeah, the one
he
where they're
does a
all
lot of
food.
voice stuff.
Food. Oh, right. By the way,
Yeah, Sausage Fest. Nice.
I heard an interview with Jerry Seinfeld I heard an interview with Jerry Seinfeld like 2 years ago where he was doing an animated movie about Pop-Tarts. Did that ever come out?
Maybe I'm thinking of the Flamin' Hot Cheetos movie.
And I also
Unfrosted, the Pop-Tart stories.
Is it out?
Starring Jerry Seinfeld. I don't know. He looks like he's directing it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not out yet, but it's going to come out on Netflix. There's also a Flamin' Hot Cheetos movie coming out on Apple TV.
I'm hearing that Spider-Verse is the best animated movie of all time. Have you guys seen
I'll
it?
tell you after tonight.
Tonight?
I'll tell you after tonight, yeah.
We're going?
If we ever get out
I
of
mean,
here.
I'm going.
Wow. What time?
Only because of the air
Well,
quality.
thank God I didn't take the 6 o'clock showing.
Yeah, no.
Right.
Yeah, 7:45. I obviously invited you and Rick as well.
And everyone.
Rick, did you get the invite?
I did get the invite.
Okay.
Yep.
Wednesday showing, huh?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's kind of becoming a staple.
Post
Finish the
Wednesday, let your
show,
hair
yeah.
down.
Watched
Let
the
the hair
first one
down.
last night for the first time.
How many are there?
This will be the second one
Two.
of the Spider-Verse.
Have you seen it, Rick?
The first one only.
No, the
Yeah.
second.
I'm dying to see the second one.
Have
but
you
I've
seen the
only
OG
first.
one, Ariel?
What OG one? The first one?
The first one. yeah.
No. No.
Wow.
I haven't seen anything.
All right. Wow. Then you're severely missing out. It's
Really?
fantastic.
Spider-Verse.
Yeah, it was actually
Yeah, it's just
surprisingly
like-
good.
It's creative illustration, fantastic soundtrack, story's good. Can't wait.
Okay.
It's like a
Set here in beautiful
oh,
New York City.
it's like a really good like Pixar Disney movie in the sense that like if you know lore, if you're into it, then you can get really into it, and if you don't, it's still an awesome movie. It's that type of thing. So yeah,
I
it's,
wanna take
it's,
the
it's
kids.
incredible.
Now, I guess I'll
Yeah.
have to ask you this afterwards, but do I have to see the first to enjoy the
No,
second?
this is what I just said. Pay attention to what I
Okay.
just said.
You might though. You might though. To be familiar with the characters.
No,
to
but
even
why- you
recap
don't need
it,
to.
all the
You don't
important
need to.
parts.
Sorry, I was
You'll
reading
enjoy
ahead
it.
the questions, I will admit.
Yeah,
Wow.
okay.
I
Let's
just
fast
wanted-
forward.
Big Money. Hey, Ariel, after Kai's interview on Monday, I started thinking, what if the world's most famous Apex was only used for fighters that are outside of the top 10, 15 in each weight class? Fighters that are still climbing the ranks and building their brand experience. Then, once they have broken into the top, they've officially earned their place on a higher level fight night or pay-per-view card. Seems like an efficient way, positive, negative reward system, and might help build stars. Also, can we just officially go back to the Parlay Pals? It flows better, is more inclusive in today's world, and can be managed. It does feel like we always struggle with the boys. And can be changed Parlay Boys if when Juliana regains her belt. You know what? I agree with you, Big Money. We're going back to Parlay Pals.
Wow.
Okay. We're going back to
Wow.
Parlay Pals. And
About time.
I would love to see the Apex just used for Contender Series and Tough. I think it's great for Contender Series. I think it's perfect for Contender Series. I think it's perfect for Tough. That's it. This top 10, 15 nonsense, like, nah. You can't make a card with just guys outside the top 10, 15 and call it a U. I mean, what? That's crazy. So, my perfect. What is going on? Is like a conversation. What's happening back there?
I think there's a meme or something getting shared on the front
No, the
bench.
AQI is 333 right now.
Oh yeah, air quality's rough here.
Is it just climbing?
Yeah, it's hazardous.
It was
Wow.
like 260 like a bit ago.
What do you think would happen if we all went for a run?
You know, I went
There were
for
people outside smoking during.
I went for a run this
hardcore.
morning.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
That is not nice. Hey, Ariel and moderator Lewis and everyone on the production in the back. I have a quick question about something that's bothering me. For the Parlay Boys, nay Parlay Pals. Wow, I didn't realize this was such a thing. I've reluctantly come to accept your knockout rule for the losers per week. But can I propose one addendum? This is from Ski, by the way. Did I answer the other part of that? Oh, yeah, I did. For UFCs and other big event weekends, I think the knockouts should be rescinded. For a big weekend, you need the boys at full strength. Also, Parlay Pals for life. You can't seriously call yourself Parlay Boys. It sounds like the title of an off-Broadway musical. New York Rick, am I right? Peace. Wow, okay, I didn't realize this is such a big issue. Parlay Pals, we're back.
I mean, I've been pushing for Parlay Pals this entire time.
Okay, sorry.
No disrespect to Juliana Pena.
I
Honestly,
think this is very disrespectful to Juliana. If I'm being
honestly,
honest.
if anything, she disrespected us by calling us the improper name.
That's right.
No, the fact that she even acknowledged this
Was incredible.
was a
Yeah, I mean,
huge
let's
thing.
be
rinky dink
honest. Let's be
operation that
honest.
we've got going
It was a
here
big
is
thing.
That was huge. Yeah.
As for the other part of the
That's for
question,
life, though.
I like the knockout.
Yeah, I mean, who wrote this?
Yeah.
Frank, because he's out this week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
sounds
also
like
think. Have we ever gone to the point where it's down to 2 people?
No. We always
vetoed
always
that. That
reset.
doesn't.
Yeah. I kind of. I
These are
still.
your
That's
own
your
rules.
idea that you keep trying to cram in there.
I want to
Every time
see
we do
if
this.
there's one sole survivor.
Yeah, it would have been me that one time when it was down to 3, and then I was the only one that got it right.
Yeah, and I think you deserve that.
Would it be a great parlay to just have Connor making one singular pick?
No, you
Tremendous
have to,
parlay.
you have to make the. You have to do the whole thing. You have to do the 3 or more legs.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's how long it goes.
Yes.
I mean, I already
Oh,
give up
boy.
picks anyway.
Yeah.
I also love how whoever's knocked out loves letting me know that they're like, yeah, this is great. Don't have to make a pick this week. I'm just like,
Wait a
nice.
second. I've never said that to you.
Either have I.
Have you ever been knocked out?
I've never been knocked out. No, I think I've
Yeah.
always been.
He was knocked out 2 weeks ago.
No, but I think I was me.
No, I was
Yeah,
knocked out 2
me-
weeks ago.
Oh yeah, you were. Wait,
I don't
have
think
you
I've ever-
actually never
Listen,
been knocked
either-
out?
I've never been knocked out.
Either way, it's
Wow, that's
Rick
incredible.
or it's Rick or Frank, and they're like, yeah, it's great not having to make a
Feels
pick.
like they're
I'm
not caring about it as much as
I'm
we
just
are.
like,
If I'm being honest.
I'm like, yeah, I did like 10 hours of research yesterday.
Listen,
you know, for
Frank,
my-
if
So do
Frank
I.
wants to take my spot this week, I'm happy with that.
No,
we can
no.
we can sub out.
Brandon, hola Ariel, was watching you interview from years back with Dominic Cruz, where he claimed the best moment of his life was the realization of being happy without the belt. Yes, a great moment. I've referenced this a lot. This was in Boston after the TJ fight. It got me thinking, what other moments like this stand out to you when you think back to all your interviews? Take care, Viva Helwani. Oh boy. I mean, there's a lot. We've talked about some of them. King Mo after beating Musasi in the locker room, Strike Force 2010, Connor from nothing to something to everything after beating Aldo. I mean, there's just so many. Those are some famous ones. Connor after the Diaz loss. Obviously UFC 196. I mean, there's been a lot. I don't know. There's been a lot. Any come to mind for you, New York Rick? I don't know. It's kind of weird for me to. You know what's
Love 'em
weird?
all, Ariel.
Yeah, we've done so many of these shows. Like I can't even think of one at this point. Not even like. I can't even think of a single interview at this point. It's also because we've been talking for 3 hours and 45 minutes. Thank you very much to everyone who sent in questions. I love you all. I appreciate you all. Thank you to moderator Lewis. Also want to give a shout out to our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook because UFC 289 is coming on this weekend. Wow, coming in hot. We've got Irene Aldana going up against Amanda Nunes. Will she knock off the Lioness, the GOAT, as some people call her? Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code DMAR. New customers can make a $5 UFC 289 bet and score $200 in bonus bets instantly. That's code DMAR only at DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget, get in on all the action because there's not just UFC 289. There's Josh Taylor versus Teofimo Lopez. Massive fight. Saturday, same time. I'll be watching both. And on Thursday, we have the return of the PFL. Yes, shout out to the PFL going down in Atlanta, Georgia. The PFL is back this Thursday, and it's winner go home for the best fighters on the planet as the PFL enters its push for the playoffs. 60 fighters start the season, only 24 make the postseason. And of course, we spoke earlier in the day to Brendan Loughnane, who's looking to advance into the playoffs by beating one Jesus Pinedo. Also, Chris Wade looks to make quick work of Ryoji Kudo in his hunt for a playoff appearance as well. Of course, they know each other. We also have Bubba Jenkins on the card going up against the Korean Eagle, Jo Sung-bin, and Movlid Khaibulev is on the hunt for a Brendan Loughnane rematch in the playoffs. But first, he'll have to get by the one and only Tyler Diamond. It goes down this Thursday, June 8th at 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN and ESPN Plus. PFL, the Professional Fighters League, returning this Thursday. So there's a lot to like as far as fighting is concerned. And with that in mind, let us make our picks for this weekend, shall we? The Parlay boys are back. No, sorry.
I thought we were officially
I
pals.
screwed that up. You know, old habits. Old habits die hard. The Parlay pals are back. Let's do this, guys. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
Let's do it.
Hit us with that randomizer.
Randomizing right now. First pick, Ariel. Second, Rick. And I will be going third.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. By the way, can we do PFL on this?
I don't know. It goes on Thursday.
Why can't I do
UFC
it?
pay-per-view.
Why not?
I mean, I assume, yeah, you can.
Seems a little bit weird. Can I or can't I?
Sure. Yeah, I'll say yeah.
Brendan Loughnane.
All right.
Brendan Loughnane currently minus 550, yes?
Currently at minus 600.
Oh, perfect. Right up my alley. Brendan Loughnane. If you would have said no,
happier that it's minus 600.
If you would have said no, I would have probably gone with Mike Malott.
Okay.
But he's just a minus 210 I'm seeing here. Could be different elsewhere.
All right, well, Rick, that takes us to you.
Didn't want to go to Movlead, huh? I think he's like minus 1,000. I'm going to go Miranda Maverick.
Wow.
Dang, man.
Anti-Canada?
Yeah, anti-Jasmine.
You know, I like the matchup for Miranda.
I mean, we've had a bad time betting against Jasmine on this show.
Wow.
Constantly disrespected.
All right.
All right, then I will go and I will support Canada, not necessarily backing with a money line. I will go to that Mike Malott fight and I will take the under 2.5. I was going to take the fight doesn't go to a decision, but it's minus 400. The under 2.5 is minus 255. I don't see this one going long. I mean, Mike Malott, almost all of his professional fights, all but one, have ended in the first round. In front of this Canadian crowd, I think they're going to be hyped up. I think we're going to see a finish.
That's the one.
Can't wait for that one.
Yeah, that is the one. What about you, Frankie?
He's out.
Oh, right. Fuck.
Are you all right? You want to close that window behind you.
Yeah, I was just watching a time lapse of the fucking sky over here.
Yeah, I'll take, let's see.
Well, no, I forgot about him. I forgot.
All right, that gets us to plus 117.
That's not too bad.
No, not bad at all.
Okay.
All right, redemption time?
I think so.
289?
I like those picks a lot. I mean, I feel a little weird about going against a Canadian.
Yeah,
in Canada.
I do feel weird about that as well.
Feels a little bit sacrilegious.
Sorry, guys. When we're
trying to win.
Cash in the ticket, you guys can get over it.
All right. Here we go. What about your picks?
All right, let's start it off. First up.
Oh, my gosh.
My man, Ayman Zahabi. Need I say any more?
Yes.
The student of Helwani boxing, the man, Ayman Zahabi. I think he gets it done this weekend. The doppelganger. How can we not support the friend of the program? Next up, another friend of the program. You didn't think I was going to do this? I owe her one after last time. She made me look like a fool. 36 win last time out. I am supporting Canada. I am supporting Jasmine. She does get this done. Bigger girl. I think she'll probably be the stronger girl. I mean, she's going to have a 4-inch height advantage, 4-inch reach advantage. We've seen Miranda Maverick taken down, yes, against potential future champion in Aaron Blanchfield, but Jasmine vicious. Last time out, all she needed was 4 takedowns, and that was that. She ended up getting a 30-26 victory. Next up, Nasruddin Imavov. I will take him to get it done. I think this is going to be a close fight. I think it's going to be a 15-minute striking battle. I don't think either of these guys are going to go for a takedown. And I think it's going to be a fun fight. Though, watching back tape, Chris Curtis, he struggled a lot with Jack Hermanson due to his movement. I think Nasruddin Imavov can have similar success here. Imavov also has great durability, never been knocked out, finished once, and I believe it was in his first professional fight. I do feel like Chris Curtis, the counter-punching, obviously has huge power. I feel like that's his most likely path to victory, but I think this goes 15, and I think Imavov edges a decision. The pick that I just mentioned for the Parlay Pals, I will be taking it as a single as well. Mike Malott, 11 professional fights, like I mentioned, 10 of them have ended in the first round. And it's not like Adam Fugitt is some decision machine on the other side. 12 professional fights, 10 under the 2.5. He has not gone to a decision since 2017. I think that's going to be a really fun fight. And hopefully Malott can get his hand raised, because that would be amazing for him with his story and being a Canadian. Next up, co-main event. Didn't have to think long about this one. Charles Oliveira, Beneil Dariush. I will be taking the under 2.5. The only reason being, it is a Charles Oliveira fight. The stats on this guy, he is a agent of chaos. 18 of his last 19 fights have gone under the 2.5, and the only one that didn't was against Tony Ferguson, and it was a much better version of Tony Ferguson than we see today, known for his durability. 42 times this man has entered into a professional fight. 38 of them have gone under the 2.5. 90% of the time, and you're giving me the under 2.5 at minus 160. This is a price that I could not pass up. Beneil Dariush, yeah, he's been to 3 straight decisions, but I still think he's a good dance partner in this one. 12 of his 20 UFC fights have gone under the 2.5. I just felt like this is a good price and something that I wanted to take. To the main event, got a couple bets here. First one being, fight starts round 3. Yes, both of these women are very capable of getting finishes, but I think with the striking capabilities of Aldana, I think we could see Nunes lean on that wrestling more, and when we see her do that, we see the fights go longer. Don't know if Aldana is going to be able to just put Nunes out. I feel like it would have to be similar to Pena, where they just are standing and striking, and it ends up being a TKO. I think this is going to be a close fight. I think it's going to be a great scrap. But I do think it does go longer, and I like this price on the fight to start round 3. Now, I did take a sprinkle when the line opened up. This line, everybody will get on me. It is no longer available. Very small sprinkle, 0.3 units on Irene Aldana. This could be a you must have forgot moment. I do see a lot of people on on Irene Aldana this week. Amanda Nunes, obviously one of the greatest to ever do it. But where she's at in her career, where Aldana is at in hers, I do think that she is a live dog. This had implied odds of 82% of the time Nunes winning. I don't know if I agree with that number. So I did take a very small sprinkle. And then I do have a 2-leg parlay. Blake Builder, Dan Ige. Like both of them as singles, but kind of dicey matchup for Dan Ige. Just like anytime you're betting against Nate the Train, but I do think he's the far more technical fighter, and I do think he gets it done. And that are the picks for UFC 289. Much more tight this week. A lot less exposure for me. I'll probably cook up a little chalky PFL parlay too. Something with Brendan Loughnane, Bubba Jenkins, Impa. Got to do something there. They're down in my home city. Yeah. Nice.
Mobley, the butcher, the man.
Yeah, I mean, Mobley, he's going to dominate, but though I want to add him at minus 1,000.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
What about any Teofimo Lopez?
No action for me on that one, but I think it's going to be a good fight.
I think it's going to be great. I'm curious to see with Josh was interesting in the interview. I think he was just tired of doing interviews at this point, yeah. But Lopez a little bit all over the gaff these days. What do you think, Rick?
Since he was in studio.
Yeah. Rick, who do you like in that one?
Yeah, I don't know. I would tend to lean toward Teofimo, but as you said, like there's a little bit of worry. I'm not, I'm wondering where the head's at. I'm wondering where the focus is. But when he's on his game, he's a damn good fighter. He's one of the best in the world. So I would be willing to take a shot on Teofimo being able to get it done there. That's probably where my head's at.
Can I tell you one of my biggest pet peeves? When they keep saying Madison Square Garden, Madison Square Garden. It's not Madison Square Garden. It drives me nuts.
I'm with you.
I don't want to be, a negative Nancy.
Yeah, we're being those guys right now for sure.
I know, but it's not. It's not the same building. Muhammad Ali never fought at the theater. You know what I mean?
Madison Square Garden adjacent.
MSG adjacent. Shout out to the Cheap Heat crew. All right. Well, should be fun. Watch party this weekend?
Yes, watch party 289. Got a lot of stuff planned. Wish it was a little more high quality of a card for all the great stuff. I mean, I'm going to
Canadian themed?
Oh, yeah, Canadian themed. We will be flying the
Smarties, Aero Bar?
We'll have something going on. Don't want to give away too much. Right. Little maple syrup, a little Timbits.
Are those Canadian?
Smarties are definitely Canadian. I thought Aero bars
Smarties are
too.
Canadian?
1,000%.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
Guys, I don't want to alarm you, but West Ham United is 30 seconds away from their first European trophy in, I think, 49 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know about the Conference League, right?
Of course.
Europa Conference League?
All about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
West Ham are massive. Up the irons. Could be Declan Rice's last match for them.
Is West Ham bubbles?
Yes.
Yeah, shout out.
Oh, shout out. See, you know, don't mess around. Champions League. Any Champions League action?
No, but I'm cheering for Inter Milan.
Wow. What, your boy Lukaku?
Yeah, shout
I'll
out.
never forget. I should have burned that jersey.
Shout out.
That's the
Think of
Belgium
Oasis.
jersey, Rick. When he showed up on like one of the most anticipated days of my life, he shows up in a Belgium jersey. This guy, supposed
How
friend.
about did you see the reports that
Messi going to Miami?
Messi going to Miami, but also turned down $1.6 billion offer from a Saudi team?
Yeah, but
who's
Imagine
Romelu just
being
spotted
able
with?
to turn down $1.6 billion. I mean, Messi's a G.
Yo, he's getting money from Apple and Adidas here.
Oh, don't get. I'm sure he's getting paid, but just that's a startling figure.
It is a startling
for
figure.
3 years.
We'll see what the number is in for the MLS deal, but I mean, for his brand, remember when Beckham came here? When he came to play for LA Galaxy, like your brand will grow so much more in America as opposed to Saudi. Now I know the numbers may not be the same, but long term, but again, it is 1.2 billion. I mean, like, what the fuck? 1.6 billion. Jeez Louise. That is nuts. I mean, even the 0.4 that I glossed over there is like
is generational wealth. Is never have to work again ever.
Oh my God.
You are so unbelievably successful you can't even fathom it.
Well, this is tremendous stuff. Gentlemen, we've done it all. We've said it all. It's time to go. God bless. Watch the watch party. And it's a fun day, but it's time to go. It's getting more and more orange outside. That was definitely the cue, Frank. Now you're just messing around. It's time to go is definitely the cue. No?
I don't know anymore. Do you think Rick was thinking of the wrong Smarties? Like not the milk chocolate Canadian ones, but the little soury ones from the States?
Smarties?
Yeah, you've seen them like the little similar... you unwind them, open them.
I've never heard of those.
Like the chalky ones?
The chalky ones.
You can grind up and you can act like you're smarting them?
Never done that. But
what are you talking about? Are you talking about the Popeye sticks?
No,
those were
Smarties.
Great. Smarties are
There's
like...
two different kinds of Smarties, and I think Rick was like, oh, those are from Canada? Because he was thinking of the American Smarties.
I know... Smarties are like M&Ms.
Right. We have our own version.
Wow.
You've never
They didn't
heard
ask
of
you
these?
this before they gave you citizenship?
No. What about Aero bars? Have you ever had that?
Yeah. I got them from the English...
Yeah, they have them in
place,
England. Yeah. There's a few. Try to get a beaver tail. Do they have any beaver tails here?
Never
what is that?
heard of that.
What about poutine? You gonna have poutine?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely having poutine. We're going to the Canuck.
Oh yeah, I've never been to the
Kinder
Canuck.
Surprise.
Oh, beaver tails is a pastry. Wow.
Oh, beaver tail is fried dough.
Incredible.
Nutella.
I had a lobster tail.
Oh no, beaver tail is tremendous.
No, gotta have beaver for sure. All right, I'm in for beaver tail.
Thank you to all our guests. Appreciate them very much. Josh Taylor, Brendan Loughnane, Mike Malott, Chris Weidman, and of course the great Gareth A. Davies. Enjoy UFC 289. Back on Monday.